All right, all right, all right, all right. Good morning, everybody. Took us a minute here, but we got here. We made it.
Huzzah Friday, HD SIP HD Hype HD SIP.
Okay. I tried to get here. I tried to scramble. And I got here as soon as I could here today. Had to take care of some business. Computer restarts.
Booty streaking everywhere.
All right. Let me just go ahead and adjust my camera, and I'm all yours. All right, okay, I think we're good there. Thank you, Armazale, for 7 months. 7 months, Armazale. Happy Friday, dude. Thank you, Cozy, for the tier 3 for 64. That extra tier of support. Thank you very much for sticking with us. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the broadcast. Shout out to the offline follows. We had a couple offline subscriptions as well on YouTube, which is basically following here on Twitch. Good morning over on the YouTube chat as well, Mr. Bubbles and Classy Saya. Of course, good morning here in the Twitch chat today. Welcome in here, Duelmaster D. What up, Kyle Ecstasy? What up, Brielle Basor? Let's get a quick beard check in here this morning. All right. We're a little ragtag today, but we're hanging in there. We're hanging in there. Good morning. What's up, Abyss Sans? What up, Steph L? Welcome to the show today, Great Bambi. Jerry Newman. Good to see you here today. Kit Kat Calzone again. Good morning. Welcome in here, Lights Come On. What up, Country Road? Valicia, welcome to the show. Nintendo. What up, Final Girl? Welcome in here, Raised by Hypocrites. Good morning. Ebony Bow, what up, Tam Perpetrator? Welcome to the show. I see Maharid in the house. Happy freaking Friday, y'all. What up, Rainy Mystic? Luna Paul's in the house. Zella Zephyrah's in the building. I see an Elliot B. I see a Pokemon fan and a UMT. I see a Pine Crossing as well. Good morning. Welcome in. All right. Do I have everything here? All of our T's crossed, all of our I's dotted. I think so. Hope everyone's feeling good. Hope you had a good Wednesday and Thursday. Ended up taking the Thursday. And getting stuff done around the house. Little recovery day after a stressful Wednesday with my cat. I had to take my cat to her first vet visit. Here, let's jump over to the game screen. We'll keep on yapping over there. Let's go. Come on, I'll meet you over there. Let's go. All right, some Pokopia today. We're gonna be doing some designing. And just chilling and chatting. Any interest in Subnautica 2? No, not early access. I've been playing Subnautica 1 to get kind of a fix since I've been kind of itching to play. I've been playing a little bit of Subnautica 1, a mod for it called Death Run. But no, I think I'm passing on early access. I don't know if Subnautica is the game to do early access for. I think I don't want to solve half a mystery. I don't want to do half of a, because Subnautica 1 was like a mystery. From start to finish, you're discovering all this stuff. I don't want to do just half a mystery. I don't know what they're offering. Right? I don't know what early access really offers, but I'm just chilling. I'll wait it out. I'll wait it out. Happy Friday. Day off spent playing Tears of the Kingdom. Nice. Strayheart. Nice. Very nice. We love a little bit of Tears of the Kingdom. Will you be streaming GTA 6 later? The trailer. Are we for sure getting a GTA 6 trailer, or isn't that just speculation? And sure, I wouldn't mind watching it live with y'all if you want. The only concern is that it's probably going to have like real life music and stuff in it. So it could end up like muting my VOD and stuff, but we could just turn it down during those parts. We could just watch it on low volume. Sure, if you guys would like to. Yeah, there's rumors that we're getting a trailer because there was a pre-order leak. There's like a 5-day discount pre-order leak that came out that's supposed to happen on the 17th of May. So people are speculating that we're going to get a trailer in the next couple of days. We'll see. Zapdo's going to cause a lightning storm here. When he first shows up, he definitely adds some spice, let me tell you. When he first shows up, he adds a little bit of extra spice to the mix. Where's my... Oh, it's the red chest. It's the red chest here. All right, and then let's grab another stack. Let's grab another 2 stacks of metal and get it cooked up here. Yo, good morning, Spartan Leonidas. What up, dude? How you been, man? Good to see you. Kyle likes games. What's up, Pegacorn Hero? Welcome to the broadcast, y'all. Good to see you. Yeah, how is Subnautica 2 though? I've been watching streams of it instead to get my fix. I've been watching a streamer play it, just on the side monitor, not really dedicated or anything. And it looks good. It looks great. It looks like they are delivering the product that we all wanted and meeting our expectations. And then again, the only problem is early access. We don't even know how much of the game is completed. They said it won't be done for 2 to 3 years. So it's like, dude, how much of the game can be done if they're not anticipating 1.0 for 3 years? Like, okay, I don't even want to touch the game at all right now. Like, I just, that's a long time for early access, man. At least for a single player game, and not some weird Fortnite nonsense. Yo, what up, Jason? Welcome to the show, baby. We are referring to Subnautica 2 at the moment. Just came out in early access yesterday. A pretty highly anticipated game that a lot of people fell in love with. And it went through some legal issues and it triumphed, which is a pretty awesome story in the gaming space. And I just watched Noctowl walk into the lava door. That's so funny. Maybe they want feedback. Yeah, that's how they develop their games. They literally put out a post and they said, we develop our games based on a feedback. So we put a game out there, we have you guys give us feedback, and then we create the product that everybody wants, including us. Which is a noble idea, a noble cause, you know, to just throw something out there and say, okay, now we're going to create it together as a community. That is a style of game design that can be good sometimes. It's a style of game design that can be really good when a community comes together to create a product that everybody loves. You know, I don't think it's my favorite style of game design. I like it when game design was a piece of art and that a developer creates a game and then a gamer plays it and that's it. And there isn't feedback and there isn't, I want this and this should be better. I think I prefer gaming to be art. So personally, I think that game development that is done in this way is not the best. And I'm not saying it can't be good. I'm not saying it can't be amazing. I just don't think it's the best way to go about stuff. But hey, we've gotten some wonderful games out of this style of game development. You know, we've gotten some wonderful games. You know, for example, Baldur's Gate 3 was actually early access and feedback focused. I don't know if you guys knew this, but the original release of Baldur's Gate 3 in early access wasn't as even close to as popular as the game that won Game of the Year. When it first released, everyone had a lot of things to say, and they took feedback, they fixed the game, they cleaned it up, and they made a product that won Game of the Year. So like, I just wanted to give an example of where like early access can be really good, and this style of game development can be really healthy. Again, it might not be my favorite, but I see it function well. So I can't wait to play Subnautica 2 in 2030. When the game is done and they got all the feedback that they want, and it's gonna be great. But I'm riding it out for 3 years. I don't really want to touch the game until it's done. I just don't really see the value in playing it before it's done. I can just go play Subnautica 1, which is what I've been doing a little bit. And like, it's a great game. And it's on sale for like $7. So I bought it for PC. I just like being along for the real-time story development. Yo, what's up, Majinx? Good morning. Windrose early access is really good. I beat it twice so far, millions of copies sold. Yeah, plus early access can mean different things. Some games release in early access completed and they just want to clean it up. Some games release in early access far from completed. So like, it depends, right? There's so many factors. You know, like it really does depend. It just depends on the product and what's happening. And I think Subnautica is making a really good decision here because Subnautica 1 was full feedback based and it became a great game. So I respect these developers for sticking to their guns and approaching the product or the game. You know, I'm calling it a product like I'm a CEO suit, but it's just a term that really applies because I like using that word, because I like to use verbiage that reminds everybody that at the end of the day, we are the ones that make the decision on if something's good. It's no different than us walking to Walmart and then looking at 2 different body washes and buying one of them. It's just a digital thing, you know? So at the end of the day, I know it's a game and like, it's video games, but it's like, you know, it's important that we're reminded that, you know, we're buying things off of a shelf here digitally, and it matters where we put our money. You know what I mean? I'm currently embarking on a road trip to Vermont. Nice, dude. Where are you from, Cero Nacho? Is it a long drive? The longest road trip I've ever been on was to North Carolina. Come on and raise up. Take your shirts off. Spinning around your head like a helicopter. North Carolina, come on and raise up. That was the longest road trip I've ever been on. Me and my auntie and my cousin drove to meet up with their friends. They knew some people out there. I was pretty young. I was like maybe 13, maybe 15, maybe. And we all paddled into the car and we drove to North Carolina, and it was cool. I got to see beautiful mountain ranges through Pennsylvania. I mean, honestly, it was a great trip. It was one of my favorite trips ever. Why am I online shopping for body wash right now? That's freaky. I come in and you're singing one of my hubby's favorite songs. He's an NC native. What up, gamer mama? Nice. Nice. I'm from NY, so it's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. That's not terrible at all, dude. Have a safe trip, man. Have a safe trip, dude. It's good to see you here today. Moving from Florida to, what is that, Minneapolis? Is that what MN is? Or Maine? Is that Maine? I did PA to Florida. Minnesota. I knew what it was. That's what I meant to say. That's what I meant. Anyways, let's just move on. I don't want to reveal how uncultured I really am. I knew, dude. In my brain, I meant to say Minnesota because I was gonna make a joke about how they speak because that's what everyone does. Anyways, my longest road trip was Central New York to Tennessee, about 14 hours. Yikes. I always heard that Ohio to Florida is about 15, like maybe 18 hours. I think it's like 18. I can't remember. Maybe it's 14. And then we're excited about the NFL schedule release. What's so special about that? I'm not asking rudely, like I'm sincere. So what's so special about the NFL schedule release? Is it just like what teams are playing what teams, or when you can expect certain matchups? Is that what this is all about? When you can expect certain matchups? Did the Cavs get knocked out of the playoffs? Does anybody know? Last I heard, we were down 2-1, and it was game 4, and all the Cavalier fans were crying. Cavs are up 3-2. It's another game 7 situation. Oh wait, game 6 situation. So it's gonna have to. So they can win right now. If they win the next game, they're done. Or I think it's the Pacers, right? Our top. It's the Pacers, right? Or wait, I think we're playing. I can't remember who we're playing. It's the Pistons right now. It's the Pistons. Interesting. All right, so we could either win or it's going to go to game 7, which would be the second game 7 series, which imagine how exhausted those dudes are at this point. There's a rivalry in the house. That's funny, dude. Wow. So wait, what city is the Pistons from? What city is the Pistons from? Detroit. Oh, wow. Detroit, Cleveland in the playoffs. Oh, wow. Listen, there's a saying in Cleveland, and I only ever heard this. I've never used it. But the saying goes, the only place worse than Cleveland is Detroit. That's what we say out here in the land. That's what we say out here in the land. The only place worse than Cleveland is Detroit. I don't know if it's true, but that's what I hear. That's what they say around these parts. That's what. What up, they Sam? There's yo Recyclops. Thanks for 26, baby. Can we get some love in the chat? Yo, what up, Silver? Yeah. So what's up with the NFL schedule? What is that? We get their whole schedule. We know if it's a home or away. Yeah, all right. So it's about the matchups and home or away and stuff like that. Cool. I hope y'all enjoy your sports ball. I can pretend like I can talk about it because I can pretend like I can talk about anything. But in all reality, I don't know anything about sports. And I'm the last person you should be talking to about any sports ever. But I'm real good at shooting the ish, but I don't know anything about anything. I'm just, whatever. What's up, Maxine? I might have an answer for you. Go ahead, shoot. Yo, if I missed y'all rolling into the stream, good morning and welcome to the broadcast here today. I might do some Lego Star Wars later, but it's probably going to be tonight. I think we'll be coming back for some Lego Star Wars tonight for a night stream. Yo, what up, Pandamochium, by the way? Good to see you. Yeah, yes. Apparently Subnautica 2, it has multiplayer now, which, dude, the idea of playing Subnautica with one other or two other people or whatever, I'm assuming it's one other person, and that would be so much fun. Imagine getting to play Subnautica, the survival game, but you don't have to survive alone. Because that's the one thing that Subnautica does really well, is the feeling of isolation and you're all alone. So taking that away from Subnautica and turning it into a co-op survival experience is pretty cool. And if you can do that on hardcore difficulty, that's a mate. That's what I want right there. 4 people, or just even 2. Hardcore, everyone taking it as serious as possible. Don't die, right? Like, that would be that's gaming right there. That's why I got into Minecraft originally, way back in the day, for that exact experience. 4 buddies coming together to survive in an unknown land. Back when Minecraft was actually terrifying. Now, it still is sometimes, but they made the overworld really cozy. And now if you want to get scared in Minecraft, you got to go underground pretty far. You got to go find the deep dark and stuff. Then you can pee your pants, Yeah, Pandamochium, I saw that. In Subnautica 1, you can put a mod in for that. But otherwise, it's not built into the game, yeah. Yo, good morning, Dania. So Pandamochium on YouTube is saying that in Subnautica 2, they added crafting from storage. What did I tell y'all? Every crafting game needs to have crafting from storage here on out, unless it's a critical component to the gameplay loop. Because this is the new bar, the new standard. This is required. Right? So like I find it so funny that nowadays, like, every good crafting game that comes out, crafting from storage. Do you by any chance have 10 wheat that I can have? Yeah, sure. Wait, can you trade? Can you even trade in this game like that? Yeah, wait a second. I don't think you can actually trade. How would that even work? Yeah, you can't actually trade in this game, can you? No, you can't do that. So you can take pictures though, right? Maybe you can take a picture? Can you take a picture of wheat or wheat seeds? Yeah, you can't trade. This game doesn't have trading. But we can help you out in other ways. Can I have your Mewtwo? I can only watch Subnautica. It scares the poo out of me. Yeah, dude. Subnautica makes me fight my fears in a good way. It's like one of the only games that I can play that are kind of scary, because it's not like, I don't know, something about Subnautica just hits differently when it comes to how it scares you, how it makes you feel. It's the perfect kind of fear for a guy like me who's a scaredy cat. For some reason, it like empowers me actually. Like, overcoming my fear in Subnautica feels really empowering. That doesn't feel that way for me in other games. That's the thing. Like, that's the difference between somebody who's a scaredy cat and someone who isn't, is that generally I don't get empowered over overcoming my fear. That's the people who like to be scared get empowered and they get adrenaline and they like that. I don't. When I'm scared, that is not a good feeling for me. I don't like it. It's not something I want to do. But for some reason, Subnautica's type of fear makes me feel good when I overcome it. And I don't feel this way about any other fears besides for roller coasters. Roller coasters felt really good to overcome as a kid, but I couldn't overcome them past pretty small rides. But those couple small moments where I did ride like the Mantis at Cedar Point, I did feel pretty empowered, but I never felt empowered going through a haunted house. I never felt empowered going through a haunted hayride. I never felt empowered playing Amnesia. And I never felt empowered watching The Ring. Though that type of scary doesn't feel good to me. It's not fun, it's terrifying, and I don't want anything to do with it.
You happy Friday fan.
I've been doing that in the forest with my friends. I'm a lot more confident exploring caves, yeah. I loved your Subnautica playthrough. Yeah, it's on YouTube, y'all. If y'all want to watch me play Subnautica while you're playing Subnautica, go to my YouTube and check it out. And while you're at it, get some love in the chat for Mossy Paws hitting us with a freaking 58er monther. Thank you again, Recyclops, as well. Good morning to Majinx. Thanks for the daily check-ins. Good to see some of y'all in here today. Konekota. Good morning, Cindy Alice. If you're lurking, enjoy your lurk. Just Naders, welcome in here. Elephant, Adelaide Kate, good to see you. Yeah, isn't the storage area coming together? Take a look, everybody. This is what we worked on the last episode. So to come back to Earth briefly, this is on the last episode. This is what we worked on. I don't know if we're gonna keep this ceiling and floor yet and the wallpaper, but I think I will. I think I like what this looks like. Now, keep in mind, we might do some more decorating in here, maybe some lights or something. It's not done yet, but we're getting there. And then this is going to be my crafting room, and I'm going to change the flooring and the walls for just this back part. And I'm going to make it look kind of plush and posh and like a little secret area, like a lounge. And we're gonna change these curtains to match whatever we do, like lounge wise. I might even put some more this way. Like I might break these walls down and add some more this way. But there's a secret here. And one of these doors actually open. And if you open it up, then it's gonna lead to a secret door. And that secret door, which I'm still working on this door, by the way. We're not done with it completely, but this is about as far as we got. So you're gonna find a secret gate. Only one of these curtains will lead to the right door. And then once you go through, you'll find a flame and a button, and you're gonna press the button. It's gonna open up the lava. It's gonna open the door, and it's gonna bring waterfalls down. And then you're gonna find an elevator. And then we're gonna take this elevator, and it's gonna go down into our secret base. And we're gonna design the secret base kind of off of the secret bases from Generation 3. So they're going to be very nature focused, just straight up in a hole, like with rugs. Does that make sense? Like it's going to be dirt and rock and grass and hedges, and it's going to have some rugs. Like it's going to be very similar to like Gen 3 secret bases. Like it's going to straight up be like in the dirt. But I think that's going to be cool. I'm going to carve out like a weird shaped cave. It's not going to be symmetrical. It's not going to be fancy. It's really going to be a cave. And I'm going to try to make it as close to the original secret bases. And that's what we got so far. So this is what we worked on the last episode. And we got a lot of work to do still. But I needed to take a break from Fuchsia City, so that when I could come back to Fuchsia City, I felt recharged. And well, today we're feeling pretty recharged. So we're going to come back to Fuchsia City. Let's go show it off, and let's get some inspiration on what we're going to be doing next here in the Fuchsia City build. So for those that don't know, we're redesigning some of the Generation 1 towns. And let me go make sure I have some food. Okay, I am good. And we decided to start with Fuchsia City from Gen 1. We are designing it based off of Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, because fun fact, all of the cities in this game are loosely designed off of Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. So even though this whole game is based in Generation 1, if you do your research, you'll quickly find that it's actually based off of Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee's Generation 1. Everything. And the more you play those games, or you go and you like do your research like I did, you'll see it everywhere. It's really interesting. So it's actually inspired me to play Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. So if y'all are down, I think we're gonna slide a little Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee playthrough in soon-ish, if we have some time this summer. I want to go back to ZA first though. I decided that going back to ZA first feels like the right thing to do, because we really did just stop playing ZA before we got a chance to actually get our Floette. We never got our Floette. I went to Champions to do some battling, and we never got our freaking Floette, dude. I'm like, what? I gotta go back and do that. I don't even have my Floette, one of the strongest characters in Champions. So here's our design though. This is what we've been working on here. Here's what we've been working on here. Let me catch up on the chat real quick, but first I would like to go grab Tink. Let me go grab Tink Master real quick. Let me go grab Tink Master. And then we'll come back, because we need her to build this Pikachu fountain. I think she's at the Skylands. Wait, no, she's not. I moved her. I'm such a noob. What up, Trips 14? Good to see y'all. Good to see ya. Good morning, Mrs. Pirate. Thank you again, Mossy Paws. What up, Cat? Good to see ya, Lucinda the Forest Gnome. Lucinda the Forest Gnome, my favorite. All right, everyone. Lucinda's arrived. That means it's time. It's time. The Forest Gnome has arrived officially. You know what that means? It's time to get our Forest Gnome on, baby. Let's go. Lucinda has arrived officially. That means it's time to get down. Yo, get it, baby. Get it, fake Frodo. Get it, my character from Animal Crossing New Horizons. Get it, fake Frodo. My favorite is when Timu Hagrid shows up. You guys ready? In 3, 2, 1, go. Sorry, I thought it was sooner than it is. He's coming though, I swear. I swear he's coming, dude. He's coming. Hold on. I forgot about the bridge. Okay, here it is. There he is. Oh, oh, there he is, dude. What up, Hagrid? Freaking fake Hagrid, dude. Yo, what up, Chelsea Piper? Good morning. Happy Friday, y'all. Peepo fluters, man. Peepo fluters. Wait, dude, this is the extended edition. There's another 2.5 minutes. Wait, this is the long version. I've never found this one, dude. Oh my gosh. I'm used to only 2.5 minutes, dude. I was wondering why it wasn't ending. I'm like, this is not what I committed to. Good morning, everyone. Welcome on in here. It's Friday and we're hanging out. We're playing some Pokopia. We're just chatting a little bit. We're doing some designing today because designing is nice and cozy to talk over. So that's what we're here to do. That's what we're here to do. Thanks for hitting that like button on YouTube and welcome to the show, by the way. I don't know what movie that's from, Mr. Bubbles. I have no idea. Whatever it is, it's obviously the prequel to Lord of the Rings. It's the long lost cousin Lord of the Rings movie. The lost long cousin. Yeah, you can make the Ditto jump. Yeah, it's cute. Need more Flute Fridays. What up, Casino Roy? What up, Miss Aileen? Good to see you, Miss Aileen. Have you played any more Forever? Have you played any more Forever, by the way? Any more Forever, gang? That game was fun. I haven't loaded it up since. I tried loading it up the night that we played it on stream, but it was still kind of down. The servers were still bugging out. So my current fix, I was playing World of Warcraft, and then I decided to load up Subnautica for the first time since I beat it, way back in 2021. And I installed a thing called Death Run. So what Death Run is it takes Subnautica and it ups everything. It makes it way more difficult. Every facet you could imagine, it makes more difficult. And it takes Subnautica and it makes it rude. It makes it brutal. And it's like, I don't know, it's just so nasty. So I've already died 8 times because I'm playing permadeath. I've already died 8 or 9 times. It's that difficult. And I'm finally on my longest run ever. And I'm at the point to where I need to go and get ghost weed. If you've played Subnautica, this is where it starts to get scary. I've done a lot. And now I'm finally, I'm pretty much at a choke point where I have to go get some ghost weed to get my freaking my first vehicle, real vehicle, so I can start playing the game, you know? Oh, I'm so terrified. I'm so terrified because I'm on permadeath. I've put a lot of work into this character and I don't know what to expect because Death Run is so extra difficult. So there's so many little details that I don't understand. The way Death Run is designed, you're not supposed to win your first couple runs. You're supposed to play it a lot. So prayers, thank you. What up, Jessica? Hey. Yo, good morning, Shapeshifter. So yeah, I played a little bit of Subnautica in my free time, but I'm pretty much playing World of Warcraft TBC Classic right now in Subnautica, and I'm looking to start No Man's Sky again. But while I wait to find the opportune moment to bring No Man's Sky back to our night streams, I am just playing World of Warcraft, and not even a lot. I joined a guild and I was thinking about raiding and doing the actual thing. And then I left the guild and changed my mind because I just don't have the time to do all that. So I'm just farting around. I barely play the game. My sub lapses in 2 days, and then I'm gonna have to find something else to do. I found the last Pokemon to fill my Pokedex. Minun was a pain. Minun was a pain, dude. Good to see you, Poistar. Congratulations. What vehicle uses Ghost Weed? The Seamoth, but only in the Death Run. I don't think that it uses Ghost Weed outside of Death Run. How did you behave at the vet? So I haven't told the vet story yet. I've been avoiding it so far this morning. Has anybody noticed? All right, let's talk about it. I was waiting just a little bit. So the vet yesterday on Wednesday was quite the journey. Good morning, Didius Maximus. So holy heck, was it a nightmare, man. She is not the cat. She is just not that cat, dude. Holy heck, was it a trip. So is this where I want it? Yes. So I started the process about an hour and a half before I had to leave. And that was a mistake. I should have started maybe 3 hours ahead. I thought an hour and a half would be enough. Man, I'll be honest, cat owners don't really tell you how bad this is because it's not this bad for everybody. But I'm going to say right now that this was probably one of the most brutal things I have ever gone through when it comes to like, because I've never owned a pet before, so that isn't like a super bold thing to say, but what's wrong with my marker? What's wrong with my Magnemite right now? But like, it was the, like, you only hear about this when you actually bring up the comment, right? Like when you bring up to people like, oh, I'm taking the cat to the vet, and like you tell stories, then you go on like Reddit and stuff and you read about it. But it's funny how like little people talk about just how brutal it can be to get a cat to get into a carrier. Nobody talked about it. Nobody told me anything about how bad this was gonna be. People said it would be a little rough. You go on Reddit and everyone's like, just pick her up and put her in. Just pick her up and put her in. Oh yeah. Listen, this cat doesn't even want to be picked up. It's impossible. I am not going to pick this cat up. Like it's impossible. The only thing I could do, you know, outside of the scruffing stuff, which is like not recommended for adult cats, would require a lot of force, or what was recommended on Reddit was some welding gloves. They're like, get some welding gloves so you can just deal with it, right? I'm beat up, I'm cut up, I'm bit, I'm slashed up. This cat's claws go deep. See, the towel trick doesn't work. She's hip to the towel trick. She's hip. I tried to throw a towel over her. I tried to put a blanket over her. You don't understand. She's hip to all of that. As soon as I even attempted to grab her, even a little bit, she activated her most feral mode possible, right? And she wasn't even letting me get close to her. So as soon as she caught wind of what was going on, she wasn't like, I couldn't even get close to her. Like, I'm talking, if I would stand up from sitting, she was gone, hiding under a bed. If I sat down and pulled out a treat, if she walked towards me for the treat, if I even moved a muscle, she was gone. So I ran into this really terrible issue. I spent almost 2 hours trying to get this cat to work with me. This cat would not work with me. There was no picking this cat up. There was no top loader, none of this. Nothing was work. Like, this does not exist in my universe. Every little bit of advice on the internet, none of it It works for this cat right now. It's like it was done. And all it took was one moment where she realized what I was trying to do. It was over. So I sat there for about an hour and a half trying to make it work. Eventually, I decided that I needed to reset. So I was like, all right, so I sat in the living room and I'm like trying to get her to come up to this stool because I had this plan devised. So 15 minutes go by and she's not coming out of hiding. So I call the vet and I'm like, yo, I'm not going to be able to make it. Can I reschedule? They're like, no. And they're like, also, you're forfeiting your free vet visit and the next one's $100. And I'm like, wow. So you're not going to give me any grace. I'm a new cat owner. I don't know anything I'm doing. They're like, nah, you should have known that ahead of time. Deal with it. I'm like, what? I didn't know that this was going to be this way. I'm a new cat. Like, I don't know anything. Nobody told me this was going to be this bad. I'm sorry I didn't assume this, but nobody told me this was going to be this bad. So they're like, just sorry, dude. So all of a sudden, while I'm on the phone asking this lady questions on how I handle this, I'm like, they're like, oh, some people use a towel. I'm like, I tried that. All of a sudden she comes out of hiding. So I'm like, okay, wait a second, lady. I'm like, I think I have a chance. So I'm like, don't cancel yet. So the lady's like, well, I already canceled it. And I'm like, no. And she's like, what? And I'm like, stop. I'm like, I have a chance. And she's like, huh? And I'm like, no. And I'm like, if I'm not there by 1:40 sharp, then cancel it. But I have a chance. And I hung up the phone. All of a sudden, she walks up and she jumps on the stool, the ottoman where she gets pets from me normally, to lick the plate that has Churu on it. I was already trying Churu for the hour. It wasn't working. So she's already high on catnip. Nothing's working. I already tried catnip. At this point, the catnip probably made things worse because she's a little high while she's dealing with this, right? So all of a sudden, she gets up on the stool, but guess what? Here was my plan. Listen, I had the cat carrier top loader right next to the stool. This was a plan I was trying. So she jumps on the stool to lick the Churu. And I think I moved the fastest I've ever moved in my life. Grabbed her whole body and pushed her into the top loader, and it worked. And she was like, her claws were sticking. So I unfortunately wasn't told that the claws would make this worse. So side note real quick, you're supposed to get a hardcover cat carrier because if they don't want to go in, they use their claws to stop from going in because material. Whereas if you get a hardcover one, the claws don't work. So here we go. I push her in and she's got two claws hanging on the doors and she's trying to fight and I'm holding her down. Right? And and then I'm picking her claws up one by one while I'm holding her down like I'm freaking killing Simba. As Mustafa, as I'm killing Simba. I'm like one claw at a time, like poink, poink, poink. And she goes in, and I'm holding her down. I zip it up. She's freaking out. She's scratching everywhere. Like I said, I'm mauled today. I have I'm like, my hands are all cut up. And she's can you guys hear her meowing? She is moaning right now because she knows I'm talking about her. Come here, Midna. Come here, Midna. She is moaning right now. Where'd you go? Oh, she left the room because I was ignoring her. Yeah, stop talking, Ish. So I didn't take I really should have took this picture that I'm about to say. So anyways, story over. I got her into the cat carrier. I opened up my phone. I already had the Uber ready. I clicked Uber. The Uber arrived in 7 minutes. We got to the vet at like 1:43 or something. And I like came storming in like, I'm here. And I got my vet visit. So success. Unfortunately, I have to do it again soon because I want to get some blood work and they don't do that stuff on the fly. And I also want to get her shots because her yearly shots are in October. So this September, we're going to go back and we're going to get her blood work and we're going to get her shots. So I have a couple months to actually try to train her because I got a bunch of advice off the internet on how to handle this for next time. And I'm pretty excited about the advice. So like, I'm going to start training her around this for next time. I thought I was maybe doing enough by putting the carrier in the room and stuff, you know, the standard stuff, but that's just not the case. Like, I need to actually do a lot of work before the next visit, and I think I can make that process a little smoother. I'm also going to get a new carrier. So, all right, I need one Pokemon. Come with me, dude. So, yeah, I have the carrier out 24/7. None of that mattered. So we're going to start training her around the carrier instead. I thought I did everything right. That's what I'm trying to say to you, Grandma Carol. That's what I'm trying to say. Nobody actually said anything about how bad this was going to be. I'm not talking about you guys. I'm talking about in general, the general nobody on planet Earth. This is what I'm saying. Like, nobody said, like, everyone's like, oh, just leave the carrier out for 24/7. You know, put some blankets, put some clothing in there. It'll be fine. No, nothing that I did mattered. And I had the most miserable 2 hours of my life. And it was just so shocking how actually bad it was. Like, no, I did everything that I thought that I should do. The only thing that I didn't do that I guess I could have did was like train her around it, which is what I'm going to do now. Right? Anytime she uses the carrier in the room, I'm going to give her treats and I'm going to try to train her around it. Cause like, it's just like I feel like I did everything I could have done. Every little bit of advice everybody gave me, except for one person who reached out and was like, you need to start doing test runs. And I didn't like that idea because I thought she was going to learn to quickly be terrified of the carrier. And I didn't want her first trip to be her. She sees the carrier and she's gone. But that person was right. I should have did some test runs and like tried to get her in there and then left her in there for an hour, then took her out and got her comfortable with it because like that I really should have listened to the test run advice because I didn't realize how bad this was going to be. Yeah, I didn't like that was the best advice that I could have taken that I didn't. Yeah, and like I've been trying to slowly get her comfortable with getting picked up. She's just not that cat. I do like little approaches. I'll like approach her and try to like lightly pick her up and then I back off. And like you can't even like, as soon as my hands exert even a teeny bit of pressure, she's gone. Even during petting, like if I'm petting her and like I put a little bit of pressure to like maybe kind of like I get her really relaxed and then like maybe try to like lift her up a little bit, she's gone. She's a really standoffish about being picked up. Something about that is not her favorite thing. I imagine she might warm up and maybe she'll be the kind of cat later that lets me pick her up. That's a possibility, you know? But as of right now, that's not her vibe. She's just not trying to be picked up. What's up, coordinator? Good to see you today. I fear that's the experience for many of us. If training doesn't go well, you have some other options too. Now you're a real bona fide cat dad. Yo, what up, Shadows Benji? But I didn't end up taking a picture of this, and I don't know why. I'm beating myself up about it. However, after everything was said and done, she went and she hid for like 2 hours when she came home. And then she came out, she ate the rest of the catnip in the carrier, curled up, and went to sleep in the carrier right next to my desk. That it was still sitting there. After everything was said and done, after she came home, like 2 hours of hiding, she came out of hiding around 4 or 5 p.m. She ate some catnip, got stoned, and passed out in the carrier. I was like, you son of a, like, of, you. And I was like, you're actually kidding me, dude. Actually kidding me, dude. She wanted that catnip. She really likes catnip. Yeah, the vet kind of sucked. I think I do have to switch vets. They were all weird and standoffish, and like the vet themselves did actually answer all my questions and was really patient. They don't offer drugs to help get them. They're like a more holistic vet. So they're like, we don't offer any drugs to sedate them for you to bring them home. They don't offer home visits. And the story of me on the phone was with the clerk, was with the, you know, the person who answers the phones. So really that person was the one that was like kind of rude and like not really being helpful at all. But the vet themselves were like relatively helpful. They answered all my questions. Everything was cool, yada, yada. So, but they also book 3 months in advance. So it's pretty rough. They're pretty booked out. Apparently that's normal. Like outside of emergency vets, apparently that's pretty normal. Couple weeks, you have to wait maybe 6 weeks or something. So they book pretty far out. Like I think the closest appointment I could get, not that I need one right now, is the end of June, the start of July, is what they said. I'm like, all right, 6 weeks isn't bad. Don't let the vet make you feel bad. It's normal to need some medical support for kitty vet visits. Yeah, they were like, nah, we don't do that apparently. So this is the work we did the other day. I really love this little park area with the trees, and then we're gonna have bushes in here and flowers. This turned out great, dude. This turned out great, chat. Look how nice this is. Once the Pikachu fountain's done, hopefully we get a Ditto face. Let's do a prediction on if we're gonna get a Ditto face at 10:14 here. You guys down? Let's do a prediction. Will we get a Ditto face? Will we get a Ditto face Pikachu fountain? I don't even know what the odds are. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what the odds are. So good luck. Tables are open. My clinic I can usually get within a week or two. They also have 3 vets. Yeah. So I'm looking into a new vet maybe, because I don't know how normal 6 weeks to a month is. Like I'd like to be able to like schedule stuff and get it done, not have to wait months. So I'm proud of you. Oh, thank you, chat room. It's tough stuff, man. It was brutal, dude.
Okay, that's all the time I've got. I gotta get back to playing Animal Crossing New Leaf.
On my Nintendo 3DS. What's up, Kumazoku? Good morning. What up, Lynn Love? Yeah, Minna's good, everybody. Yeah, Minna's good. Yeah, to be clear, she came home and she went right back to herself after 3 hours. She's good. And, you know, I wasn't worried about our relationship or anything. That's the last thing I was stressed out about. I was stressed out about missing the appointment. I was stressed out about hurting her. You know, like that's it. Like her getting hurt and then the appointment and me just losing out on $100. Now I do have pet insurance and apparently it works like a rebate. So like apparently the way pet insurance works is like, it's like a rebate. So like the $100 would eventually come back to me, I guess. So it's not the end of the world if I did miss the appointment. That was the part that the lady was so rude about. Cause I was like, all right, so you can't let me delay this appointment to get my free appointment. And she was like, no. And I'm like, all right. And I'm like, so I have pet insurance. How does that work? And she's like, well, that's the pet insurance's business. And I'm like, what is that? Like, what does that mean? I'm like, what? She's like, well, we just give you an invoice and then you send that to them and they handle it. And I'm like, what? And I'm like, so it's like a rebate? And then she explained like, yeah, it's like a rebate. Like, and I'm like, so how do I know if my pet insurance accepts your type of vet? Like, do you guys have like a list of insurance companies that you guys use? Like, how does this work? And she's like, that's all handled on the vet's end. And I'm just like, or sorry, on the insurance's end. And I'm like, okay, but like, you don't have any knowledge for me? Like, how does this all work? Again, I should reiterate, I'm a new pet owner. This is my first ever pet. I'm just looking for knowledge. I'm stressed out. I just spent an hour and a half trying to chase my cat down. I'm bleeding in 3 places and you can't answer a question? I was like, I'm like, dude, like, what am I doing to you, lady? I'm not like asking you to pull teeth. I'm like, do you not understand how frustrated I am right now? Like, please give me some grace, dude. Like, what is your deal, Becky? I'm like, dude, I'm just asking for information. Like, I can't be the world's first new pet owner. Like, I just can't be, right? Like, come on, dude. Yo, what up, Ghostface Killer? Good to see you, man. What up, Banana Milk? Welcome to the show. All right, let's go ahead and decorate these little areas with flowers and bushes. Let's decide what we want to do here. So let's grab as much different flowers as we can and figure out what we're doing here. We might need more wildflowers, which I think we're gonna have to print off, unfortunately. But we did just get a bunch more Pokemetal and stuff, so we should be good to print off a bunch of stuff. I just had to take my cat to the vet for a surprising allergy. Poor girl had to go to the vet 3 times in 2 weeks. Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, and I forgot to say, so Minda's got a clean bill of health for the most part, but she is just passing into senior cat. So now we have to do more research and we want to do a deeper look. And I requested some blood work and stuff. And this is also recommended by the vet for her turning into a senior cat. So everything's good though. Clean bill of health and all that nonsense. Everything's good. So just for those that were curious about that, we're good. We're good. Everything's good. We're good. So what was I doing over here? Did I just run out of dark dirt? Is that why I stopped here? Did I just run out of dark dirt? I don't know why I stopped what I was doing here. Because I have a bunch of trees. Maybe I just didn't have those trees when I was doing this. That actually makes the most sense. I need to go farm up more alpine dirt. So we're gonna have to go do, what is that, a Clefairy Island? We're gonna have to do a Clefairy Island soon. Loving the tunes. Good to see you, Renee. Yeah, we ran out. Do 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 do. All right, nice. Yeah, good to see you, Renee. Good morning, Beth Chu. And that's the cat story. I was kind of saving it for people to get here a little bit before I told the story. So we're locked in. We're locked in. Everything's good. Yo, what up, Parappa? Happy to be back, man. Thank you for saying that, dude. Yeah, happy to be back. Everything is good in the end. It could have been worse, to be honest. Now I know what Didius Maximus feels like. What's up, Lizzie? Lurker here. Find a new vet for sure. My vet can see me for emergencies the next day or two. What up, Cozy Claws? Your name is fitting for this conversation. What's up, Briovitz? Good to see you here as well. Toad, of course, good morning. Chelsea Piper, good morning. What up, Hula? Good to see you here as well. I would do the same thing if you put me in a box. What up, K00? Does she like laser toys? Yeah, so thank you. I do want to take a moment to say thank you to everyone. I didn't reply to you, Planet Kitties. Good morning, by the way. And Canadian Dragon. But thank you, everyone, for your advice, though. Like, again, like, I was kind of joking when I was making the comments about, like, nobody ever tells you how bad it is. The truth is that I had a community give me a lot of advice on this journey, and you guys made everything a lot smoother than it ever would have been, ever. So thank you. Thank you very much. I do appreciate all the advice. I think in hindsight, no one really could have prepared me because every cat is so different. So it's like, I was kind of in for a ride. I guess really the thing that nobody told me was just how bad it was gonna be. Like, nobody really told me that until after. Once I started looking it on Reddit, I'm reading all these horror stories. One guy on Reddit, it took him 6 hours to get their cat into a box. And I'm like, oh my God. Like, yeah, it's like, it's funny because I guess that was the thing that no one really said to me. Was like, dude, you might want to start getting her in her crate 4 hours in advance because you're buckle up, like buckle up, buddy. Yo, what up, Noko? Thank you for 46. Can we get some love in the chat? Some H Des Midnas in the chat. All right, this is almost done here. About 45 minutes. All right, I think I want more wildflowers.
Happy Friday. Sending good vibes.
So yeah, to be clear, when I say no, no one warned me. I meant that as proverbially, just in general. I don't want my goal here was to make the chat not feel bad. Like, I don't want you guys to feel bad. Imagine somebody in the chat right now. Oh my gosh, we should have did better to prepare Hylian. Like, that's, thank you for everything you guys did try to help. Thank you. Thank you, Anana's Bliss, for 3 months. Good to see you today. Welcome to the show. Welcome back in here. Yeah, that's the biggest pro tip that I really could have used. The biggest pro tip that I got off the internet that would have made this process so much better is if I would have started the process from a bedroom with a closed door. Like, if I would have been in my office with the crate, she would have had nowhere to go. I probably would have been able to get her because she kept going under my bed and I cannot get under my bed. It just wasn't like, that's how she won the battle. I didn't realize that, like, I didn't think about that ahead of time. Like, I should have made her escape route smaller. Yo, what up, 8 Fee? What up? Good to see you. Kyle likes games. Good morning. It's really hard to say what I want to use without... All right, if we have so many wildflowers over there, we have a bunch over there. Do I want to do wildflowers again? We have tulips over there. Roses over there. I kind of don't like the way this works. I want there to be some height difference here. This bush is too samey. I'm thinking we might rotate purple in, or we might put flowers in between them for height. This bush just feels a little too samey. Yeah, I think we need height difference here. Yeah, people were saying do it in the bathroom. They were like, bring the crate into the bathroom, get her to come into the bathroom, close the door, and then there's virtually no space, and you can win the battle. Yo, what up, Spooky Art Goth? How you been? Yeah, the bathroom. These are all things I wish I knew ahead of time, but I just didn't do enough research. I really didn't think it was going to be that bad. I don't know why I didn't think it was going to be that bad, but I just didn't. Yo, what up, Dolore? I saw an hour special that was all about a K-pop star bringing his cat to the vet. What? Yo, thank you again, Noko. And Parappa for 33. Can we get some love in the chat? Parappa for the 33 Thank you, dude. And thank you for Noko for 46. And thank you again to Nana's as well. I appreciate you. I think I might have missed that one there, Parappa. Thank you, man. I thought I missed a message here coming in here from Kumazoku. Where'd it go? Yo, what's up, dude? I'm glad things seem to be going well. Congrats on the new cat. Love the name. Yeah, dude, things are going well, dude. Thanks for asking, man. All right, let's go grab some Pokemetal and let's do some printing real quick. So let's do some printing real quick. Was she that bad to Cage when you first picked her up? I didn't have to do that part. I wasn't in the room for it, so I don't know. Tired from a music festival? Dude, nice, man. Wait, the music festival? Was it like last weekend, or was it like a
1 month streak? H-day piece.
Usually those are on weekends. Did you? Oh, I went to the wrong place. Oopsies. Dude, we love some music. What up, Tab Flavor? Good morning, Deku fam. My cat goes on a leash and a harness to the vet. Yeah, rub it in, Aquana. Rub it in with your good behaved cats, all right? My only issue I have with my vet is that she always pooped herself during the road home after a vet session. That's funny. No, Midna didn't have an accident. I was worried about her having an accident in the... I was worried about her having an accident, but she didn't. Quite literally yesterday. Nice, dude. We love some live music, man. I hope you're well. It's good to see you, Spooks. All right, let's grab a stack of each. Let's grab 2 stacks of that. Back to Withered Waste we go. Good morning, WoW boys. Elden Ring and the Duskbloods coming to the Switch 2 next week. Still more coming to Switch 2 Reveal Game Showcase. I'm excited. I'm excited for June. I think June will be a big month for gaming. Oh, spooky archive. That took training, and getting an older cat can take a lot more that they could not be so into doing. Yeah, I know. It's going to take a while. Like I said, I wasn't like frustrated or anything with her. If there was one thing I knew during the whole process is that none of these frustrations and stuff had anything to do with her. You know what I mean? Like, so like my frustration with the situation, and then my frustration a little bit with the clerk, and then my frustration in general, just not realizing that I could have done a little bit better to prepare. I was like mostly frustrated with myself. Like, did it to the point to where my lady friend calls and she's like, so how'd it go? And I was like, I don't want to talk about it. And she's like, oh, okay, I'm sorry. Lady friend calls me and I'm Grump McGump status, like pissed. She's like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. And I'm like, I don't want to talk about that. I was just like so upset. A little bit about 20 minutes later, I was like, I was like, okay, I'm ready to talk about it now. And then we chatted a little bit, but I needed some time. All right, let's delete this. It takes a lot out of you for the day. I literally slept all day Wednesday afterwards. I was just straight exhausted. It seriously was mentally exhausting, dude. It was so exhausting. I was like, she called and I'm like, I'm just exhausted, dude. I can't do this right now. Like, I don't even want to talk. I was like, I'm just done right now. She was chill though. We talked later and I apologized. I was, you know, I felt bad for being so antisocial at the moment. All right, I think pink is the only one we don't have a picture of. Right, because I think we have pictures of the rest of them. Let's go check. Gonna enjoy my Deku shield. What up, Septius, dude? Good to see you, man. Yeah, it was fun, man. I texted the lady friend in the morning before it and was like, today's how I become a true cat dad. It's easy to love the little munchkins, but it's another thing to do the thing that you know that they hate. All right, purple, red, orange. Where's blue? Okay, I don't have a picture of blue. Let me go take a picture of blue. You know, it can be easy to love them. It's another thing to do the thing you know they hate, but the thing that's the right decision for them. Basically what all parents learn. I'm just a cat parent. That's the hard part. I've always said I wouldn't be a good dad because I would always want to spoil them. And that the hardest part for me being a dad would be making them do things they hated. And that's true. Like, I still feel that way after midnight. I'm like, boy, is that this the most troublesome part. Got cute games called Moss the Forgotten Relic and Moss the Forgotten Relic. I never heard of that. All right, do we want to use a bed of wildflowers here as well? Hold on, let me get some pink ones. I just need some pink ones for now. It costs 4 regular Pokemetal for 1 flower, which is not terrible, but still kind of brutal. Let me just make 10 of them for now. My dog's a little faker at the vet. My partner always has to carry him into the examination room, but as soon as the vet takes him back to do his treatments, he gets all excited and acts like it's his favorite place ever. Aw. Yo, what's up, Unicorn Sparkle? How you feeling, dude? I understand those mixed feelings. 3D printed flowers. Makes me think of the new Subnautica, where they're 3D printing humans. Do 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 do. Beepo popo. Thank you, Cozy, for hitting Aelith with the TLDR. Yeah, thank you. Cozy, do you want to like add that to that? Like, do you want to adjust the cat command with that exact sentence that you said?
Good morning, fama lamb HD link. Donk HD.
Here, I can actually do it. Never mind, I'll do it. No, I didn't mean to refresh the YouTube page. Yikes. Oh. Okay, the stream should be good. I'll do it. Hold on, I got it right here. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, cool. Cat command is updated. Cat command is updated. So we can just use that for people who are curious. I'll even edit it and say vet Midna's first vet visit. There we go. Because then we don't have to tell the story again. Yo, what's up, Exhaustion? Good to see you. You know, unless I feel like it, which I might. Just catching up on the chat here today. Dude, I'd love to hear what music you went to go see, Spooks, if you want to share, but no worries if not. Sometimes that stuff is personal. Thank you, Septius, for the 2-month resub, and thank you, Exhaustion, for the 14-month resub. Wait, did the 14-monther come through? Did I just miss it? I might have just missed it. Let me adjust my volume settings. I'm missing my resubs today. It did go through. Okay, yeah. Let me adjust my volume settings. I'm missing them here. Okay. Snapped me out of my work trance. All right, and then we have to decide how are we gonna handle the. Do we want to line this with bushes or do we want to put them closer to the inside? What's up, Angel Baby? I think we line flowers around the inside or the outside because we want to show off the dirt a little bit. I could spend hours with decisions like these. Same. Just the 2 bushes on the inside, maybe. Everything else is just flowers. So that we really have that height. And, oh, you're good, Cozy. Nah, as soon as I asked, I realized I could do it. And that it was only going to take me a second. Oh, and thank you for sending that my way, Parappa. Thank you, dude. Anyways. Honestly, I think these elegant flowers could be really nice here. I guess the real question is do I want to use flowers that we've used elsewhere to keep things consistent? Or do I want to use flowers that we have not used anywhere else? I think I'll use these roses. Yeah, let's do the roses. Yo, thanks for the 100 biddies. Thanks for the 250, Cozy. You're a psycho wiener. How many hours do you have into the game? A lot, dude. Let's go check real quick. We're pretty deep. We beat the game. We have 235. So we're cooking. What up, Bioshock? Good to see you, bud. Thank you, hype trainers. Appreciate the support coming in. My Asami kitty just joined me on my desk trying to knock everything off. That's one of the things where, in a weird way, I'm kind of blessed, because currently Midna doesn't really find herself on tables or anything. I've only ever seen her on a table or something a couple times. She seems to enjoy, like, she only does that stuff either when I'm not around or super rarely. And it would be naive to assume that she doesn't do it ever, but like rarely. So she's not knocking stuff off my desk, not yet anyways. Sometimes I have to remind myself that we're still in like the 3-month phase, basically. Like, we're just kind of getting out of the 3-month with her. Sometimes I have to remind myself of that, because like technically we're still bonding and she's still very new to my home. What up, an off day? And I'll tell you right now, that vet visit was the biggest reminder of that could have ever been given to me. That, like, for as well acclimated as she has been, like, you know, she's still very fresh to coming home, you know what I mean? Like, Bam, 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 bam. Do I have pink rose seeds? I don't, so I'm gonna have to print it. Gonna have to print it. Gonna have to. All right. I took my rescue a full year to get completely comfortable with this. I hate when I do this. I hate when I do this so much. I have to full on replace this. There's nothing I can do besides for punch it and then put it back. I just have to replace it, basically. I almost hate pulling out the rototiller because I just know that's gonna happen. All right, we'll print just a handful of pink roses so we have a couple laying around. A snowshoes Siamese. They're known to do that. They like to be high off the ground. Thanks for the biddies, Unicorn. All right, if we get our hype train, our hype train's 30 seconds away from passing out. So salutes in the chat. And thank you everybody for the support coming in. Thank you very much. I was trying to see what emotes are unlocked. They just added new emotes to unlock. Like, I'm getting some kind of weird fish. They added some new emotes. There's like a new bop emote. Cozy, stop it, dude. I need the frog. What frog are you talking about? What are you talking about? I don't see a frog. What frog? Oh my gosh, Cozy. I should make this one a little louder. I should take notes during my stream because I'm not going to remember any of this. There's a frog emote. I was not expecting that, dude. Cozy, chill, chill, B, chill. It's a walking frog. Chill, B. Thank you so much. What the heck, man? Yo, we got a balloon in the Twitch chat, and we got a reset on the hype train. Well, I guess that means we gotta do some pet picks here. All the talk of the vet visits. Let's do a couple pet picks. Let's do a couple pet picks here. All sense goes out of the window for frogs, and I agree with it. Let's do some pet picks. And love in the chat for Cozy. Cozy saved the hype train.
Sorry, this ain't the Sims. Sorry, this ain't the Sims.
Let's do some pet picks.
Sorry, this ain't the Sims.
Sorry, this ain't the Sims. Sorry, this ain't the Sims. Thank you, Dolore. Whoa, Ham Labs is trying to get down, dude. He's trying to boogie. All right, Ham Labs, I see you, dude. I see you, Ham Labs. Yo, we're starting off with the chicken. Dude, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, Hammy. You didn't have to do that, man. What the heck? You didn't have to do that, homie. Chill, B. Thank you so much, dude. Who's Chimkins? That was Pastel Gongju or Pastel Constellations Chimkins. Yeah, Pastel Constellation here. What's up, Ali Bobali? Ali Bobali sharing their pup Hiccup, being a little guard dog while we game. Hiccup the dog. Sometimes my cat will guard me while I'm pooping. They consider it a vulnerable moment because they feel it for themselves, so they come and they guard you. It's cute. Big cozy vibes, bro. We just out here trying to emulate our heroes. Yo, what a legend. What a legend, dude. What a cutie. What a cutie. Who else we got in here? Didius Maximus. It's just a cat in a sink. He's 19 years old, so he can do whatever the heck he wants. Wait, is this a 19-year-old cat? You wouldn't even know. Holy heck, that's a grandfather. Oh my lord. Thank you, Hammy. Thank you so much, Ham Labs. What a legend. What an absolute legend. The guard dogs me while I shower. I wish I would have hit the hype train with my prime sub Septius, dude. I appreciate you, buddy. Yeah. Sometimes if you hold out for as long as you can. Yeah. Here's one. Woke up to this adorableness from Neo. What up, Flare Tail? Oh, you reached the post game of Pokopia. Nice, man. Did you enjoy the story? It's cute. Bum, 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 bum. I don't think you guys should hear this. Let me double check. Yeah, this is sound only comes if I have browser activated. Dude, my cat has the same little snaggletooth. My cat has the same little snaggletooth. Cute. Midna has the same little snaggletooth, dude. That's so cute. I love that. And it's only on one side because I think her other one got removed. Aw, she's so cute. Tam perpetrator.
All the pets.
Yeah, what up, Tima? Hey, thank you, Mrs. Pirate, for the 32-monther. Thank you, Flaretail, for the biddies. Thank you, Sith Angel, for 28. How you doing today, Sith? H-Des bounces in the chat from Sith Angel. Ham Labs with the 10-pack. Thank you again, Dolore. Thank you, Unicorn Sparkle, for the gifted sub. Unicorn popping off. Thank you, Tiny Bit Stressed, for 33. Thank you, Unicorns, for the 200 biddies. Thank you, Cozy, for 13 gifted subs, you absolute hooligan. Thank you again, Unicorn Sparkle, for all the bits coming in today, dude. Biscuit Maker. Biscuit Maker has reported for their shift. biscuit maker has reported for their shift. Reporting for duty. We're making biscuits. We're making biscuits. Is that a cat looking at a deer? Yeah, it is. Yo, Teddy Mackerel. Good to see you, buddy. Thanks for the biddies, Cozy. When you're an 11-year-old husky just trying to avoid being eaten by a 10-month-old baby. Just trying to live your life. Mrs. Scargan. Oh, dude, Miss Scargan, I hope your baby's doing well. If they're out there, they might not be out there. I'm actually going to reply to him right here. I hope the new journey has been going well. Yeah, they had a baby 10 months ago. Oh, we had a couple sneak in. Kiwi the Queen from Lights Come On. Kiwi the Queen. Ooh, hype train rewards. What did I get? I got the talking cow. Frick. Who the heck wants this? Cow. No, it's actually not that bad of an emote. Oh, I've got to give Minna some love here. She came into the room. What's up, Minna? What's up, Minna? Diddly 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 diddly. Where'd you go? Come here. I don't have it set up where you guys can see the floor too well, so I can't show you. I do have a setup coming for the cat cam finally. I figured out a spot after cleaning under my desk to the left, and it's close enough to my computer that I can run a camera, and I'm gonna duct tape it to my desk and point it down at the cat bed. So then all I have to do is use a little bit of catnip to get her to use the bed, even though she's used it before. She just doesn't always use it. It's like whenever she feels like it. But I have an idea. I just didn't get a chance to set it up yet because I still have the problem with the USB port. I still have the USB port problem. That is to say, not enough USB ports to do everything I need to do on my computer. But here, what I'll do is I'll take a picture of her real quick so you guys can be in the moment, all right? And then I'll share it with you. All right. So here, this is her right now. Let me pull up the picture really quick while I give her some pet. All right. Boom. And I'm going to share it to the pets channel for y'all. And then here you guys go. So there she is right there laying next to me getting pets. And again, shout out to the community. We are making the cat cam happen. There we are. We're making the cat cam happen. It's coming, and it's going to be brought to you by all of you. Stuff like that support that comes through, the throne support. You know, I've been thinking really hard about this, chat room, and I think now's the perfect time to say it. Like, I want to make it clear. You know, the community, you guys were so freaking kind, and helping this journey feel so comforting and less scary. And I don't really use the throne and stuff too often. I'm not like a big fan of that kind of, you know, I guess you could say official, like monetization or whatever. Like, the throne is a way for people to support me who like to gift as their language of love. and would prefer to gift something physical or tangible over a sub. Because while gifted subs and everything have value to me and to the people who receive them, and it's a wonderful thing, some people prefer to support in different ways. And while I do have a P.O. box, the throne gives people an avenue to support the way that they choose. And when we opened up the throne and we added stuff in there for her, you know, the community blew up and they wanted to support and they wanted to be a part of the journey. And it means a lot to me, man. And I just wanted to say thank you. And I thought that the best way that I could give back to all of you would be to get that cat cam set up ASAP. And I honestly should have already had it set up for you. And like, it's going to happen. We're going to get it going here ASAP. All right. So thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for all the love and the support. We're going to get it going ASAP. The least I could do is get that going for y'all to show my support back for all your support for her and this gorgeous cat. Look at her. Yeah. She's a little bottom. She's a little bottom. That's a dog with socks on. That's a dog with socks on. That's a dog with socks on right there. That's a dog with socks on, dude. Oh man, that's a floofer. Holy heck, what a floof. What a floofer. Mom, what's over there? Absolutely beautiful pages. A little bit of kitten love. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Friday show. Good to see y'all here today. Thanks for hanging out, man. After all the talk of the vet visit, I figured we needed a little bit of pet pics in our lives. Is that cool? Were y'all down for that? Thank you again, Hype Train. And I wanted to say that, you know, I'm trying to cook up maybe something else I can do for y'all involving her. But for now, I sat down and I thought, what could I do for the community to show my gratitude for you all loving this cat as much as I do? And I realized the answer is simple. The answer is right in front of my face. Get the cat cam set up. Let's go. Get the cat cam set up. Let's go. The answer is right in front of my face. You know, like, and it's like, I wasn't able to get it set up. You know, there's a couple complications, but I'm the kind of guy that makes stuff happen when stuff needs to get made happen. I've always been that guy. No matter what situation you put me in life, I think 90% of the time, I just make it happen. That's just who I am. I've always been a just make it happen kind of guy. So at the end of the day, dude, let's get this camera going, and it's gonna be fun, dude. It's gonna be cool. So I appreciate y'all. What up, Booty Cheeks? How you doing today, Booty Cheeks? Welcome in. Woke up to a baby bunny trapped in my window well. What the heck? Good to see you, Booty Cheeks. How you been? How you been, dude? What up, LPK? All right, let's grab the Skyland flowers. Put that here. And then we're switching over to the white flowers. Oh, we're gonna have to go cook some of these off. Now we might have seeds for these. We do. And then we can grab a grass Pokemon to help us. And let's do it again. I'm gonna grab myself a grass Pokemon. She keeps messing with my air conditioner because there's birds that are nestling right under and around my air conditioner. So she keeps going over and trying to get the birds. I'm happy that she's still a little hunter, you know. That makes me happy that she wants to go hunt some birds. Doing pretty good. Work's been stressful, so I needed a break in the fam today. Yo, good to see you here. No matter how much time you put between yourself and this community, we're gonna welcome you back with open arms, my dude. No worries at all. Good to see you when you get a chance to pop in. Always welcome to pop in whenever you get a chance. All right, where you at, Bellsprout? I need you to come with me. Let's get this stuff going. And then let's mix up our album here. Mix this one up, and let's throw on a classic for a little bit. No. Instead, let's go over here, and let's go down here, and let's rock this. Oh, thank you, Rachie, for the gifted sub. Aw, you didn't have to do that, homie. Appreciate you. Good to see you in here, Rachie. Hope you're feeling all right today. All right. Let's get these plants down. Get these plants down.
If you've got a minute later, I've got something on your Cloud Island to show you.
Yeah, we haven't had a chance to visit the Cloud Island in a couple weeks. We gotta get over there for sure. We gotta get over there for sure. Wait, so hold on, let me wrap my head around this. So the tree. Okay, we got this. So right here. So right here.
Now,
this is epic. Booty cheeks. Thank you, dude. Thank you, Minus, for the 2 months. Thank you, Booty Cheeks, for the 5 gifted subs, homie. Holy heck, y'all. When do we get our nays? You get your points in 4 minutes. Are we gonna get a ditto face on our Pikachu statue? 4 minutes. And then tree. So I do need another pink. No, we got 2 more. It's perfect. Oh, wait a second. I was gonna do something. I was gonna hide potentially one of these in this forest area. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. Let's hide it. Yes, I forgot about this plan. I forgot about this plan. Honestly, I think right between the trees would be perfect. If it was only dope to pay it forward. Aw. Yeah, we're gonna put a little house right in between the trees on both sides here. We're gonna put a little Pokemon house here, a little Pokemon den. It's gonna be perfect. Yeah, that's a classic hype train emote right there. The heart cloud. Why doesn't it like this spot? I gotta move these flowers in front, that's why. Even though it's only a 4x4, we gotta move the flowers up front for now. We might be able to put them back later, but we gotta move them for just now. I think after it's done, we can put them back. I think so. Need the motivation to do some yard work. Dude, my motivation came back to me yesterday. I'm feeling real good. I'm feeling real motivated to knock out stuff. And, you know, maybe it has something to do with feeling accomplished and feeling good about this whole week, you know, just stuff, doing what I need to do, and just feeling real grateful and practicing gratitude healthily this week. So yeah, dude, hopefully you find your motivation here, Sassy Penny, or excuse me, hopefully you find your motivation, Forest Gnome. Sassy Penny says, this might be a silly question, but beyond the quest completion, how do you use the charging station? Beyond the quest completion, how do you use the charging station? Wait, can you elaborate? What's the charging station? What do we mean? What do we mean? What am I missing? Oh, the thing with Pikachu. The thing with Pikachu, you got to take Pikachu back. I think you use it by bringing Pikachu to the area. Yeah, you got to bring Pikachu to it. And then you activate it, and then it turns all electricity on in the area temporarily. I think that's what it actually does when you activate it. I think you got to bring... I think what it does is it turns on all electricity in the area temporarily. So like all street lights and everything turn on just temporarily. I think that's what it does. I think you can even craft another one of those charging machines and put them in other areas. All right, 2 minutes for our Ditto Pikachu statue. I don't even know how many channel points are on the line here. Yeah, I think that's what it actually does. Like here, let's look it up. Let's see if Reddit knows. What does the charging station do in Pokopia? Reddit. I found this thread searching for the same thing. The internet only has the in-game description, which is not helpful. Sounds like it's used just like the quest. You need a Pokemon with the Illuminate ability, so you can use Zapdos. So any Pokemon with the Illuminate ability. I think there's other ones besides for Pikachu. They stand on it, and it makes nighttime brighter, which I guess makes all the Pokemon around more active instead of asleep. Oh, wow! So at nighttime, it makes everyone more active. It turns it into like it's for people who can't play during the day and who don't want to time travel. He said, it's basically a battery backup. If you have it connected to the grid, it charges and holds 40 units of electricity. It's fully charged when all the lights are on. Oh, wow. So it's also a backup battery. So if it holds 40 units of electricity and you can charge it up, and if it's connected to the grid, if your furnaces go down, it's a backup plan. Oh, well, never mind. Somebody says that that's false and it does not work like a backup battery. So I should have kept reading. Never mind. That's a lie. That's a complete lie. That was just somebody making an assumption. Oh, and then somebody else says, actually, it might. Nobody knows the answer. This is the beauty of a game that can't be data mined. Nobody knows. It's all speculation, and the internet is struggling to find an answer. All right, so the answer is it's likely just a way to illuminate the nighttime. It's likely just a way to illuminate the nighttime. That's the answer. There you guys go. So that if you play at night, your Pokemon are more active. All right, survey says Ditto face in 3, 2, 1. Rick. Snake, are you okay? Dang it, we gotta do it again. We gotta do it again, dude. All right, follow me. I'm now homeless. Manage prediction. Will we get a ditto face? We will not. What is that build and how does it work? So the Pikachu fountain has a chance. The Pikachu fountain has a chance to have a ditto face. But since you have to build it and it takes an hour, it's a pretty hard thing to accomplish. If you get Tinkaton, it only takes 15. Nah, it takes an hour. It takes 24 hours without Tink, and it takes an hour with Tink. Yeah. So what Tinkaton does is lower it to the next tier. So if it's a day, it's an hour. If it's an hour, it's 15 minutes. Unfortunately, the Pikachu statue is a whole day, which results in an hour with Tink. So it's pretty brutal, actually. Yeah, it's pretty brutal. She helps a lot though, but it's still pretty brutal. It's been a little bit for me. Yeah. No worries, dude. You've been focusing hard on Barrington? Wait, what's Barrington? All right, the demolish happens again. The demolish happens again. 6 minutes demolished, and then we're gonna get it rebuilt. And then if we don't get it again, we're gonna go ahead and build this stuff instead, because this stuff will only take 15 minutes, and I want to get it finished. And then I want to add some bushes back to this scene, right? Like, don't we add bushes back to this scene now that? For sure. So we're going to take this pink flower here, and we're going to put a bush here instead. And then on the other side, the same. Oh, nice. You've been focusing on Pallet Town. It's also my ACNH island. I like that. It's cute. Oh, we'll see you later, Leafeon. Thanks for vibing with us today, homie. It's always good to see you today. Or it's always good to see you in general. Excuse my brain there. Got it. All right. And then we might add another bush, but we'll wait. Let's wait and see what happens here. Did you see Leafeon's viral video with your voice? Yeah, I saw it and commented in the Discord. Yeah, it was good. That was so epic, dude. That was awesome to see. Wait, so how many channel points did y'all win? How much was down on the bet? It wasn't a ton. Okay, it was only 200,000. Yeah, doubters didn't win much. All right, let's grab some more coffee and we'll be right back here to continue the Friday show here with your host, Hylian Descent. That's me, I think. Oh, wow. Nearly 1 million views. Wow. When I saw it, it was only a couple 100,000. Wow. All right, I'll be right back. I'm just going to grab some more coffee. I'll see y'all in just a second, dude. I'll see y'all in just a second. Not enough coffee. Yeah, not yet. Not yet. All right. What am I doing here? Box cam gone. All right, cool. All right. I'm back. Thank you for your patience. What's up, chat? If you haven't gotten a good morning from me, jump in the chat and let me know you're out there. Welcome to the show today. Ooh. Yeah, welcome to the show. Hope everyone's feeling all right. Happy freaking Friday. I was off Wednesday and Thursday, so we're just locking back in here. Hope you had a good Wednesday. Hope you had a good Thursday. Good to see y'all back in here as always. And we're doing some Pokopia designing this morning, and we're just relaxing. A little bit of Pokopia, a little bit of chatting, a little bit of yapping. All right, this should be done in 1 minute, and then we can get this moving again. And then we can walk away for a minute, and we're gonna go do some recipe hunting. Let's take a break and do some dailies. After we put those flowers down, I'm feeling good. All right, return the bag. One over, one down. Let me visualize it real quick. What up, Stone Hollows? What up, DJ Psycho Slayer? All right, you know what I just remembered? Let's actually grab some stone. Like, let's actually path under it. Remember, we can't change the pathing once it's done. So if we get Ditto, we're going to be pissed. Right? Like, if we get Ditto and we want to change the pathing, we're going to be pissed. Maybe it was a blessing in disguise that we didn't get it yet. Yeah, maybe this is a blessing in disguise. All right, cool. And I think we're going to do the fish scale. I think the fish scale is going to be sick to put around this. I think the fish scale is going to be a nice touch to put around the Pikachu fountain. All right, now we pick this up. Nembo Tavi, welcome to the show, Nembo. Welcome to the show, Nembo. Boom, 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 boom. Now we can be sneaky, right? We don't actually have to change everything. You ready? We actually only need to do these spaces right here. Everything else in the center is fine, and I don't need to go and craft more fish scale. So this is us being sneaky as heck here. Because now I don't have to go craft more fish scale, because you're not going to see the seam. Because I only have 2 pieces left. And I'm lazy as all get out. So any opportunity to be lazier is usually what I'm about. I just unlocked that transformation, and I didn't know it could do that for pathing. Yeah, dude, I can give you a tutorial if you want. I really should have released that on YouTube by now, but I can give you a rundown on Magnemite. But I recommend you just be patient and poke around with all the buttons and you'll figure it out. You'll be fine. But yes, Magnemite is the most powerful ability in the game in a lot of ways. It changes everything. It makes decorating so smooth. Craving Pokopia DLC news? Me too, and I really am convinced that we're gonna get it sooner than later. I don't see them sitting on this game without DLC for long. Like, in my opinion, I think we see DLC in this game sooner than later. So because I feel that way, I'm champing at the bit even more. Right there with you. Like, where's it at? Let's go. like y'all need to start cooking because we're hungry. So I'm convinced it's right around the corner, but yo, speaking of eating, eat your booty. Dude, we got visited from Eat Your Booty and It's Booty Cheeks in one stream. Damn, today is gonna be a good day. Somebody cue the ice cube. Somebody cue the ice cube, baby, because we are all up in it today. We're going deep. Were there some leaks? Yeah, there was some leaks a while ago. So for Pokopia, the only leaks we have is during the Terra leak. There was information about Pokopia having DLC, but it was from really early development. The notes we got were from like real early development Pokopia. So it's hard to say if it's still relevant now, but it's so obvious that this game's gonna get DLC just because the nature of the game and what it's presenting. And then I recently heard, and I don't know if this was from like 4chan or if this was like official, but I recently heard that I heard that there was like a leak of Pokopia DLC plans that consisted of like 4 different cities or something. I recently heard a leak where, like, I don't know if it was true, I don't know if it was BS, but like somebody said that there's roughly like 4 cities, like extra cities already planned or something. So again, I don't know if this is true, but you saw that on Facebook as well. Yeah. I hope it's free. I think this game could offer free updates and then maybe one big paid one, like, but it's hard to say if it'll be free, you know, like that's it's most likely going to be paid, but they could do free. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, that actually is a possibility. And then they could do a paid DLC that's a lot bigger. Is like my thinking. Like, they could do a paid that's a lot bigger. With like a lot more going on. But I don't think so. Dang, we need so many flowers to fill this in. It's hilarious, like how much of this garden. It's hilarious how much of this garden, how much like rare metal this costs. Or not rare, just regular Poke metal. It's 20 per 5 pack of flowers. That's a bit pricey. Yeah, 20 regular Pokemetal per pack of 5 flowers, or 4 per flower, to be clear. And it's a little bit it feels pricey, but it's not terrible. But once you like learn how to farm up Pokemetal properly, it's not that bad, but it certainly feels a little brutal. I just want it to be a complete random amount of flowers. It's coming together though. Yeah, you got a little bit of burnt out by Pokopia. It happens when a game takes over your soul. How was your hype for this game? Yo, what up, Ray? What up, Ren? What up, Ren? Welcome in. So, my thoughts on this game, 250 hours deep, are as follows. My biggest concern going into this game was the long-term the creator longevity, and was hoping that it would last, would be like a staple for months and keep people's attention for months. And that hope wasn't really realistic, because this is a story game, and once people finish a story and like credits roll, it usually means it's time to move on. That's how most people game. And I think that this game's long-term success is still very much a possibility. But as far as it staying relevant in the creator space, that was just not really bound to happen, because it was too long of a story, and it gave that feeling of completion, and people wanted to move on. Also, timing of Tomodachi and other circumstances, I think, affected this game's longevity as far as creators. So in conclusion, this game unfortunately did fall off from the creator map, and it's likely going to be like most other games out there. So this isn't weird, and in the sense that it's just going to be a game that people come back to when it gets DLC, and people are going to get reminded of it, and they're going to say, hey, I'm going to pick that up and I'm going to play it, right? Like, it's going to be that kind of game. I don't think it's going to be the kind of game that people can build streaming careers off of, but you could certainly build a channel off of this game for sure if you stay dedicated to it. It has the sauce. But it doesn't seem like the kind of game that would do well for a creator like me to just stream exclusively, which I never had any plans to stream this game exclusively, but it would have been cool to have a game to play as much as I play as Animal Crossing on Twitch. And to an extent, I kind of did get that with this game. It just doesn't have the staying power that I had hoped for with people, with viewers, and with creators alike. So that all being said, my hype for the game is still pretty alive and well. I'm excited about the game. I'm excited about the future for the game. I love the game, and I think I want to stick with the game for a long term. I think I want to play this game slowly and pick at it lightheartedly and for a pretty long time. I think it has the sauce, and it's something I'm really passionate about. I love Pokemon. I love Gen 1. I've been playing these games since the literal release of the show to the Western audience, and the literal release of the first game when I was a little kid. So for me, this game has staying power and is special to me, right? It's very important to me. It's powerful, and I love it. So my hype for the game is alive and well, and I'm really excited to see where they go with it. But due to everything I said at the start of this rant, it's not the kind of game you're maybe going to see like a ton of on my channel, and that's just you know, that I have to abide somewhat if I want to keep growing to the laws of the creator space. And the viewers have said that they're kind of over this game, therefore I can't just pivot to it completely. So it's something that I plan to stick with and something that I plan to pick at, and I'm probably gonna just be like everybody else in the end and mostly play it when new DLC and stuff gets announced. And then I'm just gonna slide it into the schedule when I feel like doing some designing, because I do have some long-term goals that I want to accomplish with my space. But yeah, that's it. So while my hype is alive and well for the game, and I'm really excited for the future, my hype for playing it on stream has dwindled a little bit, and it really has become a game that I'm just gonna default to when I am in the mood to play something a little different, right? It's gonna be the game that we rotate to when I don't really feel like playing Animal Crossing, but it would be a good day to like yap or something, you know? This game is going to kind of just be there. It's going to exist. It's going to be something I play occasionally, and that's okay. Not every game is meant to be, you know, your everyday game. I mean, look, even Animal Crossing, I don't play every day because the viewers spoke, and people get burnt out of Animal Crossing and they don't really want to watch it every day. So I had to make pretty strong decisions even early on and find games to pivot to. And, you know, that's why we have Stardew. That's why we play farming sims, because they're all logical pivots from AC when we're all feeling a little burnt out from AC, you know? So I had some unrealistic expectations for this game to maybe be a new streamer game. And I will say that it kind of fell flat there. But as far as the game itself and my hype to play it and my love for it, it's all pretty strong and intact. And I'm excited to still be playing it with y'all here today. Let's go ahead and grab our reference sheet real quick, because I need to see what to do next to the Pokemart. Let me see what I want to do next to the Pokemart here real quick. I just gotta find my folder with my Pokemon pictures here. Here it is. So this is the concept art that we're using, and I'm gonna create this space right here. So it looks like a couple bushes, some wildflowers, maybe a couple little doodads on the grass. Nothing too fancy here, hey? So let's decide what we want to do. I already have some bushes here. I'm thinking about adding some adorable hedges here and some flowers. But before we do that, let's take a breather from designing, and why don't we go hunt some more recipes down? Let's go and get our Snorlax buff for the day, and let's go hunt down some recipes. So I think we want to give don't we want to give sweet food for better water spots, right? I think that's how it works. Sweet food for better water spots. Let's go visit our boy Snorlax. Yeah, this is the wastelands. This is the withered wastelands right here. I'm also doing a teeny bit of work at Pewter City, and I'm also doing work on a secret base in Pallet Town. So my main design right now is Fuchsia City, aka Withered Waste, and I have 2 other mini projects going. No, I never got Volcanion to move in proper yet. I've been lazy about it. I did decide to build a swing. I will be building one of those swings. I have the perfect location for it. Yo, what's up, Dandy? Hey. Haunted Chocolatier is gonna go hard. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I just got burned out from it, but that's my bad for doing this to myself. Yeah, I mean, you can't avoid burnout completely, y'all. How does Animal Crossing overcome this? So Animal Crossing overcame it for either because of COVID or because Animal Crossing just has that kind of staying power. So that's a good question. So the reason Animal Crossing was able to overcome it was because of COVID. But now that Animal Crossing has become a household name, there is a chance that when the next Animal Crossing drops, it also has the staying power that New Horizons had. But but before New Horizons and before COVID, no one ever expected Animal Crossings to be a forever game for people like that. Like, there was a small little tight knit Animal Crossing community on Twitch who played New Leaf, and it was a pretty decent game to build a channel with, because there wasn't a lot of people streaming it. It wasn't that accessible to stream, and the Animal Crossing has always been a cult following, tight knit audience, always, right? So the difference between like Pokemon and Animal Crossing when it comes to their audience is when you're a cult following, you support even harder because you know that it's not that popular. Whereas Pokemon fans, there's so many of them that people, it's a dime a dozen. Nobody cares. So you play something, it doesn't matter. You don't have that same energy. So up until COVID, Animal Crossing has always been a very strong community. It was cult and it was very serious about itself, but it just wasn't popular. Insert COVID. So when you ask the question, how did Animal Crossing overcome the lack of like interest and burnout, and how did it stay popular for 6 months to a year before it really started dying off? It's because you combined a cult following, right? You take a cult following and you mix it with something like COVID, and you get a once in a lifetime situation. Welcome to Animal Crossing, right? So I'm not even convinced that next AC can do it again. What I learned, Kerbu, I think it was you who asked, from the release of Pokopia, is that I think it's unrealistic for any game to think that any game is ever going to stick around for creators for longer than a month or two. That's what I've learned. That doesn't exist anymore. The internet doesn't work that way anymore. And that was a foolish expectation of mine. That doesn't exist. Even games like Among Us and stuff lasted like 2 months. There's too many games, nobody cares, and there's only a few exceptions to the rule. Grand Theft Auto, MMORPGs, Stardew Valley, and like Haunted Chocolate. Like, there's a few exceptions of games that will release and will stay relevant for months and months and months and even years. And when I say stay relevant, I'm talking about to the masses. You know, Palia has a small little community. It's great. Disney Dreamlight Valley has a small little community. It's great. And they go live on Twitch all the time. But the difference is I'm talking about the masses, like like huge, like thousands of viewers. Just to be clear, I want to clarify that. So I don't think that exists anymore. I learned my lesson, man. I think 99% of game releases are going to be one-offs. And you're going to have fun for a couple weeks, maybe a month or two, and then it's it. You cannot expect to continually grow off of a game the way you can off of like World of Warcraft. Again, World of Warcraft's like one of the best examples because it's constantly getting updates. It's constantly relevant. People are playing it constantly every day. So these are the types of games that you can become a one streamer Andy on. And you can just dedicate your whole life, your whole journey to one thing. And it creates a foundation, and it's comforting, and it's beautiful. Those games are so rare. And I thought Pokopia would be one of those games because it's Pokemon and it's Animal Crossing and it's cozy and it's designing and it's Minecraft and it's all these things. And it wasn't it. And you want to know why? I swear, because of the story. Funny enough, if it didn't have a story that took 50 hours and was tear-jerky, and I don't think people would have walked away and burnt out as fast. Funny enough, I feel like the story in this game was actually the reason why people backed off, because I feel like if the game was presented as a forever game, people would have played it like a forever game. But because it was presented like an RPG, people played it like an RPG. And you want to know how people play RPGs? Start, middle, end, done. That's an RPG. Game over. I'm gonna go do something else. Like that's, I think that was actually the big nail in the coffin. Because if this game was presented as a forever game and they were like, yep, there's going to be updates every couple months and they presented it like a live service, I think people would have stuck with it. But because there wasn't a beginning, a middle, because there was a beginning, a middle, and an end, and a credit roll and a story, I think people fell off, right? But you don't really, like, look at Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing only has credits during KK Slider's music and then again during Happy Home Paradise. Otherwise, you don't ever end Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing is presented to be a game you play every day forever. So that's why it's so easy for people to fall into Animal Crossing for months, because it's presented to you as a way for, it's a game you play forever. You know what I mean? Like, think about it. So there's a huge difference between a game like Animal Crossing and a game like Pokopia. And that was something I didn't expect to be different. I didn't expect an RPG. I didn't know what to expect from this game. You know, nobody did. So that, I think, was a big part of it. Also, can anybody confirm, do I want to give cute bread for the recipe hunt? I don't want to look it up. I'm lazy. They really should have tried to pump out events in the beginning. Like, it's been out for months and there's only been 3 events, and yeah, and 2 of them have been a copy paste. Exactly. You hit the nail on the head. You know what I mean? If they were to release let's say 4 events and everyone was super different. Seaweed salad. See, now I don't want artifacts and relics. I want the water spots. Also, there's lots of other places for people to get their Pokemon fix. Wow, I didn't even think of that. Conspiracy, what a beautiful comment. There's so many other ways to get a Pokemon fix. You can get burnt out of Pokopia easy, or rather you can pivot easy without even thinking about it, because you're like, okay, I'll go play this Pokemon game. Whereas Animal Crossing, there isn't really many pivots, so you're kind of locked in and you can't really get that fix anywhere else. Not really. That's a huge, like, I actually never thought of that. Yeah, you could just go to the next Pokemon thing. There's always something new in the Pokemon universe, right? Yeah. That makes a lot of sense, actually. What's up, Electrified Phoenix? Good to see you, dude, by the way. All right, let me look this up because I want to double check. I believe you, but all right, let me just double check because is bitter. Okay, bitter is increased chance for rare items. Okay, because again, I don't want relics and stuff. So sweet must have been the relics, or sweet must be, yeah. So spicy is for spawning, sweet must be for relics. So we want the recycled bread. I think the recycled bread counts as a tier 3, and it's bitter. We want a tier 3 here. You might be more likely to find rare items. No, it didn't say a lot. No, it was only a tier 2. Dang, what's the tier 3 recipe for bitter? It's not seaweed soup. It might be seaweed soup, actually. Dang, I thought I made the recycled bread, I thought, because it was tier 3. I thought so. I thought, why else do I have the recycled bread in my inventory? I thought it's supposed to say a lot more likely. Oh well. This is what happens when you haven't played a game in a long time. I forget everything that's going on. So I just want to say, I hope you feel better soon. Cool Stardew, man. Thank you for the 100 biddies. I was meaning to get to that message. I kept getting distracted. Thank you, man. Hope you're doing well, Cool Stardew, man. Thanks for your continued support. The strongest is bitter hamburger salad. So how do I make bitter hamburger salad? Oh, I just had the page up. Let me look it up. Bitter hamburger steak. Will that do it? Will the bitter hamburger steak do it, or does it have to be the salad? Bean, rostberry, lumberry. Okay, so it's just bean, rostberry, lumberry. Okay. Sick. This is Dr. GG. Dude, of course I remember Dr. GG. Of course I remembered the doctor, dude. What the heck? All right, let's start our journey here. Of course I remember the doctor. Yo, just a reminder, you're always welcome to repost your messages or do an @highly in dissent or highlight your messages. If I ever miss something in the chat, you could always repost. I'm gonna miss stuff. And I just want people to know, like, I don't ever want you to feel bad about me missing a message or something like that. There are some days of the week that I make a point to try to read every single message that comes in. Usually Mondays, maybe Fridays, because they're kind of more just chatting focused segments where I will sit here, put the controller down and yap. All right. But I want to make it clear, like, I'm not out to read every message. Most days of the week, I'm not looking to read every single message that comes into my chat. If you've noticed, my chat's pretty busy, and I realize that I need to evolve with my show. I need to grow as a creator, and I need to grow my show along with my status. And if I were to interact with chat the same way that I did when I had 50 viewers, this whole experience would be dampened. It would turn into me sitting here and talking every day, all day, until the chat goes quiet, and then I would be left not having anything to talk about. And I don't think that that's the best experience that I can provide you. And I've learned that as I grow as a creator, that the pressure to read every single message that comes into the chat is not as strong. And that it's going to be up to you to respect and understand that, like, sometimes something's going to get missed. And for the good of the show, for the good of my production, for the good of the presentation, for the good of the flow of things, that I can go back and forth between showing gameplay off and giving tips out and answering questions, I'm gonna miss stuff. All right, so I just keep that in mind. I rarely ever ignore a message on purpose, and when I do, don't take it personal. It might just be something I don't feel like interacting with. Not every message put into the Twitch chat is for me. So if you don't @ me, or if you don't type Hylian in the message, or if you don't specifically say, hey, Hylian, how are you today? I might assume you're talking to the room, the chat room, the space as a whole, and not necessarily just talking to me directly. So there's lots of different tools you can use to get my attention. And even still, when you do an @highly in dissent, I still might miss it. It depends on the influx of chatters and how brisk my chat is moving. All right. So now my chat, I haven't had a message in my chat for about 60 seconds now. And this would be the perfect opportunity for you to post a message and say, hey, you missed me earlier, but how are you, Hylian? Now, I know that's asking a lot for people. I know that, unfortunately, I'm asking you to kind of do work a little bit because you posted a message, you said something heartfelt maybe, and then I missed it. I know that feels bad, and I know for a lot of people, including myself, I wouldn't repost the message. I know the way that I navigate Twitch as a viewer, I wouldn't repost it. I would say, okay, the streamer missed it. I'm just gonna move on. Right? Do most of you probably feel that way? The most of you, like when you're watching a streamer and they miss your message, do you feel kind of bad and you're like, oh, I don't really want to repost. I'm just gonna leave it. That's how I interact with Twitch. I post once, it doesn't get read, I just move on. So I get it. I'm asking you to do something you probably don't feel comfortable doing. But I'm still gonna ask. If you want me to interact with you, and if you want me to interact with a message, please consider reposting your message. It goes a really long way so that I don't have to sit here and destroy the flow of my show in order to sit and scroll and read every single message. Instead, I can focus on being a great entertainer. I can lean into memes. I can lean into conversations. I can look away from the chat and I can come back and I can do things in the game. I can let myself zero in on a project. All the things I am pretty sure people want me to be doing. I think that my show would be pretty lame, or at least it wouldn't be a gaming show if I didn't play the games. I know a lot of you would like me to just sit here and talk. The problem is I don't know if that would pay my bills, and I don't know if I could be a full-time creator doing that. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't know if I can. I don't know. I don't feel confident that I could just load up just chatting every day and just sit here and talk. And with how often my chat does go quiet because people are at work, that actually kind of scares me. Because I imagine that if I were to do a real just chatting segment, there would be huge gaps in time around this time where people would be busy at work and nobody has anything to say to me. So it's like, I don't think that that's the kind of show that I'm meant to provide for all of you. I don't think I'm meant to be a full-time just chatter. I don't think that's the vibe. I think people do come here for video games. I think people do come here for gameplay. If you're one of those people, sound off in the chat. I'd love to hear if you were here just for gameplay. If you were here mostly for what's on the screen, not necessarily what I'm saying. Not necessarily to hear about everybody's day in the chat. I think there's plenty of people out there, especially people who don't know me personally. And that's the key here to all of my long-term viewers. Is like, some of you know me well enough to sit here and watch me talk. But what about the people that don't know me that well? What about the brand new viewers that just tuned in today? You see, those are the people that want the gameplay to be moving. They don't know me that well. They don't care about my anecdotes. They don't care about my little stories. They don't care about my take. They're here to see what's going on in game. They're interested by my Twitch title. They're interested on my YouTube title. And they want to see what this creator's doing. They're not necessarily here to hear about somebody's cat in the chat, right? It's about a blend. So I want you guys to understand that as I grow as a creator, I didn't really plan on talking about this, but I think it's important that I do. I am making a drastic change to my broadcast, and it's happening right now, live in 2026. Every day that I go live, I am slowly but surely engaging with my chat differently than I ever have before. I didn't plan on talking about this. This is one of my personal goals for 2026. I am doing a massive shift from how I've handled my chat for 7 years of streaming. Because I have decided and I've come to the conclusion that I need to adjust my show for my growth. I cannot go into my 8th year doing the same things I was doing in my 3rd year. That's not how a successful business works, and that's not how a successful creator works. So because I came to this decision, I asked myself some critical questions this year. And one of them was along the lines of, how can I continue to grow into 2027? And I realized that the way that I navigate chat, these moments right here, and I stopped to show you guys this moment, have to slow down. I can't just sit here and talk. That's not what people want, dude. That is not the future of content creation. I need to be able to have a game on the screen, and I need to be able to engage with the game and commentary alongside the chat. And that means I cannot read every single message that comes in my chat. I can't, dude, because that is actually holding me back as a creator. And here's why. Because I need to pick a lane. If I want to be a just chatting creator, then I need to be a just chatting creator. But if I want to be a gaming streamer, then I need to be a gaming streamer. And I decided that I need to pick a lane. And I'm going to be doing less just chatting, sitting here yapping. I'm trying to find a balance. All right. So I just needed to talk about this because every once in a while I get reached out to that that I'm missing people's messages, and that, you know, people are feeling bad and I'm not reading every message in the chat. And, you know, I've been thinking really long and hard about addressing what I'm going to be doing on my channel over the next couple months, over this year. And I planned on keeping this quiet. I was just going to do it and have it naturally happen, and then have people just naturally adapt. But I've realized that it might be nice to call out the elephant in the room here. So if you guys are here for that small streamer, he's going to read every single message and answer every single question and give me a detailed answer on everything that he says. I'm sorry, but that's a past when for me, dude. That's not how my show is going to roll over these next couple years. I am trying to find a balance so that I can continue to grow as a creator and not be held back by the fact that over these past, you know, like 2-3 years ago, I was reading every message. I was answering every question. I would stop full gameplay segments to have yaps, just like the one I showcased purposefully just now. I used to go back to my old VODs, and if they're not edited, there's so many 5 to 10 minute moments of downtime where I'm not doing anything on the game. And this is not healthy for a gameplay streamer, dude. It's just not, man. It's not. And I know it's holding me back. I know it is very much holding me back. So please, man, if you guys are a part of my long-term viewers, if you enjoy my content, what I'm asking here during this rant is a little bit of patience. Please consider reposting your message. Please understand that I can't read every message that comes in. Don't take it personal. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just hanging out and reading messages as they pass my eyes. And sometimes one looks more interesting than another, and I read that one instead of the other. Sometimes you say something I'm just not in the mood to interact with, and I'm like, oh, I don't really have anything to say about that subject. So I just don't read it. Like, why should I read a comment that I'm not going to engage with? So like, I'll read something in the chat and I'm like, oh, well, I don't really have an opinion on that. So I just don't say anything at all. Instead, I'd rather read a comment that I can engage with and I can say something about and I can comment on. All right. So take it easy, take a deep breath, and please know that, like, I'm not like being a jerkwad. I'm not like trying to I don't dislike anybody. I don't like anybody. I'm entertaining you. I'm not anybody's friend in that sense. You know, I think we forget this sometimes. I'm just a dude who tries to make you laugh and smile for a living. I'm just an entertainer, and I'm here to entertain. All right, like that's it. Like it doesn't have to be more complicated. You don't have to take things like I don't dislike some people and like other people. I'm not playing favorites. I'm just a dude playing games, hanging out, entertaining. Like that's it. Hylian personally hates me, JK. I love your mix of gameplay and chats, honestly. I've been watching for a good while and I just appreciate your emphasis and attention to both. The fact that you remember us as individuals and even from previous day is huge. Yeah, you know, I try. I put a lot of effort in connecting with my audience. So it blows me away sometimes that it's like, it's almost like an expectation starts to get built. Thank you, Ham Labs, for the 2 gifted subs, dude. And it's like, man, like I'm here doing it every day, man. Like, I will say that yes, if you've noticed a difference and if you've noticed me interacting with you specifically less, it's not you. It's everybody, because I'm not reading every single message in chat anymore. I'm just not. I realize that it's not healthy and it's a weird burden to put on myself. And I think it lowers the quality of my show as a whole. I'm just going to say it. You know what I mean? And like, I know that sucks because I know a lot of people love that small time streamer vibe. A lot of people get so sad when their favorite streamer blows up and then they don't get the opportunity to have those one-on-one conversations anymore. And I need to remind you, my chat goes quiet all the time. And that's why I made that joke earlier. It's like, dude, if you just hang out for a little bit, you get all the time, you get opportunities to say hi, and nobody says anything after you for a full minute. So it blows me away because it's like, dude, it's not like my show is popping off every second of every day. Dude, around 2-3 hours into the show, things get a little quiet. And you can come and have a conversation with me freely, and it's not even a big deal. So it's like, I find it so strange that there are people who are like, yo, oh man, Hylian's not a small streamer anymore. I guess I don't get to interact with them. It's like, just come on by, like, anytime after the first 2 hours. And you will 100% get welcomed in with a hello, and I will say hi to you, and I will likely not miss a message. It's like, it's so interesting to me. It's like, dude, like I'm not that big of a streamer, y'all. While sure, sometimes my chat pops off. Just take a deep breath and try again in 5 minutes. Try again in 10. It's really not like that. You know what I mean? So like, please, like, I'm not saying this stressed out at all. I'm saying this in a very caring way. Like I really care about y'all. And I don't want people in my chat thinking this way. It's like, dude, like, man, I'm trying to do what's best for my show as an entertainer while also doing what's best for the audience that has called my show home for years. And it's a hard balance to strike, which is why conversations like this are really nice. Because this is my way to kind of clear the room, pull back the fourth wall, and be, you all might have noticed, you probably noticed, I'm not reading every message. This is actually something I've decided on, and if you guys would adapt and work with me, I think my show's going to be better for it as we go forward. So thank you for understanding. You know, I didn't know for sure if I should address this. I was going to try to have it happen naturally, but I really don't want y'all stressed or worrying. because I can tell you guys to wrap up this on a note here. You're not crazy. Everybody deals with anxiety. We handle anxiety differently. I know what it's like to get all up in your head about something. I'm an overthink. I know exactly what it feels like. So when you go to a stream that you're in every day and you get a good morning from a streamer every day, and then all of a sudden a couple weeks go by and you feel like you haven't really gotten a good morning from the guy, you start to think you did something wrong. And I'm really sorry if I made you feel that way, because that sucks, man. That's uncomfortable. And that's anxiety at its finest, dude. That's overthinking, and we all deal with it. So let's get a round of love in the chat for anybody who's ever been made to feel that way, either accidentally or not. Hopefully not, right? Hopefully just accidentally. And just know that, like, that's not like my goal, and I'm not looking to make anybody feel lesser. If I'm missing you in the chat, it's not personal. If I skip a message, maybe I just didn't feel like reading that message. You know, sometimes you'll say, hey, Hylian, how are you? And I won't read it, because I don't really want to say how I feel. Sometimes we had this talk about the small talk, right? So, you know, if you jump in the chat and you say, hey, good morning, Hylian, how are you? And I miss your message, or maybe I don't read it. You know, sometimes those interactions are simply because I'm not in the mood to say how I am. Maybe I'm going through something. Maybe I'm having a really depressed day. So instead of constantly saying, I'm okay, I'm okay, I'm okay, sometimes I'll just ignore the message, because I don't really want to answer it because I'm not okay. And even though I know it's okay to not be okay, I don't want to start a conversation about how I'm not okay. Okay? Right? So like that's the perfect example of you getting a message that doesn't get read. It's nothing personal. I just didn't want to reply. Like, it's that simple. Like, it's nothing personal. And that's where people are overthinking. It's like, dude, maybe I just didn't have anything to say to you at the moment. You know, like, it's nothing personal. All right. So thank you very much. Sometimes I feel ignored. Well, the truth is that when you pick up the mod sword, you get ignored about a third more on accident, because for some reason my brain ignores mod swords, because mods aren't always talking to me. They're usually talking to the chat. So that's a whole nother conversation. For some reason, my mods, I just accidentally ignore y'all. That's like my bad. It just happens. I should have told you that was the rules when you picked up the mod sword. It's like, yeah, I accidentally ignore y'all. Like, ask Cozy. Ask Cozy, dude. The amount of times I ignore Cozy's messages is absurd. like it's bad. I don't know why, it's bad. I read the subtext in the contract. It's like a reverse VIP. Yeah, it's because my brain, here's the thing. It's because my mods are stuck with me, so I don't feel like I have to interact with their messages, whereas I do feel obligated to interact with other messages because it's my chatters, it's my community. But that's not fair to the mods, because they're also chatters and they're also community, which is why I acknowledge that it's rough. It's like, I don't do it on purpose. It just happens because I know, like, if there's two messages in front of me and I have to read one of them, I'm going to read the non-mod message, because the non-mod message is more important in some ways, because usually the mod message is a mod saying good morning to you, or a mod making a joke or welcoming somebody in. So my brain naturally filters the messages out. So yeah. Yeah, all right, let me catch up on chat, because there was a couple really nice messages coming in. I found it can help to adjust your response style to not read out someone's messages before replying it. Have you noticed? I've been doing that. Yeah, again, this is something I've thought, like, when I say this to y'all, I've thought really, really hard about this. I really did. I put down a whole business plan. And that was one of the tricks, Dazabound, that I considered. I was like, well, I don't have to read every message first. Some messages I don't have to give context. I can just reply to the person, and that helps with how I navigate chat. Now, I do think that some messages deserve context, especially because of YouTube. So I don't do it a lot, but because I'm streaming on YouTube, I do like to give context before I reply most of the time, so that my radio listeners don't feel like they're missing out. So I have kind of created an experience that I do like my radio listeners to know exactly what's going on. But that is a trick right there, Daza, where I don't always read the full message first. Yeah, I've learned that I need to pick my battles, right? Like, it helps, but sometimes I can just go, yeah, good idea, Daza, and it's not that relevant. It doesn't matter, I think the fair thing is most people don't come here for their own validation, but I personally do try to interact to make sure everyone here knows how much I appreciate them in the community. So it's nice to talk about this. Kumo says, like I mentioned before, I do this paradigm shift towards focusing. I do like the paradigm shift, focusing more on gameplay, but still maintaining that delicate balance of attention towards us. Usually whenever something I say goes unnoticed, it doesn't bother me because like you're streaming and talking to a gajillion people and while trying to play a game, so I'll just repeat things later if you're not so much in the weeds. Right. Like my goal is not to stop chatting with you all. And I'm going to be real. I take it upon myself as a personal triumph to read as many messages in chat as possible. So even though I just said everything that we just talked about for the past 15 minutes, right? I want to make this clear. Good morning, 619. I really love being the best creator I can be. And I love reading every message that comes into my chat. And I love providing a space where we can do both. So Kuma, thank you for saying that, because my goal isn't to stop. It's to do both. It's to better balance. And I realize that it takes a little bit of trade-off. If I want to balance and be a better creator who can game and talk at the same time, I just need to lean a little bit more in the other direction. I think I spent 7 years on this side of the spectrum. Yap. Gameplay doesn't matter that much. Whereas I'm just trying to turn the needle a little bit back and just do a little bit more game and a little less yap, like just a little less, right? And that's all. Like, that's what it's really about. Probably Minda sent you. We love Probably Minda around here. All right, let me catch up on a couple more messages. And Dandy JG, you have been so patient with your question about Animal Crossing. If you're still hanging out, Dandy, I would gladly engage with that question. Let me just catch up really quick. Heather B says, I noticed, but it didn't bother me or affect the show. I know you have so much you are having to manage while streaming. I don't always expect responses. I've always felt like that since I was little, all the time, everywhere. So I've learned to feel it and not say anything and let it pass. Aw, Aelith, yeah, that feeling of being overlooked. Grandma Carol says, I remember a long time ago I was in Dr. Lupo's chat and somebody said, oh, you're just not reading resub messages anymore. And I was like, what a crazy expectation. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. And that's why I wanted to share these feelings, because I do know that most of the time the feeling comes from anxiety and it comes from a change of pace. And this isn't the first time that somebody, for me, I've had over my years a handful of people reach out genuinely worried that they had done something wrong and that I was ignoring them because of that. So this conversation is coming from that, everybody. It's coming from understanding the human heart and the human condition, and that anxiety and overthinking will get the best of the strongest men, women, and non-binaries. So it's in my heart, this conversation is super healthy because we all go through those moments in life and we just handle it worse or better than others. So, it's not that those people are necessarily expecting anything. It's that they were genuinely worried that they had done something wrong to be shunned by me. And that's a scary feeling when you call this place home. When you show up here every day and this is your home, and then you're worried that you're being shunned from your community, dude, I'm getting teary-eyed talking. That is scary. That's terrifying. That is so that is so scary, dude. So like, I don't ever want anybody to feel that way. Like that's so, that hurts my heart. That hurts my soul to ever impart that feeling to somebody else. That is so terrifying. So it doesn't matter where it comes from. It doesn't matter if it's anxiety. It doesn't matter if it's, you know, at the end of the day, it's a feeling that a lot of us grapple with, and some handle it better or worse than others. And that's why it's important that people here understand, like, that's not what I'm doing. You know, it doesn't hurt to reach out to me and double check if you really need to. That's why we have the Discord, where you can at me in there and you'll likely get a reply a little bit later and we can have a conversation. Maybe I missed something during the stream. Raina B, as someone who's had a transition to mostly a lurker recently, I've noticed your broadcast feel like more like episodes now rather than gameplay chopped up with yaps. It's so good when I catch up on VODs. You also do have streams where we chat and meme though, time and place. Exactly. Like today is my Mondays and Fridays. I'm starting to cultivate back into chatting segments. I took a breather for a couple weeks and I decided that I do like my Mondays and Fridays to be chat to yap heavy. And I think that as we go into our year 8 and year 9, we will continue to solidify Mondays and Fridays as yap adjacent days, where in my year of letting go, I let go of the stress and anxiety that I'm doing something wrong, and that we just sit here and we yap. And if you're not here for it, try checking us out tomorrow. I'll be doing a lot more gaming. Try checking me out any other day, because I do like these segments. I do think it's so important for us to connect and yap and chat, and for me to be able to let go of being an entertainer a couple days a week and just to show up as Josh. Not even highly in descent, just Josh. I'll still entertain you because I'm an entertaining guy. I still, you know, will blend some highly in descent into the mix and try to put a smile on your face. But at the end of the day, you know, Mondays and Fridays, I just like to show up as the dude hanging out, you know, and I let that stress go away from me, and I care less about the entertainment value, and I'm just here to yap. I appreciate you, Ginger King. You know, I think that the word friend gets used loosely. I consider a lot of people in this community to be my friend. But then there's friend. And I think that friend has expectations that you fulfill because you love that person. And then they do things for you, and there's expectations. I learned this because I ruined a lot of friendships in my life. But I think that Twitch friends shouldn't come with those same obligations and expectations, which is why every once in a while I like to draw a line in the sand and say, just a reminder, I'm not necessarily your friend, so you shouldn't show up here with those expectations. But sure, I'm your friend. You know, I'm a friendly guy and I put on a great show and I'm here to entertain, and I consider a lot of you my friends and my community and my loved ones. But there's a big difference, and so it's really just a nuance thing with the word, right? But it can be used however you want to use it. But there is a difference. You know, I think when it comes to like the people in your life that you truly call your friends, people that you want to build with and that you want to take care of, that comes with expectations and obligations. And again, take it from a guy who learned the hard way. It's not a friendship if you're not putting in effort, because friendships take effort from both ends. Whereas like, I'm not necessarily putting in effort in a friendship here. I show up for stream and I entertain, but I'm not,
Good morning.
you know, there's no obligations. You send me a DM, I might not reply. You know, like that's not quite. So there's a subtle difference. Yo, thank you Ham Labs again for the 2 gifted subs, dude, by the way. I'm just a dude that wants to make you laugh and smile for a living. True. Thank you, man. And thanks Raina B for the kind words and the feedback about someone who transitioned into lurking. And what's up, Steph Key? Good to see you, man. Welcome to the YouTube chat. All right. Anyways, we're gonna move on, but I want to go back up to Dandy's message. So Dandy said this game is basically Animal Crossing but Pokemon. So I could have answered this 8,000 years ago. No, this game is Dragon Quest Builders meets Minecraft meets a little bit of Animal Crossing meets Pokemon. If you don't know Dragon Quest Builders, it's more of an RPG and it has a story and stuff, but it does have some Animal Crossing energy, a little bit more Minecrafty, I'd say, and it's pretty good. I do plan on playing Dragon Quest Builders this year. I'm thinking 1 or maybe 2. Like, and or 2. Yo, thank you, Stephanie Tired, and thank you, Gingy Ginger, for 82 months. You ever see a comment, tell yourself you'll respond to it in a minute and forget and think about it while you're in bed trying to sleep? That happens to me all the time. All the time, dude. The whole next day, I'll show up the next day on stream and I'll be like, it'll be like in Breath of the Wild when you have a memory unlock. Oh, and it'll be like, oh my gosh, I got a question I never answered. Dang it. It happens to me all the time, dude. It's ridiculous. Oh yeah, dude, I agree with that. Lights come on. That's a trap. That's a trap that you'll actually see a lot of creators fall into. And that's actually super tough, and it's hard to fight once it starts. See, now we're getting into real meta talks. I'll avoid the conversation for now, but now we're talking about the real meta stuff. Real meta stuff. I could give a freaking seminar on this. How and why you should avoid clicky chats as a creator, and what you should do to stop it if it's happening, and what you can do to maybe prevent it from happening. Because if your chat becomes clicky, then you become super unapproachable as a creator. And this happens to small streamers the most, and it's really tough. If you're a small streamer with 5 or 10 people that watch you and it becomes super clicky, it becomes really tough, dude, because it ends up alienating your growth, and it alienates people from enjoying your show. It's honestly super brutal. I've seen it a lot, and it was something that I fought against a lot as a streamer. Like, as I was a growing streamer, I was constantly thinking about how to avoid that from happening. Even in my first year of streaming, I was consciously thinking, how can we make sure that we never fall into that trap? Now, back in 2019, I didn't know it was a trap. I just knew it was not fun. But I've seen a couple streamers that fell into it as like a problem, and they couldn't grow out of a certain space. They couldn't grow because their 10 viewers were only interacting with each other and never really welcoming to anybody new. And it wasn't even on purpose. This is the worst part. It's a lot of times this stuff happens on accident. Clickiness is rarely malicious. Clickiness happens when you get 5 or 10 people that really get to know each other. They start to develop inside jokes. They start to develop their own little community within the space that you're creating, and it becomes really hard to build within that. It can become a problem for sure. It's pretty crazy, actually. And then once you get to a certain size, it becomes less of a problem because it's not as noticeable. Like, even here in my community, we have little communities within my community. For example, my offline balloon chat. My offline balloon chat, it's like their own little clique, right? they all kind of just hang out offline chat. Obviously, you're welcome to join offline balloon chat anytime you want. They're just the people that chose to commit to it. They love it. And naturally it happens. But when you're a big enough streamer, it's not as detrimental because you have a big enough audience that it's not as noticeable. So what a funny comment, dude. I could talk about this for hours. Speaking of clicks, a few of us have started a union. Yeah, dude, it's a thing, man. Like I said, I think it's actually a trap you can fall into, and it's really hard to grow out of that trap. You would have to like make some pretty big adjustments to your show. You would have to try to talk to your community about it. You would have to maybe invite some mods to create some more welcoming experience. Yeah, it's a thing for sure. And hey, there's a little bit of streamer advice for anybody out there. If you feel like you're not growing if you feel like you've hit one of the many walls that you're going to hit as a creator, and you're listening to this segment right now, consider what I just said, and maybe that will help you. Send me a message if you want to talk about it more. I thought you were calling the union a trap. Well, I guess it's a trap for the business themselves, but it's good for us. It's good for us, but I guess the company hates it. All right, I think that's it for water spots here. Let's go over to Pewter City. Dun, 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 dun. Boop, 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 boop. What is ESC? What's that, Stray Heart? Yo, what up, simple name? Good to see you, by the way. Dude, by the way, I got a GameCube controller for Switch 2 we were talking about, and I love it. Dude, Wind Waker with the GameCube controller is a must. Is a must. That's so funny. All right, we're looking for shiny water spots before we go back to designing this morning. But if you are just tuning in, welcome to the show, y'all. Hope you're feeling good out there. I appreciate the love over on YouTube. Man, it's so funny how different YouTube chat and Twitch chats are. They're such different universes. Not the chats. I'm just saying the experiences. Like YouTube and being an algorithm-based thing where there's like a dashboard that you get sent to. Whereas like Twitch only has like a followers bar and then it's all recommended page. Like, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. The way you engage with content between the two are so different. Like sometimes YouTube loves it when I sit and chat. And sometimes YouTube absolutely hates it. And you'll see like your trending stuff like after the show. I don't know. What I'm trying to say is that they're just such different universes. It's insane to me. They're just such different universes. It's like you can't appeal to both audiences at the same time. You absolutely cannot. All you can do is find the perfect middle ground between the two audiences. This is what I've learned about simulcasting. Is that you can't make both audiences happy simultaneously. You have to pick your battles. You have to like find the balance between. All right, on that note though, if I missed anything, don't be shy to repost your message, of course. And What's up, Acorn Basket, by the way? I saw you popping in here. Just an energy shift? Yeah, it's just an energy shift. Like I said, I'm surprised I even felt motivated to talk about it, because it's hard to like talk about the shift that I'm making because it's energy. You hit the nail on the head, Charlie. It's energy based. It's not about not reading chat. It's about how I interact with chat. It's about how I interact with messages. It's about the energy I give, the mental energy I give to certain messages, how I skim through chat, and picking messages that to interact with that are a little that have value versus reading every single message and then accidentally kind of removing value. And again, sometimes not every message is for me anyways, because it is a chat room, not just a chat. So it's interesting, but it's all just energy based, you know. That's why it's like hard to put into words. I was afraid to have this conversation, because the worst thing I would want someone to think is, oh, okay, so he's just not going to read chat anymore, you know. And it's like, no, it's like a shift in energy and how I mentally peruse my chat room and how I approach it and how I interact with it, and then it's a combination of how I interact with my game and my commentary, and allowing me to focus a little bit more on gameplay when in moments where I think I should be, you know. Like I'll give you guys one example of this that's fresh on my mind. When I go back to my Fantasy Life playthrough, one of my favorite playthroughs live, I think, is a tough VOD to watch. And this happened with Scarlet and Violet as well, because the whole time I'm sitting there answering questions. The whole time it's just me talking and answering questions, like for 75-80% of the streams. And like I'm trying to play the game, but I'm mostly stopping and answering questions, answering questions, you know, answering questions, saying how to chat, answering questions. Then I went back and I couldn't help but realize, like, dude, while live, you didn't even feel it. While live, the show was great. It was some fun content. I got to help out. I got to be the guru. I got to help people enjoy Fantasy Life. We had fun. It was a blast. But I go back and I look at the VOD and I'm like, dude, this was like 70, like most of the amount of times I stopped for a full 5 minutes to talk about something is absurd. And I was like, dude, there's no way that this is right. Like there's a better way to do this. And that playthrough was as soon as last year. And I was like, like this could be better. And that's one of the best examples I have. So if you haven't yet, go to YouTube and check out that playthrough if you're interested, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. To the points where you might be able to it might put you in a situation where you can't unsee it. You can't you're gonna be like, wait, wow, he's right. He is constantly distracted from the game basically the whole time. And then I do some gameplay and then it's like just distraction. And that's where this journey started. It made me realize I could be doing a better job providing long-term VODs that are enjoyable for people to watch well into the future of my show, while also still doing my thing, answering questions, talking. I just need to do it in a way where it's better balanced. You know, that's what this year is about. Stream is helping me cope with some dental pain. That's the worst, Paul, dude. I hate dental stuff, man. Oh no. All right, did I get all the water spots? There's not a ton of water spots in Pewter City, unfortunately. All right. I streamed for about 6 months years ago under a different name and can relate to the chat versus gameplay versus distraction. Yeah, it's like, it's about like allowing yourself to be distracted sometimes. There's like an art to it. Sometimes you need to go into autopilot. Sometimes you need to passionately engage. Sometimes you need to use two different sides of your brain simultaneously, dig into your mind to talk and answer a question while also trying to do something in a game. It's like a weird balancing act of like all of these little micro decisions that you make as you peruse chat. You know, like the difference between a smooth show and not, for let's say a 15-minute session, could simply be what I choose to even talk about, let alone all of the other stuff that goes on in my mind while I'm streaming. There's so many micro decisions that I make as I'm going. Maybe somebody comes into the chat talking about how they lost their, you know, like their dog recently, but like maybe it's not the time for me to talk about that right away. So instead, you know, I skim past that message. I go and I read a message about someone's celebration first, or the other way around, and then, you know, so maybe I'll read about the heartbreak first, and then I'll follow up the heartbreak with the message about somebody in the chat who just finished their undergrad. You know, these is all the moving parts happening in my mind as I'm perusing the chat. You know, I might skip one message purposefully because it's going to follow up this other message better, and I want to make sure that the flow to the conversation makes sense. One question might be loaded and I'm going to answer it over 5 minutes, so I'm going to skip that so I can answer another question that only takes me 30 seconds to answer. You know, these are all the micro decisions I'm making throughout the whole day on how to ensure that the flow of my show is intact, while also being entertaining, while also engaging, while also making sure that my gameplay makes sense, that I'm not taking 8,000 years to play the game because I'm too distracted and I'm not actually pursuing my goals. It just goes deeper and deeper and deeper. Like, I could just sit here and yap for another 5 minutes straight about all the decision making that goes into what I choose to talk about and how I engage with chat. And that's just like the small, you know what I mean? Like, that's just one part. It's a good thing I've been gaming for most of my life, so it's super easy to go on autopilot while I'm gaming. It's super easy to do that. But then when you go on autopilot, you miss someone's favorite part of the game. Again, I could just go on and on about this, dude. But then if you go on autopilot, you walk past the best parts of the video games. And the last thing that I want to do is sacrifice my enjoyment of a game for content creation. That's one line that I won't cross. I made that decision when I first started streaming, that I wouldn't sacrifice my enjoyment, and the way that I love to play games is very detail oriented, just to make sure that I get to a message faster or something. So I'm also trying to preserve the way that I love games. And like, you know, nobody, like, sometimes I'll watch a streamer and they're playing a game and their goal is to finish the game as fast as possible. So they skip past all the nuance in the game, right? Like, for example, I just watched a guy play Subnautica. He was playing through Subnautica, and this dude at the end of the game was like, man, you know, they give you the Cyclops so close to the end. I wish they gave it to you a little sooner. And I paused and I was like, well, here's the thing. You're expected to take your time and live your life in Subnautica and like build bases and like enjoy the like scenery, and like the game is peaceful, and like you're not supposed to play it in 2.5 days and 3, 10-hour sessions where you're skipping past all of the beauty of the game and the details and the little things It's the little things in video games that make the game feel good, not completing it. That's the classic age-old tale of like the destination versus the goal. Like, so that, like, I don't want to do that to myself, and I certainly don't want to produce content where I'm just sitting here spamming the A button to get to the next goal. You know what I mean? So I also have to balance that out, because it's so that's the easy road, man. It would be so easy to sit here and passionlessly spam the A button to get through video games. But then, like, would you even want to watch me play a game without passion? Well, the answer to that's no for me. But when you have 10,000 viewers, it doesn't matter. And that's the difference. You see, the streamer I was watching was like a 15K Andy. So his whole job is different than mine. My job is to provide passionate gameplay for an audience of people that are here for me and my passions. His job is to show the game to the masses. That's it. He is just a vessel for the game. And the people that are there just want the game. And nothing. They don't care. They just want the game. Dude, I was watching him, and at one point he stopped to show off his cat. And literally within 3 seconds, some dude was in the chat and was like, "Come on, get with the gameplay already, dude. What are you doing?" And I was just like, oh my lord. Like, dude just wants to pet his cat. And I was just like, yeah, that's your life as a 10K Andy. And that's why so many streamers fall into that trap. The difference is that you don't have the luxury of doing that as a small creator. You can't do that, man. You gotta actually enjoy the game. You gotta actually enjoy your content, because it isn't until you like really make it that you can just sit here and mindlessly play games. Otherwise, you gotta play the game. You gotta really care about the gameplay and really enjoy the game in front of you. Because otherwise people can tell that you're bored and they just move on. You know what I mean? If there's one truth in the world of streaming and content creation that will be a truth forever and will never not be a truth till the end of time, is that viewers can notice if you're faking the fun. They will notice. Now, maybe not all of them. Maybe you can fake a couple of people, but people will notice if you're out here funky faking. If you're out here funky faking, dude, people are gonna be way less interested. Did you need to make a similar shift in streaming as far as how much self-promotion to allow? Seems like that must be a tough balance. So one of my favorite streamers is a guy named Future Man Gaming. And Future Man Gaming has a Discord with no self-promotion allowed, or no promotion of others, no channels for people to post their stream links. And when I first got into streaming, I found this to be very weird. Does that sound weird to all of you? How many Discords are you in of streamers, and how many of them have a channel for people to share their streams? I bet you almost all of them. And I thought it was weird, and I was like, why is this dude not like down to build a community and a place where people can like share their stream? Like, that's the whole point of Twitch. Twitch is this thing. It's this organism where creators come and support creators. And then it hit me, and I realized. I kept reading and I kept hanging out with the guy, and I didn't realize he said it. One day on stream, he said it. And he was like, my Discord is a place for my fans and for people that are here to support me and my art. He was like, and I think it's okay that I have a space on the internet where I don't allow promotion of other art and other content. And he said, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing, I'm not anti other streamers. He said, this is my art. This is my channel. This is my journey. and I just want to have a space for me. This is not a place for anybody else. And I thought really, really hard about this statement. And I thought really, really hard about this guy, Future Man Gaming, and what he was doing. And after a while, I came to the conclusion that I agreed, and that I wanted to have a space on the internet where it's just me. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that it's healthy that I have a Discord and it's just my community. It's just me and the people that call this place home and that want to support me and my show. And I think that's healthy for two reasons. And one of them is because people don't follow you to get promotion. They follow you because they like your show. And I wanted to separate those things. I wanted to create a divide in that. I wanted people who join my Discord to be joining my Discord and interacting with my community because they genuinely love the community and my content. Not because they're hoping that somebody might notice them and that might get an extra view. Now, I'm not saying that everyone's just doing that, but I'm just saying, I didn't want that. So I created a space in my Discord that avoided all of that. Now, let's go ahead and run a prediction to see if this is a ditto real quick. While we talk. All right, will we get a ditto face on this Pikachu fountain? Get your predictions in. So that's how I decided to handle my Discord. Because I think that it's okay and it doesn't make you stingy and it doesn't make you a jerk because you want to have a space that's just for you. Yo, what up, Flip Toast? Good to see you, buddy. Second, now my show itself, my live show, how do we handle promotion? Simply, we have one command that handles it, and this command covers exactly how we handle it. In this community, we support all creators, big and small, and want to promote you as best we can. However, we don't allow self-promotion in this stream and would kindly request you refrain from doing so. Mods will shout out and promote content throughout the stream when it's appropriate. And that's it. All I do is remind people that my mods will handle all promotion, or myself. And that this isn't the place for you to come in and say you should watch this streamer, he's live. This isn't a place for you to come and say I'm live later. And this isn't a place for you to join and say I'm live right now, come and watch me. So showing up in a live stream when you're live and saying come watch me is obviously kind of scummy. Showing up in a chat and saying that I'm live in 2 hours, come watch me, is a little bit weird, but maybe just social faux pas. And then showing up in a stream and promoting someone else who is live at the time is also a big faux pas. I think that there's a difference between saying, hey dude, oh, it's so cool that you've made success. So let me give you two examples. I love this, and this is where we'll wrap the conversation up. You have two conversations. Here's one. Over here is the conversation of, yo, everybody, I'm a streamer too, and I'm live right now, and I'm going live in 3 hours, and I'm playing Subnautica. Oh, also, hey, Hylian. And then there's this. Yo, Hylian Descent, dude, I love hearing your success story, man. You know, you inspired me to stream as well. There's no problem with, yo, man, I just wrapped up a stream. Oh, boy, am I tired. Whew, how are you today, man? What's up, Hylian? There's not even a problem with that, in my opinion. You just like if you were getting off of work. Oh, I just got off of work today. Oh, I just wrapped up a stream. Whew, I'm tired, man. How are you, man? I'm feeling good. Because it isn't about hiding the fact that other people create content. That's the thing. We're not hiding. We're not hiding and pretending that we're the only streamer on the platform. There's no one else here. I'll make that joke sometimes. It's about not being rude and promoting live content during a live show. And I used to give this example, and it's the best example. And Chuki, feel free to use it in your own content. This is what I say. You wouldn't get on stage in the middle of a comedy act and say, by the way, I'm doing comedy next door at the club next door, would you? You wouldn't show up in the middle of a set of music and say, hey, by the way, I go live in 30 minutes on the stage next to me. You wouldn't go to a live performance and say, hey, everybody, I know you're here to see Green Day, but just a reminder, I also make music and you can check me out. I'm highly in dissent on all socials. See you later. You wouldn't do that. So why do you think that that's okay in my chat room? That's what I say to people, but in the kindest way possible if they ever cross the line. This is my stage. Just because it's digital doesn't mean you can walk into my club here and you can start promoting yourself. This is my stage, the same that Green Day's on stage, and you wouldn't do it at a live show. Why would you do it here? Why is that different? Because you're anonymous, because you're not physical. Because as soon as you make people think that way, 99% of people are going to go, yeah, you're right. And only the idiots are going to say otherwise. 99% of people are going to go, true, I would never do that in person. Why would I do that now? So that's the way that's the line that you draw. You show people an example. You say, if you wouldn't do this in person, why would you do it here? Because people don't fully respect. There's a lot of social inadequacy out there when it comes to Twitch. There's a lot of people who don't know the etiquette, and they don't realize that this is a live stage just like everything else. Just because you don't take it that serious and you just started streaming and you think that you're just going live playing video games, this is my stage. I do take this that serious. And that's the line that a lot of people accidentally cross. They don't do it on purpose, which is why you want to be kind about it. But they cross it because they don't realize how serious some of us take what we do here. Right? Some of us don't take it that serious. For some people, this is a hobby. For some people, this is literally just gaming with the camera on. And then for some of us, my adrenaline is running the whole stream. Like, for those of you that have been here for a long time, you remember back in the day when I would get real crungo about my internet going out, and like I would get real pissed off and like my whole energy would shift. Boy, weren't those the days. You know how much I've grown, you know? Anybody been here long enough and remember a moment where like my internet went out, or like I got salty and my energy shifted? You guys want to know why that used to happen to me, right? I want you guys to imagine blending anxiety and adrenaline into a soup in front of hundreds of people's eyes, even if it's only 10 people. In my heart, I was always pretending that I had 1,000 viewers. I want you guys for just a second to imagine that soup. Yeah. So all of a sudden you're sitting here and your stream crashes. All that adrenaline in my body gets spliced with anxiety and frustration and embarrassment because of how serious I take my show. That's like, for me, my internet going out is the equivalent to the mic cutting out in the middle of my comedy act. Is the equivalent to the drums falling apart in the middle of my band. So I'm so embarrassed in the moment. I'm anxious. My anxiety is peaked. My adrenaline is through the roof. And I'm expected to just smile it off. Well, as a growing creator, I failed at that. And the anxiety would win. And my heart would fall out of my chest. And I would freeze up and I would get pissed. And I didn't know how to handle it. And I would get frustrated. And the only solution was take a 15-minute break, end the stream, or sit there like a grunt magum. And I never knew what was the best answer. And it took me all 7 years, maybe 5 years of streaming to like learn how to deal with that and to like calmly let the anxiety leave. Because anxiety plus adrenaline is one of the worst feelings ever. That's like going on a roller coaster and worrying that the roller coaster is gonna fall apart while you're on it? Do roller coaster fans think about the roller coaster falling apart, or do you just enjoy the ride? I imagine you just enjoy the ride, because if you were thinking about it falling apart, you probably wouldn't even get on it. like you know what I mean? Like, that's the difference. It's like, imagine going on a roller coaster, boosting your adrenaline, and then the whole time you're thinking it's gonna fall apart. Like, that's what I feel on stream.
Bad timing with the chats, but my moats disappeared
Right?
midstream.
Imagine that feeling the whole time during your show. If like it's a lot, man. You know, people, for me specifically, I don't know about other creators, but that's how serious I take my show. Rarely do I not have my adrenaline just raised the whole time. And then and you want to know the biggest indicator of why this, like, how I know this is true? When I end my stream, every day when I end my stream, as soon as the stream ends, I spend 30 minutes where my whole body down clocks. So as soon as I end my stream, my whole body shuts down. Because after my stream ends, all of that adrenaline and anxiety dissipates. And I'm left strung out and just like, and I sit there for like 30 minutes to an hour, just like dead, just like, and it's almost every day, almost every stream, even just 4 hours. I'm like, I need 15 minutes to an hour to like recover, depending on the day. Because it's like my body like empties out, and then it's just left feeling like normal, but normal doesn't feel right because I had been streaming the whole time, and it's like a whole thing, dude. The anxiety adrenaline combo is a big one. That's me. I hate coasters, but my BF knows that and will say things like, what if we get stuck? That's so messed up. What up, Jordan Afternoon? Thank you for 60 months. Thanks for sticking with me, Jordan. And again, Gingy Ginger, good morning. Yeah, my decompression period as a streamer it feels hollow. I feel hollow for like 30 minutes. I can like barely form words. I can like barely form words sometimes. All right, let's see if we got our ditto. Come on, dude. Oh no, it's never gonna happen, dude. Well, at least the fish scale looks good around it. I might even do one more layer of fish scale so we can put some benches and stuff maybe around it. The come down. Do you still enjoy streaming? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I love streaming. I'm blessed, man. Showing up to stream every day is something I look forward to almost always. Rarely am I not looking forward to stream. Rarely am I not looking forward to doing this. It's scary because at this point, I don't think I'll see value in any other line of work for the rest of my life. It's a pretty scary thought that I've had before. It's like, at this moment in time, I could not see myself finding value in doing anything else. That's how much I like streaming. But, you know, the brain's a wonderful thing, and I'm sure I would fall in love with something else. I'm a very passionate guy. I'm sure I would fall in love with something else. I would find something else to fall in love with, but streaming is, you know, it's almost weird to say this because I think people look at what I'm about to say negatively. But streaming for me is pretty much existence. And I try not to take that comment too far. I try not to like make that devalue the rest of my life and like enjoying like the small things in life and like experiencing stuff outside of my stream. But streaming is definitely my existence for sure. Recently I'm trying to enjoy life more and like build with friends and get healthier and it has been nice to not to have more to obsess over than just streaming. Like, I'm obsessed with my cat, I'm obsessed with my friends and playing Magic with them, and so it is really nice and healthy that I have other things to look forward to in life now. But like, I love streaming so much that sometimes I sit down and I think to myself, man, I wish I could just only stream and not think about anything else like I used to 5 years ago. I kind of miss that, man. I kind of miss 5 years ago when my whole existence truly was nothing but streaming. Whereas nowadays it's like, I got like a lady in my life and I'm like trying to be healthy and I'm trying to go on walks and I'm trying to balance everything. I'm buying couches. I'm like living a real human life as a streamer. And sometimes I hate it because, boy, like, just streaming is such a lifestyle. Doing nothing but streaming is such a lifestyle. It's insanely fun. But boy, do you pay the price. Which is why I'm repairing everything. Now I'm like fixing my health and repairing stuff because it wasn't a healthy way to live. It wasn't a healthy way to live, you know. You got to have balance. Can you save before you reveal the fountain and just re-roll it? That's a really good idea. Can we do that? Maybe, actually. Yeah. I love broadcasting, and broadcasting was the first job that I ever started doing that where I was actually felt challenged in life. In a way that made sense for me. Being challenged to do things the way that I want. Being challenged to creatively fulfill myself and to provide an experience for other people. It's all very challenging, you know. In a lot of ways, I have one of the easiest jobs known to man. But in other ways, I have the ceiling to challenge myself more than probably any job out there. I don't know, that's a bold statement, but really think about it. It's like streaming has this ceiling potential that is limitless. I could show up every day and go so hard, or I could balance things out. I could try to put on events that, you know, would garner thousands of eyes, or I could just show up and play games every day. You choose your pace so much in this industry that, like, the ceiling is limitless. And like, I can choose at what pace I want to move, at what pace I want to work, what I want to accomplish, what level of fulfillment I want to reach. And I learned through this job that that's the kind of work I need, because I can't get value from other people. My brain doesn't work that way. I don't get value when somebody's like, good job, dude, here's a better paycheck. Like, my value is internal. My fulfillment is internal. And I needed work in my life that I was able to challenge myself and I was able to fulfill myself. If I wasn't in this kind of industry, I would be like a teacher where I could still challenge myself, or I would be like maybe in like nursing, which is in itself so challenging that it would be enough. So I think that there are jobs out there that would still appeal to my brain, but I think that this is the kind of work that I was always meant to be doing. Yeah, I think so. So yeah, good question. I definitely love what I do. And it's fun. It's fun. I'm currently in a phase now where I don't have as much time as I used to. And I'm trying to find the balance and continue to challenge myself as a creator while also not getting so lost that I get unhealthy ever again. And boy, is this balance the hardest thing ever, man. It's so hard to like care about everything, because when you actually start caring about all the stuff in your life and you care about yourself, now we're just randomly going to get deep here, but I didn't really care about myself until I started streaming and until the past like 5 years. I spent most of my life with a lot of self-loathing problems, and I was a pretty depressed cat. And I wasn't even convinced I was gonna make it past 30. That's how deep into that kind of mental hole I was in. So once I found what I believe to be like my calling in life, and like I realized that I wanted to start caring about myself and like stuff, it's like it changes everything. It's like it's a lot harder to be a streamer and to find success and to grow when you actually care about stuff. It's tough, man. It's tough out here to actually care about shit, dude. Because I used to just not care. I used to call it the fuck it factor. I didn't really give up about anything, and I just floated through life. But like now I'm like I'm trying to care about stuff, including myself, and like trying to build relationships, and like it sucks, but like it's also really nice. It sucks, but it's also really nice, but it really sucks because it's a lot of work. Caring about shit is so much work. It's a tough change. Yeah, dude, it's tough, man. It's a lot of work, man. Self-love is the hardest thing for a lot of people. Yeah, that's what I'm going through in my life, man. It is worth it. You know, like this cat, it's a little too soon to say this, but I was actually going to make a video about this maybe, or just write a script maybe or something so I could really tell you guys how I feel, or maybe never tell a soul. But I think this cat is already starting to change my life, because like, boy, like I weirdly care about this cat so much that it's like making me care about myself more than I ever have. It's pretty cool. It's making me emotional. But it might be too soon to be saying something so brass, so I'll leave it at that. But yeah, it's real weird. It's real weird. I kind of expected something like that to happen, because sometimes people will get pets to help them with like severe depression and stuff. But yeah, it's pretty deep. Yeah, she's healing for sure. I don't know, maybe get a kitten. Yeah, she's healing. One pet at a time, you know. One set of pets at a time. I have 3 and they're like children. Yeah. Your cat has the same name as my kitty, Midna. Yo, what up, Tamara? Good to see you back in here, by the way. Hope you're feeling good. Monet. All right, let's build this mountain, and then we'll decide what we're going to do with this building. I really don't know if I'm committed to the siding on this building. I'm going to go look at all my options, and we're going to try something else. But for now, what we can do is build this mountain. Boom, 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 boom. So yeah, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough to balance it all out. It's honestly, it made me realize that I was living on easy mode. That's the realization that I had, is that I was actually living life on easy mode, because it's so easy to actually not care about anything. And then of course, you know, obviously results in like more pain later. That if I had any advice for anybody who could relate to the words that are coming out of my mouth, it's that you're living life on easy mode, man. It's easy to not care about stuff, dude. That's the easy part of life. I didn't realize that. I honestly, I think if I would have realized that younger, that it might have helped me get out of like rough spots a little sooner in life. Because like, if you really think about it, that's easy as heck. It's so easy to float through life not caring about stuff. It's so easy, dude. It's so easy. You're just like, yeah, whatever, that. And you know, and then the way you deal with the problems is just not caring as well. And then usually at some point you crack, you know, whatever. But like, yeah, like it's actually a lot harder and it takes a lot more effort to care about stuff. So it's like more of a challenge in a good way. Like, I don't know if people who say F it realize that they're taking the easy way out. I guess that's what I'm kind of trying to say. Maybe now that I said it out loud, maybe you do, but I didn't. I just didn't care about stuff. So I was just like, whatever. But I just feel like I have the kind of mind that, like, if somebody would have sat me down and been like, dude, that's the easy road. Of course you don't care about stuff. Like, I wish I didn't have to. Like, that's super easy. I think it would have made me realize how silly that was. That's what I'm trying to say. I think I would have, like, came around a lot sooner in life if I would have had somebody say those words to me. Like, that's the easy route, dude. Stop being a chump. You know what I mean? Like, if I would have just had somebody be like, yeah, of course you like not caring about stuff, dude. Like, that's easy. I might have realized sooner, like that. You know what I mean? I just didn't. All right, we got to rebuild this cliff. I dug out this cliff and I got to rebuild it because I dug out way too much of it on accident. So we got to rebuild this mountain. All right, let's change up these jams. Let's change up these jams. It's Friday, which means we got to get the vibe mix going. It's Friday. That means we got to get the vibe mix going. I will tell you that since we're going through an exposition of self, I will tell you that the year of letting go, this year is about a little bit with my content, is like putting my effort where it matters. You know, I'm a perfectionist and I've known that about myself for a long time. So as a content creator, all of that effort I was putting into my stream instead of putting effort into my regular life was just a way for me to avoid my, caring for myself and stuff. So now that I'm like actively trying to put effort into myself, I don't have as much time to accomplish the same things in my stream as I once did. So it's helped me stop caring about stuff that doesn't matter and to instead put my energy into stuff that does. And overall, it's making my show a better experience. Because now instead of putting effort in like, for like stressing about like, a couple of viewers maybe didn't enjoy my show today because I was talking too much about myself, and now I'm gonna sit here and think about how my show could be better and stress myself out. I just like let it go and don't really care. Meanwhile, I'm actually putting my real efforts into fun events and things that you're all going to enjoy, and I'm trying to cook up new alerts and new emotes. And I've realized that like the way that I was approaching stream before inadvertently just made me put my efforts in places where they didn't even really matter. Funny enough, like I put so much effort in places that like didn't really matter. and like were kind of a waste of time in hindsight. And like I could have been like maybe putting that time in places that like actually would help me as a creator, you know. So while I got less time to do the things that I want to do, I'm using the time I have more wisely. I started noticing this because I realized that I hadn't stopped really gaming as much as I was. I realized there was a constant. I was like, the amount of time I game off stream hasn't changed. And I was like, wait, how? Like, how? I don't have time to do stuff, but like, how am I still finding time to game? And I was like, oh, because I'm not putting the same, like, I started freeing up a bunch of time because I stopped caring about certain things that were like stressing me out in the past, like little things that I wasn't able to let go in growing. Now, and to be clear, I think that being a perfectionist helped me grow early on, because there's little details about my show that shined above, you know, maybe my competitors. You know, they say it takes obsession, and I think there's, to an extent, that's true. So I don't regret my journey, but it's really comforting to know that I'm finally at a point in my journey where, like, you know, I'm not really thinking about all the same things always that I used to, and I have like more brain freed up. I have more brain power kind of freed up to think about other things. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it all started because what I do is every once in a while, I open up a spreadsheet and I document how my time is spent all day. It sounds crazy, but I literally document how my time is spent down to the minute. And I do this for like 2 weeks so I can get a grip on how I'm wasting my time. And that's when I had this realization. Because I was like, wait a second. I was like, I'm not spending any less time gaming. And I'm like, how? And then I started really looking at how I was spending my time. And I was like, oh, I see. So I basically converted some of my time I was putting into stream, caring about little stuff that doesn't matter, into streaming, into gaming time. It's like, well, beautiful practice. Yeah, it helps me realize how many little windows of time I waste. Because I'll waste like 10 minutes here on TikTok, 15 minutes there on YouTube, 20 minutes here on social media, 10 minutes here on doing this. And then all of a sudden at the end of the day, you look and it's like, well, you wasted 3 hours total doing nothing. And it was like, wait a second, like that's a lot of time when you add it up at the end of the day. That's a lot of time, you know what I mean? Like, but in the moment, it's like 15 minutes here, 10 minutes there. So you don't think about how much time you're actually just straight blowing out the window every day. Now, this doesn't mean that you don't relax. You log relaxing time. When I tell this story to people, sometimes people are like, that's nuts. It's like, no, I still like relax and everything. You know, you just, I acknowledge there's a difference between gaming to relax and death scrolling and wasting your time. You know, doom so like, you know, it's not like a spreadsheet to call out how much time I'm chilling and vibing. It's a spreadsheet to call out how much truly wasted time where I was meaning to do something and I did something else kind of vibes, right? Like, we all fall into that trap where, you know, okay, I'm going to go do this thing. And then you get distracted and 45 minutes go by and then you start the task. Well, what did you do for those 45 minutes? Well, I loaded up my phone and I played TCG Pocket for a second and did my dailies, and then I loaded up World of Warcraft and checked my auctions, and then I went outside and got a breath of fresh air for 10 minutes. Okay, well, could you have cut out some of that stuff and just did the task you needed to do? And then at the end of the day, you'll realize that you do that a lot. I realize that I waste more time in between tasks. My biggest time sink is in between stuff. It's when I go from one thing to the next, I sit there and stare at a wall for 30 minutes. Okay, I better get up and do the thing now. And then at the end of the day, 3 hours have gone by. And I'm like, dude, I could have been gaming for 3 hours. That could have been 3 hours of World of Warcraft. Like, why? What just happened? Why am I spending so much time doing nothing in between stuff in my life? You know, and again, doing nothing isn't relaxing necessarily. Like, it's different. If you sit and consciously choose to do nothing, that's relaxing. You see the difference? If I'm like, okay, I have to go and do the laundry, but I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna do nothing for 15 minutes because I need to relax. Okay, 15 minutes go by, I get up, I go and I do the laundry. We're not talking about that. We're talking about literally losing time, where you say to yourself, I'm gonna go do the laundry. 30 minutes go by and you still haven't done the laundry. What did you do in that 30 minutes? I bet you couldn't even tell me. That's how you know it's lost time. Oh, well, I picked up my cup and I moved it to the kitchen, and then I realized I needed to do a dish, and then I washed the random dish, and then I picked at my toes real quick and I scratched my booty hole, and then 30 minutes went by. It's like, that's lost time. That's not relaxing. That's you just losing time. Yeah, ADHD side quest, yeah. So I watched this guy, Devin Nash, and he gave us his spreadsheet, and I fill out the spreadsheet. I would fill out the spreadsheet like after every couple hours and try to roughly remember everything I did. Sometimes I would do it hourly, sometimes every 3 hours, sometimes at the end of the day. So it wasn't too taxing, but I only do it to figure out what I haven't done. Like, I only do it for a couple weeks and then I stop. All right, look at, we rebuilt our cliff. We rebuilt our cliff up there. Now we need to put grass up there and we need to start planting trees. That's the safari zone over there. Do I have grass? I feel like I'm being watched right now. When you feel that way, it's just because the human experience is, you know, we're all in this together, man. It's those moments in life where you realize that all of us humans are pretty similar at the end of the day. That booty hole scratching time needs to be on the schedule. Exactly. Yeah. Believe me, I'm not an organized person. It's not about being like organized. It's just about being aware of how you spend your time. And then once you do it enough, then you're more consciously aware of it. It's not about not scratching your butt sometimes and getting lost in the sauce, because that's kind of the experience of humans, and it's fun that way. Let me give you an example. When I played World of Warcraft as a kid, when I was 18 years old, I decided that I thought it was weird that I would get lost for like 16 hours straight playing video games, because that was like most of my life. So I decided to set an alarm. And the fun fact, it was actually built into the World of Warcraft. There was an alarm you could set. So I started setting an alarm every day or every hour. And every hour this alarm would go off when I was playing WoW. And then I would stop and I would say, do I have anything else to do? If the answer was no, I would set the alarm for another hour. If the answer was yes, then I would go do what I need to do, then come back and sit down and play for another hour. And I did this for a whole year of my life. And I'm not gonna lie, for a while, it trained my brain. And I think it still affects me. Nowadays, I swear to you, I feel an hour of gaming almost always. Like I really do. Like I almost always feel an hour of gaming. Even if I don't acknowledge it, even if I just let it pass me by, I feel the hour of gaming. It's also because I'm old and I have to get up and stretch more often. And, you know, that's just a part of getting old. You know, you feel it in your buttocks. But yeah, I can feel an hour go by, and it's because I trained myself over the years. And I recommend people consider doing that. Try it, dude. If you really do resonate with what I'm saying, and you know, jokes and memes aside, feel like I'm calling you out, try setting an alarm during your gaming sessions.
Bad guy hit me in the shin and I peed all in my pants.
I'm telling you, dude, it'll make a big difference. Yoda. Try it. Try setting an hour alarm and then sit there and game on your day off. And every time the alarm goes off, turn it back on for another hour. And after a while, you'll just start to notice an hour go by, and then you'll fall into less traps where you lose time while gaming. I do that with my diamond painting. Yeah, it's nice, dude. It's super nice. It's nice to know, to acknowledge how much time has gone by. Even if you do just keep gaming, I think it's a really good feeling to know exactly, like, okay, I spent an hour playing this. That's what an hour felt like, you know? It's like a natural feeling. Ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. Oop, got a hold that falls straight through here. I don't like that. I'm just gonna put this cliff here. Oh no, it's not gonna change. All right, don't I have some more cliff? Thank you. The corner! No! Just ignore it. Just ignore it. Just ignore it. Just ignore it. Feels bad, man. Just ignore it. Just ignore it. I know that song's so beautiful. I'll never forget the first time I beat Mario 64. It's a pretty big deal for me. We're just planting a bunch of trees. We're just gonna let them grow naturally. Anybody have any tips on how to put your phone down? It's tough, man. I used to be so non-phone user, and now I feel like I'm on my phone way too much. You know, just the usual stuff. Try putting your phone into a different room. That's the trick that I like. What you should do is you like purposefully put your phone down in the room that you're not relaxing in, and just force yourself. And at first it's going to be weird. You're going to be like, where's my phone at? And you're going to go to reach for it and stuff. But after a little while, you'll get used to it. That's probably the best advice I have if I were to give any tips. Is try keeping your phone just out of the room that you're relaxing in for a little bit. And don't psych yourself out, because nothing's gonna happen in the hour that you're in the living room that you're gonna you know, no emergencies are gonna happen. You know, it's so funny. It's that psych out is so funny to me, dude. Like, I will say that I will never agree with keeping my phone on me because of an emergency. Like, sorry, I grew up in the era where you were lucky if there was a payphone around you, I'm sorry, I don't need to know if an emergency is happening within the 5 seconds that it's happening. Like I just don't. Like I leave my house without my phone all the time. I'm sorry. Like I know it's easy for me to say that I don't have kids, but like even if you do, you're fine. It's gonna be fine. Like just take a break from your phone, dude. You don't need to bring it everywhere you go. You don't need to take your phone with you outside. You're not gonna get lost. There's always so many excuses from phone people. Oh, what if I get lost and I can't come home? What if I get injured and I don't have my cell phone? Like, what? Like, just go outside without your phone sometimes. I promise you, it'll feel really good. like, just do it. Like, I still don't know if I like the just dirt between the bushes. I still haven't found exactly what I want to do with these bushes. Even still to this day, coming back over here and looking at this, I'm just... I don't know, man. Couldn't we do something else here? Maybe we do like dark dirt under this? Like dark grass? Yeah, that's how we had it originally, Brittany. That's how we had it originally. We had the flowers in between the bushes, and then we had something else in the middle, but this is actually a video game song, by the way. This is all video game music, just to be clear. This is from an old pinball game called Flux something. Some kind of rocks or pebbles. That's a cute idea. Maybe some stones or something in there. If you could live in any city and town in Pokemon, where would you pick and why? I think I would want to live. So it would be Gen 2, specifically Johto. And I think I would want to live. I always overthink these types of questions. It's so funny. My brain's over here getting analytical with me. Like this is what I'm thinking to myself as I'm trying to answer this question. I'm thinking, oh, well, if I choose Olivine City, would I want to live off the coast? Maybe a hurricane would hit. Huh, well, do I want to live in Cinnabar Island, but there's a volcano? Like who cares? I'm such an overthinker. It's insane, dude. I think my answer is either Goldenrod City or Ekritique. Goldenrod if I'm feeling city boy vibes and because of the national park, or Ekritique if I'm feeling more country vibes. Any tips with dealing with tasks you think are going to take forever? Yeah, dude. So I recently heard, this is the best advice I have for that. You're talking about motivation. So Dr. K, Healthy Gamer GG, this is how he does it. All right. So this is what he says. He says, the problem is that you need to visualize the end goal, because so like what you need to do is when you're trying to deal with the task that you know it's going to take forever, it's because you're too focused on the actual act of doing it instead of tapping into your brain's reward system and focusing on the result, the feeling of what it's going to feel like once it's done. You see, weirdly enough, what I'm saying right now might sound simple, but I want you to really sit back and think about how often when you're stunted with motivation that you're not thinking about what it's going to be like when the objective is complete. Think about this. So anytime you're sitting there and you're looking at a daunting task, what you're likely doing is you're likely thinking about doing the task instead of pausing and visualizing the task completed, giving yourself indirect dopamine, and that dopamine is what's going to be used to do the task. It's weird, but dopamine drives a lot of what we do as humans. So what you want to accomplish, what you want to trick your brain into doing is you want to be visualizing the task being done, and you want to try to activate your dopamine before you even start the project, because that little hit is going to give you the motivation to do the thing that you're stressed out about not doing. So it's real hard to wrap your head around, because it's one of those things that sounds so simple that it's almost like stupid. But literally try closing your eyes and visualizing the task completed. And that can help with really brutal tasks. Like, so if you right now, you need to mop your kitchen floor, and you're thinking about getting the mop out, getting the bucket going, getting the Lysol, wetting the mop, doing the work, you're feeling your back, you're thinking about your feet, you're thinking about your shoulder, you're thinking about, stop. Instead, close your eyes and visualize your kitchen floor sparkly and clean. Visualize you sitting on your couch, relaxing with your feet up while looking into a sparkly clean kitchen. And just do this and just keep visualizing the end product. Keep visualizing your sparkly. Anybody else want to go and mop all of a sudden? Like, visualize the end goal as much as you can and try to get your motivation from that, because you're not going to motivate yourself by thinking about what you have to do to accomplish that. Motivation, and this is, again, Dr. K talks about this a lot more healthily than I do. It's about setting expectations, and it's about predicting. All right, so let me give you an example of this. It's about setting expectations, and it's about predicting. All right, so humans, we are prediction machines. All right. As humans, we are prediction machines. And what we do throughout our life is we predict what's going to happen next. And then we base our journey off of that prediction. So when you're afraid to do something, it's because you're predicting that the thing that you want to do is going to be scary. You're predicting that something's going to happen that's bad. And when you're really excited about doing something, you're predicting that the thing that you want to do is going to result in happiness for you. So you want to play video games because you're predicting that video games are going to be fun and enjoyable. So you're almost not even looking to do the video games. It's not that you're excited to play video games. You're excited for the feeling that video games makes you have. Does that make sense? You're not, as a human being, you're not excited about playing the video games. Your brain is predicting that playing video games is going to be fun. So you're excited for the feeling that's going to be coming out of playing the video games. And this is how actual human brains work. We are predictors. And this is how you break down how we navigate our world fundamentally. We fundamentally, you can break everything we do and how we interact with everything via a series of predictions and then expectations and then outcomes. You see, this is why, like, when you go to, like, let me give you an example of this, and it's like a good example of what Dr. K said. So imagine this. Imagine you go into the store to buy a video game. You are predicting that buying this video game is going to make you feel good and you're going to have fun. So you are building expectations that you're going to purchase this video game and then you're going to take it home and you're going to play it. But then the game lets you down. You built expectations based off of the prediction. Right? And those and the prediction was that you were going to have fun. Guess what? Your prediction was wrong. The game sucked. And now your expectations weren't filled and you were left with a lesser experience. This is because of predicting. We are predictors. We're always looking into the future and thinking about how we're going to feel when something occurs. So the reason I'm bringing this up is because the reason you're not motivated to do a chore is generally because you're thinking about what's going to happen in order to get, you're thinking about doing the chore itself, right? You're thinking about doing the chore itself instead of thinking about the end result of said chore, because the end result is how you get dopamine, not the chore itself. This is the misconception, and this is the nail on the head that Dr. K talks about in this video. I can't find the video, but if I can find it, I'll share it with you. This is what we're talking about. What we're talking about is there's a misconception with how humans interact with dopamine and motivation. The misconception is that you're supposed to be motivated to do the task. Right? That's the misconception. You're under the belief that the task is the thing you should be motivated to do. That's not how that works. You should be motivated to get results from the task that you need to do. If you can trick your brain into thinking about the results of the thing that you don't want to do, you'll get more motivation than if you think about the task itself, which is daunting. And this goes in every direction. Think about it for a second. Let's just apply it to everything. You're playing Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, and you want to get 1,000 Koroks. So you stop and say, this is a daunting task, and I'm never going to be able to complete this, and I'm not motivated to do it. But if you can stop and you can visualize what it's going to, the feeling of accomplishment that you're going to get from getting all 1,000 Koroks, it will give you that little bit of boost that you need to go and complete the quest. That is one of the strongest pieces of advice that I recently got on how we navigate like motivation and how we navigate like dopamine and like how it actually functions in our brain. It's actually like super interesting. And it's actually super interesting. And I found it to be like obviously this kind of stuff doesn't apply to like every single person, but a lot of what I'm saying is a super health, like this is like this is neurological science we're talking about, and how our brains interact with certain things. So it's not like it's just right, like this is like neurological science. So like it's not like I'm not just saying like, oh, some people this works for some people and for some people it doesn't. It's more that our neural pathways work a certain way, and if you can figure out how to tap into that, you would be better off. Not everyone's gonna be able to do that well. Not everyone's gonna be able to healthily navigate that. And there's all sorts of factors, including neurodivergence, that might affect this working for you. But the truth is that we have a misconception in our society on what's supposed to motivate us. And it's not the thing that you're trying to do, it's the results that actually gives you the dopamine hit. You know, I recently watched a video where he talks about this in a different light. It's really interesting because he talks about this in such a cool light. He brings it up and he talks about how, in all reality, doing the thing that you think is going to bring you happiness is actually separate than the happiness that you actually acquire. Like there's a line that gets drawn between like the thing you actually like. Here's the way to word it. What your brain thinks it wants versus what actually makes you happy are two separate things. Does that make sense? So like what you think is going to make you happy is a prediction. What actually makes you happy is not actually the same thing. And if you really stop and think about it, I feel like it makes a ton of sense. So the thing you want, you're like, this is going to make me happy. I'm going to play this video game. But actually, the thing that really makes you happy doesn't always line up with the thing that you want. This is a dissonance that you can use in the same conversation as having to clean your room. Think about it in the reverse. The thing you want is a super clean room. You know in your heart that that clean room is going to make you happy. So why are you focused on cleaning your room? Who cares? The cleaning part doesn't matter. That part sucks. Nobody likes cleaning their room. Instead, you focus on having a clean room and you focus on the results. And usually that will propel you to your goal. It's like manifestation type conversation. It's really cool, but here's I think this video right here might be the video. It's called Stop Using Shame to Motivate Yourself.
5 to 35 years of
All right,
work.
so here's the chapters. Look, what separates high achievers from you? What's the difference between the right trauma versus the wrong trauma? Will success make you happy? Why do negative emotions feel so bad? So in this right here, he goes through the conversation of expectations versus reality and why like motivating yourself negatively and doing the thing that a lot of people find to be successful. Somebody just said it in the chat, Jerry Newman. I just force myself to do it until it's done. You see, that works for you, but that doesn't work for everybody. And if you're somebody like me who can't just force yourself to do everything, this is why you need to like actually start paying attention to how dopamine works in our body and what actually equals motivation. What does the word motivation even mean? Do you even know? What does that mean to you? That means your ability to do something? Well, what does it actually mean in our brains? Like, what does it actually mean in our brains to be motivated? Because that's what we need to be focusing on.
from the rest of us is that they were traumatized in the right way. So I want to tell you all the story about a client of mine. Client is second generation. So parents migrated from a developing country. Dad worked really hard, became incredibly successful, went from 0 to $32 million over the course of about, let's say, 25 to 35 years of work. So after about 30 years in the workforce, they started from scratch and had a net worth of about $32 million. So as this person who came from nothing started to become more successful and started rubbing shoulders with other people who were more successful, they entered the world of the elites, right? So they became successful and they didn't go to Harvard, but they sure as hell started going to dinner with people who went to Harvard and Stanford and went this place and that place and all these prestigious institutions and people who have vacation homes and yachts. So as this person entered this world, as the dad entered the world, they started to become a little bit more narcissistic. Maybe they were a little bit sociopathic to begin with. And so it became really important, right? So they started entering this world of like children as trophies and everyone is comparing. And so they started to really pressure their kids. You got to be the best. You got to do it the right way. This is the way successful people do it. We're not going to be these scrubs. We don't care about compassion or doing good in the world. You got to be the best. You got to be the best. You got to be the best. And this is where there's another thing that I think really separates out the right trauma from the wrong trauma, which is that parents who are hypervigilant, parents who are always up in their kids' business, parents who don't let their children get away with relaxation. Those are the kids that are the most messed up. So the really sad thing is that one of the, I think, top 3 or top 5 videos in the depression guide is a video about conditional love. Basically, like we talk about unconditional love, but for many people I've worked with who are depressed, this is a good example of this person. The reason they're depressed is because they grew up with conditional love. I'll only love you if you ... Their whole sense of self is about performance. So if I achieve, then I am worthy of love. And they'll go their whole lives trying to make their dad happy, trying to make their dad proud. If y'all want to know what separates high performers from people who are not high performers, a big chunk of them, and there's a selection bias here because a lot of high performers are loved by their parents. Arguably, I'm one of them. My parents certainly loved me, and I guess I'm doing okay now. But honestly, if y'all want to know, a big part of it is parents who don't love their kids. Dads and moms who say, if you want my love, if you want my respect, I want to be able to show you off to all of my friends. This is all coded, right? It's not super explicit, right? That's what really causes people to achieve. And I want y'all to look at some people with very public profiles. We won't name names. Who are
right. So like that segment right there was talking about separating high achievers from low achievers and how this stuff starts ingrained into children, and how you look at the world and how you look at success and the people around you. And then he goes further in this video, because I'm not going to play the whole thing, but I'm going to link it at the end for you all to finish if you want, is he goes into negative emotions.
Why do negative emotions feel so bad? If you ask me my opinion, I would say shame is the most painful emotion. Now, I haven't had crippling depression in the way that some of my patients have, so arguably theirs is worse. But if you think about why is shame so damn painful, right? So our negative emotions hurt so much because they're designed to induce behavior. The number of times I got bullied in my school and was like, never again. The shame that I felt was so profound. I wanted to change. I wanted to be a different person. I wanted to show them. I wanted to work so hard. Our negative emotions are very powerful motivators. They're the most powerful motivators that we have. And there are many times, if you guys have seen some of the interviews that we do, sometimes I'll ask people towards the end of an interview when they come in with a problem, and I'll be like, do you even want to change this? And the good ones, like good ones in the sense that like the honest people, will be like, no, I actually don't. I came to you with this problem. I don't even want to change it because this is the problem that keeps me going. This is the problem that pushes me to
right. So this goes into that conversation of like, everyone's going to navigate motivation differently, but not all of us have the ability to drive ourselves with shame. Some of us, it goes into the other end and we sulk. and then we get demotivated by it. So and he doesn't talk about that right directly here, but you have the people who get driven by shame, and then you have the people who drive themselves into the hole on shame. So that's why it's not healthy to use negative reinforcement to get motivated. You're not necessarily supposed to just push yourself through things, but it works if it works, and everyone's different, right? But in all reality, that's not the healthiest way to go about motivation. What a lot of where motivation starts coming is again, you want to start visualizing the end product. And this is where he goes into this idea of like learning where motivation actually comes from, the roots of motivation. It's a tool that your brain uses to accomplish things. Motivation is just another word for your brain's wiring to say that that thing is something I need to do. And in order to get yourself to do something that you don't want to do, but you need to do, your brain has certain ways of handling that. And shame is one of them. Shame is one where you give yourself a little shame, and then you're pushing your tookish into doing what you need to do. I've forgotten the face of my father. If my mom were this age, she wouldn't have let in this falter. I better go do my laundry. And that's a beautiful driver for a lot of people, but it doesn't work for everybody, which is why it's not the healthiest way to go about things, right? And then he goes here.
Your body doesn't create a new system while another one works. You have to fix one thing, and then there is a need, and then your body makes the alternate system. It doesn't plan ahead. It's just now that this motivational system is gone, other motivational systems will start to grow. And a really good example of this is if you look at the...
So he's talking about trying to clear up your shame and like your traumas so that you can start to motivate yourself in the right way. Because you can't overwrite what you've been built to do for 20, 30 years and then expect to just start motivating yourself in a different way. So if you're as far along as I am in this 35-year-old plus life, you can't just switch at the drop of a dime on how you motivate yourself. So for those of you that are struggling with motivation, you have to realize that you could be struggling with stuff that you need to go to therapy to get out. Then you can finally start motivating yourself. So all the people in the chat that were like, oh, well, what if dopamine doesn't motivate you? Well, then that's a different problem you're having now, isn't it? And for those of you that were like, well, what if I don't get motivated by the end task and that doesn't really drive me? Well, then you are probably dealing with something like shame, where you were driven your whole life with fear of not doing something or getting your butt smacked instead of doing things for the betterment of yourself and finding motivation out of positivity, not motivation out of fear and shame. So in all reality, if you're struggling with motivation, it could be a deeper layer than just you're lazy. It could be a lot deeper, right? And I had to learn that the hard way. I'm in therapy. So like, Dr. K is touching on that, right? He's touching on this idea that you need to like realize that motivation is a word that's not used properly in our society. Motivation is a word that's used as an antithesis to lazy. Am I right about that? When you hear the word motivation, what do you think the opposite of that is? Lazy, right? That's not how that works. Lazy and motivation aren't on opposite scales of each other. Stop doing that to yourself. Motivation is a chemical process in our brains. That's not how that works. It's not black and white, dude. And that's the thing that I had to beat out of my skull. I had to stop loathing and, oh, you're lazy if you're not motivated. No, it's a spectrum. Lazy is on the spectrum and high productivity is on the other side. And somewhere in the middle, you're getting caught up on motivation. Like that even means anything. It doesn't mean anything. You need to find the root cause of why you're not motivated. And it's likely a lot deeper than just you being lazy. It likely has to do with how you drive yourself, how you're tapping into dopamine. If you're sitting on your phone in the first hour you wake up, and if you're playing video games in the first 3 hours you're awake, and if you're eating sweets and doing all this stuff that triggers dopamine in the first 5 hours you're awake every day, then the second 5 hours that you're awake are going to be a lot less productive. And I'm sure you've heard that. So it's about like, that's like one example of how you approach your day and how that can affect your motivation. That's just one example of how motivation can be affected. One little example. Stuff like how you start your day, stuff like how you carry yourself, the food you're putting in your body. This is a chemical thing we're talking about. It's not just your will to do things. You know, that's what we get from, it's your will. Oh, your will. Like, no, that's not how that works, dude. All right.
You have desires in here that cause you to gravitate towards something. You're curious about something. You want to learn something. You want to help people. Oh my God, compassion. What a noob motivation. Let me make the world a better place. And over time, these voices will start to grow. They've been drowned out. The signals are technically smaller than the negative signals, but generally speaking, it equilibrates because your body is homeostatic, and you know, caffeine stimulates wakefulness more than your brain does. But once you get rid of your caffeine, you'll be perfectly awake without any problems. So you'll just equilibrate.
You see that example? So what he's saying here is that if you start to slowly train yourself to benefit from like more positive reinforcement motivation, then you can slowly start to dissipate the slower stuff, right? The stuff that's coming from like the negative side. So he starts off this like statement right here using an example saying like, you'll naturally start to motivate yourself in a better way if you start doing tactics. And this is this all comes full circle to me going back to that tactic where one of the tactics is visualizing. You see, I don't think you guys were going as deep. I saw a couple comments and somebody was like, oh, what do you mean visualizing? I'm just doing my chores as fast as possible. Like, listen, I mean, truly sit still for a second, close your eyes and visualize the finished task and tell me that you do not get goosebumps and that you don't get a hit of positive feelings. Maybe you guys don't all work that way, but if like earlier when I did that with mopping, because I actually need to mop right now. Fun fact, I use the mopping as an example because my house needs to be mopped right now. And when I visualized my kitchen floor clean, I straight up got goosebumps about 10-15 minutes ago. When I visualized my kitchen sparkly clean, I straight up got goosebumps. I was like, ooh, I want to go clean that. So like, that might not work for you, but like, you need to realize, like, we're not just saying like, oh, think about it being done. No, we're saying sit and visualize yourself in the future with your finished task in hand. Own it. Like, literally pretend that you are there already. Because that little bit of dopamine could be the pushing and the motivation that you need to go do the thing you need to do. Because, and here's the secret that a part of it that I didn't talk about. And while you're sitting there visualizing and pulling yourself away from the task, and you're pushing yourself towards the completed task, you start to pull away from the actual daunting side of the task. All of a sudden, you start to disillusion yourself from the trouble that it's going to take. So all of a sudden, you'll be like, okay, I guess I should probably mop. And it's not so bad now. Now you start saying to yourself, well, it's not so bad, I guess. And once you start entering the world of, well, it's not so bad, you win. You already won. You're winning. Once you can get your brain to switch from, oh, I have to mop, to, well, I guess it's not too bad. Done. You are already stepping towards the direction you need to go. You already are winning. If you can flip that subtle switch from daunting to not too bad, you did it. You're done. You won. Just do it now. It's over. But that's the hard leap, right? That's the leap that it's hard to jump over, especially if you're an overthinker and then you get anxiety and then the anxiety starts taking over your real feelings. It's a whole nest, right? So it's not going to work for every person. This is not an end all be all thing, but
to reawaken your positive things. You have desires in here that cause you to gravitate towards something. You're curious about something. You want to learn something. You want to help people. Oh, I'm in a place where I still have this fire within me to ruthless go whatever I want. Does this mean I didn't go through it? No, not at all. So I think y'all got to understand something. Like, every person's journey is a bit unique. And so oftentimes, just because you've solved your insecurity doesn't mean that all of your fire is gone. For some people, it's gone because it's been quenched. But I think there's another kind of motivation. We talk about this a little bit more on the membership side, but I think there's a kind of motivation which is like karmic debt, which is not insecurity, which is not trauma. But I do believe, I don't really know, but when I work with people, like I think that we have some motivational system that I can best describe as karma. So we have certain karmic debts, which you will feel a natural impulse that this should be done. This needs to be taken care of. A good example is when I work with people who have...
Interesting. Super interesting. I don't remember this part of it. I love when he starts talking philosophy and he steps away from the facts. He always lets you know that he's switching because his philosophy, he's such a smart guy.
Version of that thing. And I don't know if this makes sense, but okay, which is like an OP build, because you only need to sleep 4 to 6 hours a night and you're highly productive for weeks to months at a time. And they don't.
Frick. Hey.
So oftentimes, even when you deal with the insecurity, there's a certain element.
So, and then the other video. So let me link this video for those that want to go into depth about this right here. And then there's one more video that I'd like to share with Meg and anybody else. So I don't know for sure if I'm going to find it. I don't know. I don't know for sure if I can find it right here, but I think the video I'm looking for, it might be this one right here. Stop trading your time for nothing. Maybe. Let's see.
I'm back because I failed again. Dr. K, please give me some closure if you can. Earlier times, I can't handle things. Maybe I should try harder. I can do this. Other must be confused by the diagnosis. And he's not like trying to suggest that they don't have it. He was genuinely trying to learn about this. So he's like, can you explain this to me? Because it seems to my perception.
So this actually might be the video I was looking for. So the chapters are: effort does not always equal success. Effort is a scam. What you need is a better understanding. Why do you believe in hard work? Are you ignoring your internal signals? Pay attention to what leads to contentment. And so on and so forth. The ego obstacle. This might actually be the video. Again, I don't want to watch the whole thing, but
why we have people who played 10,000 hours of League of Legends, Valorant, Dota 2, take your pick, and they're still like hard stuck at bronze or whatever. So there, this idea that working hard.
Yeah. This video is super useful. This one's super interesting. And then the one that I might be pulling from the most might be this one about your standards being higher than they should. I really love this video. I just watched it and I almost shared it with someone in my life, because in this video, he breaks down how as humans, we are predictors, and how like you set standards for yourself through these series of predictions and stuff. It's really, really, really cool. And you might enjoy that video as well. But I think the one that I was actually looking for this whole time is stop trading your time for money, but for nothing. But I don't know where he talks about motivation in here.
And they kind of get stuck. Like part of the reason that they sort of ignore their signals is if they listen to themselves, they end up just numbing. Oh, what do I feel like? What does my body feel like? What does my brain feel like? My body and brain feel like doing nothing. So I'm going to do nothing. Well, that's not working. So then work. If you are moving in the right direction, there's still a chance that you will have regret even when you shouldn't have regret. Here's the options. I feel like doing nothing. And now
he goes deep into the science of like how you can be like pushing towards your goals and still feel like you're not doing anything, and how our brains trick us into like doing nothing regret, doing something regret, looking for peace. So then he goes into the conversation of becoming like at peace with like what you have, and just accepting sometimes finding peace is more important than being active or inactive. And this might be the one. I really wish I was willing to sit here and watch this whole thing, because there's like a specific set of conversation that he goes through. Here, I'll link this video as well, where he goes, the specific set of conversation dialogue that he goes into about motivation that truly like made me go, wow. And it has a lot to do with what I was just saying with like visualizing the end task versus the one that's immediate, and like trying to get yourself to realize like where motivation actually comes from. Like being motivated to doing something is no more than being excited for the results of the thing that you want. And like once you start to learn how your brain functions with motivation, you could very well start tricking yourself into like accomplishing your goals by like focusing on the goal instead of the task, right? It's an interesting subject. Obviously, he's going to talk about it better than I can, rephrasing it and stuff like that. But yeah. Check him out. Dr. K is cool, man. He's a real interesting psychologist who focuses mostly on like the inner brain, and he does like talk a little bit about therapy style stuff, but he always recommends you get your own therapist. And then he offers like coaching for people who are stuck and who want to get like coaching through life. But the reason I really have a lot of respect for Dr. K is because he never once, while you watches him, speaks with an authority that you feel like he's not egotistical about the knowledge that he has. He's always willing to accept that like something he's talking about might not be exact, and he'll tell you when he's spitting facts, and he'll tell you when he's getting philosophical, and he walks this line between the two. And sometimes he'll share some really cool spiritual stuff, and I'm not religious, but I am kind of spiritual. And then sometimes he'll share like facts about how our brains work, and it's really cool. I like him a lot. Where's Tink? Let's go find Tink. He's a gamer? Yeah, sure, he's a gamer. His name's called Healthy Gamer GG. And his whole like journey and career kind of started with helping gamers. Like he's actually most known for taking streamers and gamers and putting them in front of an audience of people and having them talk through and work through their trauma with you. Because he's helping remove the stigma on the gaming culture that like about mental health. Because if you don't know, even as soon as 10 years ago, the culture around mental health in the gaming space was pretty bad. It was pretty bad everywhere, but it was pretty bad, right? Like no one really wanted to talk about mental health. Nobody ever talked about it. So his like whole career has been mostly around getting gamers to actually be comfortable asking for help, and streamers. And so he's opened up a lot of really awesome conversations around those details, and he's pretty cool. Yeah, he's super cool. Yeah, he's very humble. What's up, man's the king? What's up, Losters? Yeah, man, motivation stuff is a fun thing to talk about. Hopefully, my goal is not to change anybody's minds or even give any advice, but to just share wisdom that helped me with the exact problem that I struggle with, which is motivation and finding the mental energy to like do the things that you know you need to do, and it can be brutal. It can be brutal for sure. Do. What's up, Aiden the gamer? How are you today, Aiden? Yeah, I agree with that, Atlantic Cash. Yo, Strawberry Grass. I went to the PO box, and I'm not sure. I didn't get anything from you, dude. Do you have a tracking number, or do you know if it already arrived? Yeah, unfortunate, dude. Strawberry Grass. I'll send you a DM later to figure out what's going on. You got a shiny Alolan Grimer? Nice. Yeah, I can send you a DM. Bam, 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 bam. The slow-mo. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, what's up, Happy Abby? Good to see you today. Mrs. Will, I hope you're doing well, by the way. What's up, Famed Guardian? I hope you're doing well, Famed. Good to see you over on the YouTube, man, you legend. I got a brisket to shred. I could go for some brisket. I haven't had brisket in a long time, dude. Go for some brisket. Mmm, delicious. All right. I got my cliff built. I need to decide what we're doing. I still don't know if I'm committing to this siding or not. I need to look at my option. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 bum. I'd like something with like maybe a design for the bottom row. Here's the striped wall that I made, but just painted. I don't think I want to use tiling. I'd like the stripes for there to be a little bit more space between the stripes. I think that's the thing I don't like. I could just use iron. Iron really does look good. Dark marble, interesting. I could use the limestone. I think we end up using the limestone. The tiling here, like, I don't like how close the lines are to each other. Do I have enough sticks? I need 2 more sticks, dude. Bum 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 ba-da-dum, bum 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 bum. Is it like Animal Crossing where just any tree can drop a stick? Can't trees drop sticks in this game? I thought so. Yeah, there's one. There's 2. Okay. Other blocks and shapes are your friend. Helps break up the monotony of a flat wall of 1 brick. Yeah, see, I'm looking for something for the bottom trim. I was gonna put like something on the bottom trim here. Let me go take a look at my picture one more time. Da-na-na-na. Yeah, I'm thinking like... What you working on? We're working on Fuchsia City today. We're working on Fuchsia City today here. Look how cute this is about to be. You guys ready? Look at this. Look at this, dude. Right in the middle. Right in the middle. Just hidden. Look at that, dude. This is so good. I'm so happy about this decision. Look at that. Dun, 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 dun. Come here, Squirtle. I gave up on the Ditto Face Fountain for now because I wanted to get these done. I wanted to see what these were going to look like. Yeah, I wanted to see what these were going to look like. Put another flower here. Nice. So we're going to have a Pokemon's home. Ooh, maybe I should have actually reversed it. So there was one entrance this way and one entrance that way. The reason I didn't do that was because I wanted on this side the entrances to be hidden. I felt like the entrances being hidden facing this side was more important. I kind of regret that decision, but... So you only see the entrances from this side. There's more than 5 areas? No, this is the Withered Wastelands. Just looks a lot different. Illumination confirmed a Star Fox movie is in the works. Of course it is. They're doing their own Marvel universe, dude. There's Donkey Kong, there's Star Fox, there's Mario. Pikmin's already been seen in Mario Galaxy. What else we got? Zelda's gonna be live action, so it won't be a part of that universe, unfortunately. But that's probably a good thing, because I don't want them turning Zelda into some goofball. Or, you know, Link, the Zelda franchise. I don't want them turning him into some goofball, alright? Link's not a goofball. Link is serious business. New Yoshi trailer? They put out a new trailer for Yoshi. Let's watch it. The live action Zelda is scheduled for the first week of April next year. The first week of April next year. I think I'm going to try to figure out how to stream from the movie theater. But I obviously wouldn't be able to stream in the movie theater. But I'm going to try to figure out how to make that a special... We have a year, basically. We have a year to make the Zelda movie hype. I'm going to try to figure out, like... How could we make that a pretty hype event? All right, 1 hour ago, new trailer. Let's see. Let's see.
Let's crack open this mysterious book. Wonder what we'll discover today. Is the ground snoring? Whoa, it's a big guy. Maybe... Nope, that didn't work.
Why are you licking him, you weirdo?
Let's try...
Whose first thought is to lick him?
A flower. So, is that a boomerang-shaped slug or a slug-shaped boomerang? I don't know. I wonder if this can clear the grass. Oh, wait, come back!
Okay, sick. Boomerang ability,
A
cool.
little pink creature. Wonder if I can... Oh, okay then. Maybe I can just walk over and... Oh, nope, back out again! Oh, hey, we can grab stuff too. Wonder if I can... sorry! Whee! Oh, what's that over there? Maybe these guys can help me pluck it. Whoa, definitely
Wait.
not your average...
Are those PD pedal dudes from Mario 64? Dude, I love these dudes.
Whoa, definitely not your average...
Not Mario 64, Paper Mario 64.
Whoa, definitely not your average slug. Oh!
This dude, what are these laughs? What is this dude? What is this dude doing? It's not like you're actually playing the game, dude. Like, stop. Oh, we're Crazy Daisies in Yoshi's Island.
That's one big old turnip. Whoa! So that's how that feels. Wait, I made more? Cute. Oh, I know just who to give this to. You hungry, big guy? It loved it. Up and at 'em. Who'd have thought? A friendly green
Spoils.
creature that likes to eat.
Spoilers.
You and Yoshi may have a lot in common. See what else you can discover. Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. Available May
We're gonna play it on
21st
release.
on the Nintendo
We're gonna-
Switch 2 system.
We're gonna play it on release. It looks like more of a puzzle game. It looks a little puzzly, but it'll all be lighthearted. But it does look a little puzzly, you know? It's fun. It looks cute. Looks cute. Looks like it could be a fun little game. Just told me the answer to the puzzle. Grr, I know, right? Are you gonna play it like that dude narrates? Yeah, that's my plan. What else would I do? I'm gonna be like, ha 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 ha, the whole time I'm playing it, like Titus from Final Fantasy X. Ha, 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 ha. Ha, 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 ha. Dun, 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 dun. Yo, thanks for the clip. Titus laughs gets me every time. Yeah, dude. You cannot put anything in the front door. I had a feeling it was going to be that way. There has to be a spot. I had a feeling they were going to do that to me. Yeah. I have to leave this spot open. I might have to do something else here. I think I might pick the other flower up to start. So at least it's consistent. So crazy to see with less beard in the GIF. Yeah, dude. Our beards come a long way. Turning 7 years old soon. Yeah, isn't this a cute little spot for these dens? We're gonna have some Pokemon living in here. Oh, did we ever pay out the last bet? I don't think I did. Choose outcome. Nay. 7-year dungeon beard. Dude, Cero Nacho, the Twitch glitches are real. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I think the limestone flooring, weirdly enough, it's a flooring, but it might be perfect for what I'm trying to do here. Oh, I love this song. This is like a weird remix of a Mega Man 11 song. But it's gonna obviously be stone. And I wanted it to feel a little bit more official than that. There's gotta be something that's a similar texture to the striped wall that's just flat. That I could put in between the lines. Right, there's gotta be something. Maybe I need to make some of these. I seriously think I might end up just making a bunch of iron. I might actually do the iron thing. What's the wallpaper I'm using? I can't even find it. Here it is. Yeah. This striped wall, I might just have to like do bronze or iron with it and paint it. Because I could maybe do like stripe, regular, something like that. Oh, nice. Summer Games Done Quick is live. Sick. Or no, it's not sick. The schedule is up. When is Summer Games this year? I always forget when they do their Summer Fest. Yeah, I don't want stone. It looks like I'm doing iron. So what do we need to craft iron blocks? And then we can paint them, huh? The painting part's the most daunting, if I had to guess. July 5th? Oh, nice. Okay. Midsummer. Midsummer. I'm looking forward to Yoshi. I think it's going to be fun. Be right back 1 second. Thank you, Zoldar, for the 62 months. I appreciate the resub, sneaking that resub in there. Thank you again, Jordan Afternoon, for the 60-month primer as well. Good to see you, Zoldar. Let me hit that real quick. Thank you, dude. I'll be right back. Freaking cat keeps tearing up the freaking duct tape that I have around the window because they're trying to get to these birds. She keeps tearing it off. Freaking punk. I'm this way. I don't think I have a lot of iron. This could be a problem. Oh, you've actually been to a Games Done Quick before? Here's some iron tilling. I said tiling. Install these on the floor to create a stylish industrial vibe, huh? I like how they tell you where to use it. Even though everywhere I've seen iron, it gets used on the walls. Maybe there's another piece that I'm missing. Is there not an iron wall? I feel like everywhere in the game I've seen iron get used was on walls. So why is it being labeled as a flooring in here? That's so confusing to me. I feel like everywhere in this game that I saw iron be used. Oh wow, I have 867 iron ingots, and I just said that I wasn't sure how much I had, if I had enough. Well then. All that farming that I did throughout the game definitely was worth it. Now we have to figure out the painting situation. Which, to be fair, I normally don't feel this way, but boy, did they make the painting in this game, the painting stuff, super daunting, huh? They made the coloring of stuff very daunting, huh? Iron plating. That's what I was looking for. Do I just not have the recipe? I just don't have the recipe. Wow. Okay, let's go. Because, like, yeah, tedious is also the word for it. It's daunting to think about and it's tedious to do. Look at her. Ripping up all of her teeth marks and claw marks in here in this freaking duct tape. I got evidence. She's an animal, literally. She wants them birds gone. Because I don't have any black or white paint. And if I do have some white, I don't have a lot. Okay, maybe the iron plating is what I want here. Weird. It has lines. Interesting. Whoa. Different types of stripes. Oh, I love this song. This is a good song. Do 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 do. I think about Kirby all the time. There's not enough time in the day for how much I would actually enjoy playing even more of that game. There's not enough time in the day, dude. Yeah, I think that the plating is going to be a good... I wanted something on the foundation that was different, you know? And the plating seems to be doing the job beautifully. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. We could even use the plating on top as well to trim the top, maybe. Like in the long run, we could use it to trim the top as well, to be fair. 7 days until my follow-versary. Anniversaries are a thing. Yeah, we celebrate them all the time. Welcome to Mario Kart! Yeah, don't worry, I got you covered, Kerbu. I got you covered, dude. This is only a minute-long song in this playlist, but it goes so hard. So, like, in a playlist with 84 songs, you're always guaranteed at least 1 minute of one of the hardest songs in all of gaming history. And I'm gonna give you guys the full thing. I'm gonna give you the full experience. Hold on. Not even the video. The video in the playlist is just the song. Mario Kart 64 intro. We gotta do the raw thing, dude. We gotta do the whole thing.
Welcome to Mario Kart.
All right, now pause, and then we're gonna start the music from over here because this audio quality sucks. Sorry, man dog. From 18 years ago. No wonder the audio sucks. It's 20 years ago. This one goes out to Cinderella. Need shades on for this. And then it just goes to the next song on the playlist. Now, I'm actually going to skip, though, because there's one other song while we're on this topic. What was on my glasses? Well, while we're on this topic, there's another song that I also think is one of the best, but most slept on songs you can find in gaming. And it's Mario Kart as well. And let's see it. I might have to look it up because it might have got deleted. Okay, so unfortunately, my playlist, 34 videos of my playlist are dead. That's what happens. I have to rebuild it. Now, I do have it all wrote down, so I can rebuild it track by track. But we need Mario Kart 64 results music. Prepare to have your life changed. Oh, nice. We got a balloon in here, dude. Nice. Speaking of, Mario Kart World's result music is sick. Mario Kart World results music. Yeah, this is it. Okay, I just wanted to make sure this was the song. This song was stuck into my head for weeks. This song was stuck in my head for weeks, dude. Just keeping it to a 6-monther to Mrs. Will. Well, you chose a good one. We love Mrs. Will around here. Dude, they did a good job with this OST for sure. It's so Saturday Night Live, it's insane. Dude, I can't believe my playlist died. I'm gonna have to rebuild a new playlist. 34 songs hidden. What? Can't believe 34 songs on my playlist died. Yeah, a lot of them died. Oh my gosh. Right? 1, 2, 3. Maybe not necessarily. Where's my document that with the playlists? I have a full document with a playlist for this. All right, so the track list. So what are we missing? What are we missing from this track list? Dude, no way. Dude, man, I was wondering why my playlist wasn't hitting. It could have been hitting even harder. Wow, they played me. So, dude, we're missing most of the Sonic Adventure tracks out of here. We're missing all of the Streets of Rage music out of here. Dang, I didn't realize this playlist got hit this hard. Like, cause this happens all the time on YouTube. This is why YouTube sucks. Because people upload this stuff and then it gets taken down, then it gets uploaded, then it gets taken down, then it gets uploaded, then it gets taken down. And it's just this game, right? Dude, so much of my playlist got gut. I'm gonna have to rebuild it. I mean, I have a text document. That's how I've saved it locally. For now. That's true though. I could do what you're saying. But for now, what I did to solve the problem is I have a full text document. I have a full text document here. And it just has the full playlist wrote out so I can always come back and rebuild it no matter what. Because I was anticipating this happen. Because that's just how YouTube works. It just sucks because I didn't realize it was that much work. I didn't realize how dead it was. I mean, it's still got a solid 50 tracks of some mind blowers here. But it's 35 of the tracks are dead right now. Yeah, all of the Pokemon Legends Arceus music is off of it. A ton of the Sonic Adventure tracks are gone. All of the Streets of Rage died for some reason. A bunch of the Mega Man 8 tracks died. That sucks. A bunch of Streets Fighter. Some Phantasy Star Online. Donkey Kong Country, is that still in here? Yeah. Even songs on Spotify get pulled. The only way is to download the tracks and play locally. I could take the time to go find all these tracks potentially and download them. No, Kerbu, I haven't checked into that. Sonic has the best music. Sonic has some good music. Sonic has some good music. Yo, have a good day, Cinderella. Dudley's theme is gonna dud. Dudley's theme's gonna go hard. Yeah, all right, so we don't even have the recipe for the iron plating, unfortunately, so we can't play any further. But we could paint it. I kind of like the color juxtaposition here, but I might lighten up the siding. I might even not stop using the siding. But I kind of like it now that I have a better foundation. It's actually pretty nice. So this building is something we'll work on here soon. When we get bored of exterior design, we're gonna turn this into a nice little pass through for the safari zone. Yeah, things are coming together. I'd say that at this point, most of my ideas are out there. Now we just need to clean them up. I think we're building a swing right here. We're gonna make our own little swing build here. Something cute. Then we need to start. One of the things that I'd like to do, but I want to do it like I think in small doses, is then we want to start decorating these actual yards. So like, for example, this is not just how Lapras is going to be living. Like, I think I'm going to try to make this spot look really nice for Lapras. And I'm going to do the same thing for Psyduck and Squirtle. Or sorry, Psyduck and Golduck. And then I'll be doing the same thing for the 3 Slowpoke, Slowbro, and Slowking family over here. So that's stuff we could do in micro. Right now, my goal is to get the foundation of the park down, as you all know. And things are coming together beautifully. So we have to build this, we have to put this building together. And then we're gonna start working on the safari zone. I think that I want to work on the safari zone before I start doing minor details, and then we can do details all at once. So once we're done with a couple projects out there, next up is the safari zone. And we have to do everything we can to create an experience here where it's basically going to be a glorified zoo. It's going to be like a free roaming zoo. A zoo where it's still going to have some structure to it, but it's going to be kind of like a nature preserve, but with like a little bit more zoo qualities. And we're probably going to be gutting most of this stuff back here. If I had to guess, what you see back here now is going to look nothing like when I'm done with it back here. Can't do anything about the windmill. We actually just straight up cannot remove this. So whatever I do, I have to build around this. Are you impacted by the Stream Element news? I don't know anything about the Stream Element news. I heard about the Twitch news, but I don't know about the Stream Element stuff. Nice screenshot. I love that. Let's look into it. Stream Elements shutting down. Oh, that's the first thing that came up. Holy heck. Let's see what happens. It says Stream Elements prepares to shut down website and creator platform. It's both surprising and not surprising to see this news come out, especially since their reportedly never reached profitability. Stream Elements was honestly so much nicer to use than Streamlabs in my opinion. Agreed. Updated. Okay, this article is probably garbage, but it's updated. Stream Elements tweeted. Okay. Let's see what Stream Elements tweeted. Update, official update. We're in positive discussions with potential acquirers and working to find the best path forward for creators, customers, and our team. We'll share more updates soon. We spent over a decade building for creators, and we'll do everything we can to keep supporting this community. Dang. There's nothing on their Twitter about this otherwise, weirdly enough. I wonder what happened. It's such a clickbait article. Yeah, the Stream Elements tweet. There is a tweet from Stream Elements, though, an official update that sounds pretty grim. Looks like they're trying to be acquired. So this is what the article says. And it's bright as heck. Ever heard of dark mode, man? What are you trying to keep me awake or something? Said a Stream Elements staff member informed creators about the company's potential closure, potential being the key word here, in a post published in offshoot Discord server used by the staffer to run Stream Elements sponsorships, which GamesBeat has viewed. In the post, the Stream Elements employees said that the company was preparing to close its doors, with Stream Elements website scheduled to remain open for 30 days. The staff member encouraged creators using Stream Element products to log in during this window to save any assets, and ensured creators that they would be fully paid out for any current sponsorship deals negotiated through Stream Elements platform. Quote, "Thank you for all the incredible content and for being part of this community." Quote, the Stream Elements employee wrote in a Discord post. Quote, "If you have any immediate questions regarding your active campaigns, please reach out as soon as possible." Quote. This does suck depending on how far it goes. Because the only reason it sucks, so there's two things that I instantly think of. First, I get all my tips through Stream Elements, so I'll have to switch back to Streamlabs. Not a big deal, but it's all comfortable and nice now, and my bank account's attached to it and yada yada. Second is all of my channel alerts are currently housed in Stream Elements. We're talking at this point, maybe 30, 40 alerts I would have to completely move. That's a little brutal. I'm glad that I didn't go too hard on new alerts recently, because I might just have to move them all to Twitch. So Twitch has a built-in alert system that works pretty well now. It just doesn't have all the same freedom. I don't know if you can do separate code in Twitch. I wonder, can you even use code to do Twitch alerts? I wonder. I don't think you can. It's just pictures and videos. So like, if this does work out the way that they're saying, that's a little bit rough for sure. Yeah, because like, Twitch alerts don't have an option for code. And I have a bunch of custom alerts for my channel, but you can't use code in Twitch. So I'd have to switch back to Streamlabs, which I don't really have a problem doing that. Streamlabs is okay, but Streamlabs doesn't allow the same type of code. So my whole stream has been wrote for Stream Elements. Like my artist did all of my chat, like my chat on the screen and everything was all in code for Stream Elements. That doesn't actually cross over to Streamlabs, so I might have to get some work done. Hopefully they find a way to maintain. Yeah, I mean, their website's the key here. It sounds like if their website goes down, then they could still like provide service, but not the same level of service. We'll have to find out. At least Molded will be getting a bonus. Yeah, I don't actually work with Molded too much anymore. He's kind of doing his own thing. I'm in a weird place. I don't really have an artist right now for my stream overlays and stuff. I've been kind of shopping around. It's hard. I like to build relationships with people before I give them money. So it's tough. Pokopia seems to be a very good game. Seems like the only game streamed by anybody since its release. Funny that you say that, because we were just talking about this morning how this game's fell off a cliff for creators and nobody really wants to watch it or play it. So that's actually kind of wrong. And everyone's just moved on to Tomodachi Life. But this game had a strong run while it lasted. But yeah, no, this game is Pokopia is done. People are just interested in a little bit of Pokopia. Yeah, Tomodachi Life Living the Dream. It's finally dropped under 10K viewers. After a strong month, man. That game killed it for a month, sitting at 40K viewers every day straight for a month. For the first time I'm looking at it, it's finally under 10K viewers. Wow. Meanwhile, Pokopia sitting at 1,000, and it's been at 1,000 for about a month now, and it barely breaks 1,000. Yeah, unfortunately people aren't really interested in watching the game right now. Yeah, it's definitely a great game for sure. Yeah. Done. Yeah. And as far as the creator space is concerned, when I say Pokopia is done, what I mean by that is, like, let me give you an example. Like, I'm just going to show you what I mean. Instead of explaining it, I'm just going to show you. Why is Pokopia done? All right, well, let's take a look. This is just Twitch, but let's take a look. All right, so the amount of English streamers that are playing Pokopia, so this is only English. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 34 people are playing the game right now. And the majority of them are unfortunately at 1 to 5 viewers, right? Not the majority of them, but a chunk of them, right? So let's go to Tomodachi. So let me show you what a healthy Animal Crossing let me show you what a healthy category looks like. Do you see the difference? Do you see the difference? This is, so when I say Pokopia is done, I just mean like it has fallen super far out of relevancy. It's done. Right? Like here's Animal Crossing, right? Animal Crossing's been stuck here for a while because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 of the 30 streams here are Treasure and Islands. And the worst part is that the viewers have chosen that that's where they want to be. So it's not just that Treasure Islands took over the category, it's that viewers chose that they would prefer to sit and watch Treasure Islands than real Animal Crossing creators. And this is why this category is no longer really that successful for people. It's really tough to grow in AC right now. And again, it's not just the streamers. You got to blame the viewers as well, because anybody who's looking for Animal Crossing content would prefer to just sit and watch one of these streamers and get their Treasure Island loot instead of like actually like going and engaging with content, right? Or they've already got an established creators that they want to watch, so they're not even in this category. They just go to their followers list and they just go to their favorite Animal Crossing streamers like myself. Unfortunately, this category though, this directory is dead. Unfortunately, like you're not gonna really find a ton of success out of the directory itself. This is a Twitch problem to begin with. To be clear, this isn't exclusive to Animal Crossing. Twitch has a problem in general with directories don't yield anything. Most people go to their followers list to find content. So do they actually acknowledge viewers? Well, that's what some of them do, right? Like that's the thing. Like some Treasure Islands are set up in a way where people actually engage and talk, and sometimes they don't. So you could see most of these Treasure Islands are complete dead chats. No one's actually talking. Everyone's just there collecting loot. But everybody only has so much time to watch content. So the reason I said that this is a streamer and a viewer problem is because you go to Twitch and you only have so much time to watch so much content. So what do we usually do? A lot of us, we throw a stream up on a monitor and we game on the other one. We throw a stream up on our TV and we game. The problem is that when people come to the Animal Crossing community to find content to watch, one, it's hard to find the creators to watch, so you leave and go watch something else. You see all this and you go, okay, there's something else on. Two, I've found that during the heyday of Treasure Islands, these were actually like hangout spots, and people were just hanging out in these chats while collecting their loot, and it became kind of like a thing for people to do together. It was like, we're in this together. We're gonna hang out while we're collecting loot. Three, I think that it has to do with you can only have so many streams you're paying attention to at any one time. And unfortunately, probably 80% of Twitch's audience is right here. So let me tell you, how many streams can you have up on your phone at any given time, chat? The answer is 1. That's why it's a problem, because when somebody comes to watch Animal Crossing content, they only have the option to watch one stream at a time. So Treasure Islands took over viewership as well as the category, because when someone's engaging with the Treasure Island, 75% of the time, that's the only thing they're doing during that session. So you wonder, why is there 72 people here? Well, because they're probably botting, because if they're doing Treasure Islands, they're probably not afraid to bot. So let's say there's 15 people, real humans there. Those 15 humans aren't doing anything else but Treasure Islanding. There's 150 people here. Let's assume that 50 of them are real. They're not doing anything but Treasure Islanding. Whereas if Treasure Islands didn't exist on the platform, they would put a streamer on, and then they would go to another website to find their Treasure Islands. So it is of my belief that this is a viewer and a streamer problem, because the viewers are consciously deciding to watch this stuff, whether it be just to get their free stuff or because the person's maybe talking, whatever, instead of engaging with Animal Crossing content. If this wasn't an option on the platform, you would see all of these actual streamers elevate in viewership, almost guaranteed. In my opinion, you would almost guaranteed see all of these people that are really playing the game would naturally go up, because people who show up for Animal Crossing on Twitch wouldn't be tempted to click on something that like this, because it wouldn't be here. So they would be like, okay, I'm gonna go and watch this person today. That's not 100% true. So that's why it's also a streamer problem. And that is like the fact that Twitch allows these streams to exist does cause problems with itself. So it's a combination of people choosing to engage and then also streamers choosing to do it because it's a way to make money. It's a way to build up channels. What a lot of these streamers do is they sell the channel. So if they'll get affiliate, they'll even get partner, and then if they stop making money, they'll sell the channel to someone else so that you can buy a partner. But if you didn't know that, you can just buy a channel that has followers with a partner badge. So there's a lot of weird stuff that happens with these treasure islands. But just to be clear, I don't think treasure islands are inherently a bad thing. I just don't think they belong on a live platform. I believe they belong in Discords and on websites like Nookazon. They don't belong on Twitch. I think this is a problem. However, it is really accessible for people. So accessibility is king, and who cares? If you go to like Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, you see the same thing, right? Like, look, go to Scarlet and Violet, and while it's not so bad, oh wow, it used to be a lot worse. Oh, here it is. There's only one. Wow, dude, it used to be so much worse. How did the Pokemon community get rid of this problem? What? How did the Pokemon community beat the system? Dude, there used to be so many bots. Is it all in ZA now? I do see a couple of them. You're right, I do see a couple of them. There used to be so many bots, dude, in the Pokemon channels, like free shiny, free shiny, free shiny, free shiny. Here's one of them. Here's another one. Here's another one. Yeah, see, I think these are all really cool services for gamers. So I would never talk negatively on the services they're providing. You'll notice I'm only just talking about how it affects streamers and viewers and growth. As far as the actual service they're providing, it's fine. I think it's super cool. Stardew does well. Stardew Valley's quiet right now, but it does well relatively. So Stardew always bounces between 1K and 5K viewers. It rarely drops under 1K, but it rarely goes above 5K. Stardew Valley is always going to be a category that thrives, and I don't understand why. So like, look how many scrolls there is for Stardew. Look at this. Look how many people are creating content around Stardew and engaging with Stardew. While it's the same amount of viewers as Pokopia, there's double, if not triple, the streamers. That's because Stardew has magic. Stardew has like a magic spell that it casts, and people always come back to watch it, and people always come back to stream it. This is a sign of a healthy category. There's two things that show a healthy category on Twitch for you as a streamer to get engaged with. And the first way to do this is to always remember that there's different languages. And you want to focus on English, because if you allow other languages, it's going to muddy what I'm saying. But if you speak another language, you could benefit from those categories. So as an English streamer, first off, the dissonance between the highest view count and the lowest. So 241 is the highest. The next is 219. The next after that is 38. That's really healthy. It's not one person carrying the category, but it's also not so small that it's just a bunch of 10 viewer Andes. No offense, by the way. This is a healthy category. Most of the streamers in here are anywhere between 40 and maybe 20 viewers, maybe 5, maybe like 10 viewers, 10 and 40. This is the bulk of the viewership right here. It's all spread very smoothly around the category. There's a little bit for everybody, and you don't really start hitting the 1 viewer Andes until you get to the bottom. But like for the most part, it's a pretty healthy place to be. There's a good amount for everybody. Everyone's eating pretty good here, right? This is what I would call like Stardew is like one of the most ideal categories on the platform. So to give you an example of a category that's maybe like rough, that's maybe like toxic, you would have to go to like the browsing section. and you'd have to choose something like maybe League of Legends. So what happens when you see League of Legends? It's dominated by big viewers. Look at 3K, 2K, 1K, 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 1K. Now this is still actually kind of healthy because there's a lot of 1K viewers. So there's a lot of viewership spread across the top echelon. That's actually not that negative. And League of Legends continues 900, 700, 600, 500, and then goes slowly down. So this seems to be pretty healthily spread. So I wouldn't say that this is the worst category until you keep scrolling. And then you start to see, you keep scrolling, right? This is like, and what's happening here? There's a lot of streamers. And the look at now it's 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12, 12, 12, 12, 13, 13, 13, 13, 13, 13, 14, 14, 14, 14, 14, 14, 15, 15, 15. This is really rough. How are you ever going to be recommended to somebody who likes League of Legends when there's 1,500,000 people playing League of Legends? At that point, the recommendation system isn't going to function. We know that Twitch doesn't really have an algorithm. Therefore, you're not going to find success in a category where you can't stand out at all. You just can't. You better be a freaking potato with eyes and lips or something super out there. And even then, how are people going to find you? You know what I mean? So this is a real interesting category example, but I think this is probably one of the worst categories you could ever grow in on Twitch. What you're looking for is like the Stardew Valley categories, right? You're looking for like Magic the Gathering Arena. If I remember the last time I checked, Magic was a beautiful category to grow in. Look at this. 3.7 views. Highest is 1K, next is 500. Not the biggest, not the smallest. If somebody likes Magic, you're likely to be recommended to them at some point as a viewer. Pretty healthily spread around, right? You see like a pretty healthy spread audience. It's not just one dude. You take away that 1.3K, you're still sitting on 2.5K spread across everyone else. That's like not bad, right? So pretty interesting how that stuff works. But yeah, when I say Pokopia is done, really what I mean is that unfortunately all of my analytics tell me that like this is just not a game people care to watch right now. And it has to do with it being burnt out. You know, people got burnt out. The game was just super hyped for a little bit. Yeah, it's unfortunate, you know what I mean? I think YouTube works a little bit differently. And like what you can do is you can go to like a specific category on YouTube. You can go to like Pokemon, Pokopia. How does this work again? You can go to like the hashtag, right? Can't you go to like a section that shows the game? Oh yeah, it's down here, right here. So if we click this is all the content that has been made in Pokopia recently. So I don't know how they organize this. I have no idea how this is organized. But if you take a look at recent, you have like 2 days, 5 days, 6 days, 2 days, 5 days, 5 days, 1 day. And all this stuff is mostly shorts, right? 5 days, 5 days, 4 days, 6 days, 5 days, 6 days ago. So I don't know. Again, I don't know how this stuff is organized, but as you can see, there's not really many people even making Pokopia content on YouTube. This was when I realized that Pokopia fell off a cliff. I went to YouTube and I was like, wait a second, people aren't even making videos. I was like, oh no. That's like brutal. Like when you don't even see videos getting put out, it's like, uh-oh, like that's a problem, right? Like That's a big problem. Then somebody came into my stream, and at one point they were like, "You're the only English streamer playing the game on Twitch right now." And I was like, "Wait, what?" Or on YouTube, I mean. And that's insane, because if you think about it, YouTube has billions of people on it compared to millions on Twitch. How was I the only English streamer on the Pokopia category at one point? Was this because of Beatles' comment? No, this was Kerbu. I had mentioned that Pokopia was dying off, and Kerbu had a reaction to it that I found interesting, because you know, I don't want people to think that I'm saying the game sucks, but more so that there's a lot of analytics that go into it, man, and unfortunately a game just falls off a cliff sometimes. That's what happened to me when I wanted to watch ZA. Yeah, it's actually pretty crazy how that happens, right? Whereas, like, let's see, I'm very curious, does how frequently does Stardew Valley get content in the same context, the same vein of context? If I go back to recent, let's see. Wow, it's so different, dude. Look at the difference, dude. Look at this. Look at the difference, dude. You ready? The Pokopia stuff stopped scrolling after 2 seconds. Look at the Stardew stuff. Look. It goes all the way down. Look at 1 day ago. Like, look at 23 hours ago, 2 days ago, 1 hour ago, 1 day ago, 1 day ago, 1 hour ago, 1 day ago, 2 hours ago. Dude, and this game is 10 years old. This game is 10 years old. 6 days ago, 1 hour ago. Like, think about that. Like, I can't believe that that is insane to me, that a game that just came out a month ago can't even get more content made around it than a game that came out a decade ago. Oh my God. People love Stardew Valley. It is insane, dude. I cannot wait for Haunted Chocolatier, man. That is crazy. Stardew is extremely popular. But you guys have to admit that this is insane, right? Think about this for a second. We're talking about Pokemon. It's not like I'm trying to compare. We're talking about Pokemon. The biggest franchise on planet Earth can't compete with Stardew Valley on YouTube content. Wrap your head around that for a second. This is the modern day internet, and how stuff gets dropped at the just the drop of a dime, because creators have two decisions when a game comes out like Pokopia. They either go where the viewers go, or they follow their heart and they stream through the downturn. And most people don't want to stream during the downturn. Most creators are afraid to stream when their channel isn't functioning the way that it normally does. So when a streamer shows up to Pokopia and they play it and they're like, man, I love this game, and the viewers are there popping. I've been there. I've been in this exact situation. And then all of a sudden a month goes by and the viewers don't want to watch anymore. You have to ask yourself a question as a creator. You either move and do something else and you continue to ride the wave of the most popular thing in the room, or you stick to your guns and you show the Pokopian community that you're one worth sticking with. You have two choices. You either stick to your guns, you stick to the thing that you're passionate about, you stick to the game if you're passionate about it, and you try to build your own niche, or you move on. Or you move on. You have to choose one or the other. I mod for someone that's only streamed Mario Maker 2 since it came out. I'm very familiar with this topic. Yeah. You have to make a decision. And it seems like all the Pokemon fans and stream, like they decided they didn't want to stick with it. And I was really hoping that they would, because then the more streamers that stick with it, I think the better it feels. But it all comes down to viewership, and I don't blame people for walking away. You know, I don't blame people for walking away. You know, it's like, yeah, you got to move on sometimes. I don't stick with every game that I play for that reason. It's like sometimes you got to just move on. Now, they did not confirm Pokemon DLC yet, but it's all but confirmed. We're for sure gonna get it. Man, I to go back to the stream elements thing, looks like I'm about to switch my alerts around. Dang, man, I wasn't ready to switch my alerts like that. That kind of sucks. I think a lot of folks fell off of regular Pokemon games around Sword and Shield. Yeah, they did. You guys got to know one thing about Pokemon, but I didn't bring this up because what we're talking about, I think, is something that's happening with gaming in general. No one is interested in playing a game longer than a couple weeks. That's just the way, that's just the world we're in. Unless it's a really, really, really good game, like the Elden Rings and the Zeldas and the Baldur's Gates 3s, so on and so forth. However, Pokemon specifically has a separate conversation. I've said this before, but I don't know if I've hit the point home hard enough. Pokemon fans, you either love Pokemon or you hate Pokemon. There is not really an in-between for Pokemon. There's just not. And some of you might say, that's not true. Like, I'm in the middle. I don't really care. Well, you are the exception, not the rule. But you need to understand that your average person, I think above average, I think most people, they draw a line. They're either Team Edward or Team Jacob. And in this case, it's either Team Pokemon or Team No. I think people are either obsessed with Pokemon or they want nothing to do with it. And I think that's a big factor on how Pokemon games thrive in the space. Because if all the Pokemon fans aren't obsessed with a Pokemon game, don't expect like any other eyeballs. Don't expect curious eyeballs. Does that make sense? When a game gets popular, a lot of times you get people out of the genre. Right? You get people out of the genre. When Zelda blows up, you get people who have never played a Zelda game looking around the room going, maybe I should play that Pokemon. Maybe I should play that game. When Elden Ring got popular, it brought people into the group that never played Elden Ring in their lives. The problem with Pokemon is that when Pokemon gets popular, it generally only appeals to Pokemon fans. Generally speaking, if you don't like Pokemon, you ain't playing Pokemon games. Period. It doesn't matter how good it is. It doesn't matter how ungood it is. It doesn't matter. If it's a Pokemon game, you're playing it. If it's not a Pokemon game, like if you don't like Pokemon, you're not playing it. So like, here's a good example of this, and I'm very curious. This might not be the best poll here in the chat, but out of curiosity, did any of you who played Pokopia pick it up and had never played a Pokemon game before in your life? I bet you that is a rare thing. I bet you most people that are playing Pokopia played it because they have a history with Pokemon. And I would go as far as betting that most of the people who did not play Pokopia have zero affiliation with Pokemon. Now, I'm not really making bold takes, am I? What I'm saying makes sense, doesn't it? But like, doesn't matter. Like, think about it. Like, I would bet that the most people who avoided Pokopia probably never played a Pokemon game before. They didn't really care at all. And then you had the people who just don't like cozy games, which is fine. That's probably a huge portion of it as well. The anti-coziers. Oh, this game's too cute. I don't need it. Whatever. You know what I mean? Like, that's how Pokemon is, man. Pokemon is so divisive. You know what I like? It's so divisive. People, you either love Pokemon or you hate it. You don't want anything to do with Pokemon. Yo, what's up, Nabby Curry? I haven't actually played Pokopia yet. That's mostly because I couldn't afford it. Well, right, you have all the variables that I'm not talking about. Right, the Switch 2 barrier. There's going to be a bunch of people that play Pokopia because it's cozy and they've never played a Pokemon game. So this isn't like a fact. But the point I'm trying to make is that this is how Pokemon has worked for a long time. And Remix was right. I follow a few streamers who played Pokemon until Pokopia. Yeah, but that's streaming though. Obviously, you're going to do the streaming thing because it's popular and it's streaming. So like, on the grand scale of the Pokemon universe, as a streamer who's been playing Pokemon games on his channel for 7 years, I've noticed that Pokemon fans don't cross over into other fandoms that well as far as viewership. And I've noticed that people who don't really play Pokemon, who aren't a fan of Pokemon, don't really want to watch anything to do with Pokemon, even if they love the creator. This is what I'm trying to say. Like another way to word this is like Pokemon fans only want to watch Pokemon unless they're just like, completely burnt out. And non-Pokemon fans don't even want to go near it with the 10-foot pole. They don't even want to go near it. They don't even want to talk about it. They don't even want to. Whereas like, that's not usually how Twitch works. Normally Twitch is pretty organic and you can have viewers who watch Elden Ring and then viewers who watch SpongeBob and then viewers who watch, Animal Crossing and then viewers who watch World of Warcraft, and they love all sorts of variety. But for some reason, the Pokemon space is different. It's really guarded. It's really like, I don't want to watch Pokemon if I am not a fan of it, if I don't play the games regularly, I don't even want to like go near the games. Like, it's almost as if like, this is what it's always felt like for me. And now we're getting into like weird personal territory. It's always felt like there's a stigma on Pokemon, and you can't watch Pokemon. For some people, they can't watch Pokemon without feeling like a loser or something like that. Exactly, exhaustion. That's it. It's not about the loser. It's about like the kids. Exactly. It's like if you're associated with Pokemon, for some people look down on you for that. They look at you like you're childish. They look at you like you're a child, like you're a doo-doo head. They look at you like you're an idiot. So they don't want to be associated with it. So even if their favorite streamer's playing it, unless the streamer's making fun of it the whole time, they don't want anything to do with it. Because to them, Pokemon is lame. To them, it's for kids. And to them, they wouldn't be caught dead watching it. That's the energy around Pokemon. And it's so frustrating. It's like, it's so frustrating. I don't understand. But it's been that way like for my whole streaming career. Before I got Pokopia, I had not picked up a Pokemon game since Sword and Shield, so you hit the nail on the head there. And to cement Hylian's point, those streamers who picked up Pokopia for the first time aren't streaming the game anymore, right? I really hate that energy. Like, do you really need to make fun of something to feel better about yourself? Yeah, it's weird. It's weird, man. The energy around Pokemon is unfortunate. Also, why does my character dance on top of a tree? Is there music playing? Why is my character dancing on this tree? I didn't press the dance button. Get down, ditto. Yeah, he might be hearing the music. He might be hearing the music going. Because I see, I think Rotom's walking around here. I think Rotom's vibing around here somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, it's so weird, man. It's fun talking about these like little philosophies though, because I like to get all of your opinions on it. Sometimes it's really nice to chat about this kind of stuff because I like to see if my philosophies are correct or if you guys oppose them like strongly. And sometimes my philosophies are wrong. Sometimes my philosophies are like super wrong and I'm actually way off base. And sometimes I'm actually like way more on point than I realize. And like I got the right vibe. So sometimes I just like to bring this stuff up and see what you all think about it. The tombstone here is for Marowak. And then this one is for Lantern Lepent. How many Pokemon did you find? We found them all. We finished our Pokedex. What's up, Keithius? Pokemon games clearly need farming and dating like Harvest Moon. That's funny. No. I think Pokopia's biggest flaw was that it wasn't a never-ending game. And we talked about this earlier today. We talked about this at the start of the stream today, actually. Pokopia's biggest problem in the creator space was that they had a credit roll in a story. Yeah, doesn't that sound ridiculous? But that's the thing. If a game has a story, it gives you a reason to be done with it. And if a game gives you a reason to be done with it, a lot of times our brains want to walk away from something. So I think the truth is what happened with Pokopia is all the viewers like me, I'm a viewer and a streamer, we played the game, we finished the story, and we said, okay, I'm done. Even if you picked at it a little bit afterwards, it was done. And then the streamers, the same thing. I know when I see credits and when I finish an epic 30 to 50 hour story on stream, I have to make two choices. I either move on or I see if the game has post-game content or 100% content. Now, how many of you have watched my stream for years? And I'm gonna ask, and I bet you I know the answer. How many games have I played post-credits on this channel? I'm gonna tell you right now, I think I can count on one hand. Or it's like Pikmin where I go back 8 months later, right? Or it's like Pikmin 4 where I go back literally 8 months later and I finish. Because first off, I play games that are never ending. So this is a super cheesy answer because I play Animal Crossing and Stardew for a living and they don't really have endings. Secondly, so this was actually a cheesy question, right? Secondly, I don't end a game until I'm done. Listen, that's the thing. Here's my secret. When I do extra content, rarely do I roll credits until I'm done with the extra content. When I do 100% on the channel, I 100% the game before we finish it. That's the secret. If I'm going to 100% a game on the channel, rarely do I roll credits first because I know I'm not going to go back. The only exceptions are like Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, right. How many years is that going to take me? Right? Pokopia. And the only reason I came back to Pokopia is because they had the goal of finishing the Pokedex. Without the goal of finishing the Pokedex in Pokopia, I really wasn't that interested in coming back. And then the decorating was the other big part. Even Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, getting my shiny charm and finishing my Pokedex gave me a reason to come back. Without something like that makes sense, that I'm really interested in, rarely am I going to come back. If I see credits, I'm usually done. I could probably maybe 5, maybe 10 games in like some kind of, like maybe 10 games, right? Right. Even if the streamer isn't done, if the credits roll, chat ask what's next. Right. You know, this conversation has led into a territory of real funny because this all goes full circle back to some of the changes I'm trying to make to my channel and how I'm trying to become a more complete streamer who feels okay rolling credits and moving on, because like first off, pretending that I'm going to revisit games doesn't do anything but build a false narrative and maybe build up hope that I'm not going to fulfill. And secondly, because of what you just said, because when I finish a game on stream, people are ready to move on, dude. People are ready to move on. They are ready to move on. I think enough time has gone by that like you can go back and you can see this in multiple playthroughs. Like, go back and watch what happened to my audience when I got to like episode 12 to 15 of Fantasy Life. Look what happened with Pokopia, right? I beat Pokopia pretty fast because I was playing 15 hours a day. It was 12 hours a day, 10 to 12 hours a day. After I beat Pokopia, the audience was still strong, but because I beat the game so fast. As soon as I completed my goal with the Pokedex, not only was I clocked out, my whole audience clocked out of Pokopia. As soon as I finished the Pokedex. If not actually a lot sooner. Because I like was struggling to make the Pokedex happen and it started dragging out and people were like over it. People were just, you know what I mean? It is what it is. And I went back and I look at analytics and I can see these patterns. I'm currently going through an era where I'm not looking at numbers. I'm looking at YouTube numbers because I'm trying to learn how to grow there. So I don't know in the moment, but when I went back and I looked at the audience for the game, I saw about a week after I beat the game, you can see a literal drop in 100 viewers. Over the week from when I credits rolled to the next week, you can see a literal decline of a triple digit decline in just 7 days from when I finished the story and I kept playing the game every day after. And you just see it slowly go boop, 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 boop. And the interest just, okay, we're done here. You know, so I'm trying to find that balance as a creator right now where some games I ride out like Pokopia and then some games I just play and finish. And I feel really good about it because I think it's the secret. I think you play and finish some games and others you grind out. I think Pokopia is a really good grind out game, and that's why I gave y'all my word. I don't really plan on walking away from this game anytime soon. Because I decided consciously pretty early on that I want to play this game. I want to continue playing this game. I love it. I'm passionate about it. I want to see where it goes. I've always wanted to be a Pokemon streamer somehow, and I never really felt like I had a good game to do it with until this one. And the truth is like I'm a big Pokemon fan. I love Pokemon. And while I'm gonna always play all the new releases, I'm not the kind of streamer that people want to watch me do battles. I could be if I wanted to completely rewrite my show, basically. But the truth is that I'm too far along to feel comfortable switching my content to a battling streamer. I'm too far along to become a TCG streamer, to become a champion streamer. Like, I'm too far along. And all that would take me years of work. Like, I would have to spend a year at least doing nothing but VGC content to maybe even feel good at all about it and to really be able to go to be where I'm at now as a creator. And that's a long year to do something that I'm not even sure is the right decision. So it's like, I never really felt like I had a good option for Pokemon outside of just new game releases. We play it, we put it down, we move on. Pokopia is such a beautiful game. It kind of provides me a game in my space, in my niche, where I can be the Pokemon fan that I've always been in my heart, and it doesn't really affect my show too much. Like this game is pretty adjacent to what I do every day. You know, so why can't you do both? Well, yeah, you know, doing both and doing variety is always an option, right? A little bit of variety here and there is always an option. Yeah. But the problem is Tommy Boy, is you can't really walk a line as a creator. You have to kind of lean into niches. So to answer your question, why can't you do both? Because consistency is king in this space. And don't let anybody ever tell you otherwise. And doing both gives you half an audience for both things. That's how that always works. You don't really have the option of doing both. Doing both just gives you half of the results, right? Like, I want you to think about streaming like making music. All right. Think about this, Tommy Boy. Now let's say that I'm Post Jabron, the newest hip hop artist turned country. Now let me ask you a question. Let's say that I spent 10 years putting out rap music that you love. Now let's say after that 10 years, I put out a country album. How interested are you going to be in that country album? Let me give you a better example. Better example. You ready? Have you ever seen an artist go back and forth between their art styles? Have you literally ever in your life ever seen a musical artist produce an album of rap, and then their next album is country, and then their next album is bluegrass, and their next album is rock and roll, and then they go back to rap? Have you ever seen that in the history of music? No, Taylor Swift is just pop music. Sorry. But that was a good reply. All right. No, because you cannot build a solid fan base like that. There it is. Done. You see, Tommy Boy, there's the answer right there. Because you cannot build a solid fan base by being a flip-flopper. Doing both is never an answer. And anybody who tries to tell you it is are just coping. The only people that ever pull off streaming both in this metaphor, both being variety, are streamers that were already big enough before they started variety. So they grew their channel on one game and then one niche, and then they went into variety once they became a couple hundred viewer Andy, and then that allows them to do success. Like right now, I could just pivot into variety and I could start building because I've already built an audience. Or they're really big streamers and it doesn't matter what they do because the difference between 5,000 viewers and 3,000 is nothing. But the difference between 500 viewers and 100 viewers and 50 viewers is a lot. The bigger you get, the less it matters. So when we talk about building a fan base, you can't do both. Doing both has never been an option ever in the history of content. The only reason anybody ever makes doing both seem good is because it's probably a hobby for them, and hobbies are great to have, and streaming for a hobby is super awesome. And like, yeah, like you can totally pull it off if you're just having fun, you know? Some people get really lucky. But at the end of the day, any variety streamers out there, they got their success somewhere else. Music taste is too diverse, as it's already having a fan base across all genres feels impossible, and that's how gaming is. People who play Animal Crossing don't want to play Call of Duty, generally speaking. Sometimes they do, the same way that sometimes a metalhead likes a little bit of Shania Twain. But that's the exception. That's not the rule. That's the exception. That's not the rule. So sure, you know, there's some Mastodon fans out there that throw on some T-Swift when no one's looking. And there's some Call of Duty fans out there that play Animal Crossing. But that is so far from the rule. That's the exception. You know what I mean? It's like you have to be consistent. Post Malone starting to do that nowadays. Well, you know, Post Malone did it right. He built a fan base first. And that's like the rule, right? Like Post Malone got super popular off of his music, so he's able to do whatever he wants now. That's the dream, right? The dream is doing whatever you want because you have a big enough audience that supports you no matter what. But that's not the most obtainable dream. You know what I mean? Like, you can just do whatever you want at that point. Yeah, of course. You could go and you could make 8 albums all sound different, and you can experiment and be a weirdo. I mean, to give you guys an example, you know, I never ever talk about this, but if I wasn't 1,000 viewer Andy, my show would be so eclectic. Like if I had the luxury to do everything that pops into my mind as a creator, my show would be crazy. My show would be a DJ, cooking show, War of the Warcraft, Subnautica, Faster Than Light, Rift Wizard, Pokemon, Animal Crossing, Nintendo, Call of Duty, Fortnite, a mukbang, video watching, meditation therapist, guru, streamer. That would be my show. If I really could do everything that I want to do every day that I wake up. That's not an option for me though. Not yet. I'm out here grinding so that it can be an option later. I'm putting in the work every day. So and I'm fighting so I can have that luxury in my life later. And you know, you could argue that I've kind of gotten that luxury to an extent. You'll see a lot of streamers who get my size and they instantly cash in. You'll see a lot of streamers who get my size, they get their partnership, and then they just cash in on doing whatever they want. You guys ever notice that? For a lot of you that have been on Twitch for a really long time, how many times have you seen a streamer get partnered with like one game, and as soon as they get their partnership, they just fall off a cliff, they stop growing, and they start doing whatever they want on their channel? Has anybody ever experienced this on Twitch? Where you're like watching a streamer grow, and then like they get their partnership, they kind of burn out. We all burn out after getting partner. And then they come back and now they're like a Dead by Daylight streamer, even though like they grew off Animal Crossing for 2 years. And they're just like, yeah, I don't ever want to go back to that. You see it all the time, right? You want to know why? That's called cashing in. And this isn't a bad thing. I'm not saying this negatively. They're cashing in. They built themselves an audience. They earned enough of an audience that they can technically do whatever they want, and they can still make some scratch and still have a pretty successful stream. So they cash in. I have never been willing to cash in since I've started streaming. And for 7 years, I've been holding off cashing in. And like saying to myself, it's not worth it yet. I want to be a bigger streamer. I want to grow to the point to where when I can do whatever I want and people will come to support me. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm close. I'm not even trying to gloat. I could do it. I could probably do it right now, but because this is my main source of income, it's terrifying to attempt. I would either have to get an outside of streaming job to make sure that I could pay my bills, to make sure that I could live comfortably, or I would have to wait until I'm a bit of a bigger streamer. And if I can break out of the place I'm at to the next level, I think I'll have ultimate freedom to really have some fun with my content, even more than just playing games and hanging out and cozy content. I feel I've worked so hard these past 7 years, and I still could have another 7 years. I don't know. I don't know what it's going to take. But if I can push myself to the next level, I think it only takes 1 or 2 levels above where I'm at. I could technically be a guy that just kind of does what he wants. I feel like I could succeed, but I'm not close. I'm not there yet. Would you say your streaming is your win the lotto job? Yeah. Streaming is kind of where I belong in life, I think. I think there are some other jobs that I would do really well, but this is weirdly. So like when I say where I belong, I think it could be misconstrued as like gaming, sitting in my computer chair, talking. It's more than that. I belong as an entertainer. So I want you to take streaming out of the conversation, but still ask the same question. Do you think what you do right now for a living is your dream job? Yes, because it is a little bit deeper than what you see me actively doing every day. And the whole picture is what is my dream, and what is so exciting for me. Being an entertainer, uplifting people, putting smiles on people's faces, helping people get to the next day, building a space where people can have a community. Like everything about what I do for a living is like my calling in life. And if I wasn't doing it in streaming, I would hope to be doing it somewhere else. Public speaking, teaching, radio, TV, something like this is where I belong in life. But like it doesn't have to be in the form of streaming on Twitch. And that's a realization I had a while ago. That I didn't find my calling in life through streaming. Streaming is just the vessel that I'm doing my calling in life through. And that I have more options. Yo, what's up, Panka? Back home from your trip from Poland? Nice. Kind of think the majority of new partners don't cash in, but they expect their community to follow them no matter what. In reality, we viewers are, for the most part, fickle and only want to watch the same and similar things. Yeah, basically what you're saying is like it might not be a conscious cash in. And I agree with that statement. I don't think that a streamer gets partner and goes, all right, time to ruin everything I just did for the past year, and who cares about all the hard work I put in? I agree with that. And that's why I said that the word cash in is harsh, but it's not meant to be negative. But I use that term as a way to reinforce my own personal beliefs. That's why I call it cashing in, because I think that once you give up growing for comfort, you're cashing in. And maybe they don't realize they're doing it, but once you start giving up growth for comfort, and once you start focusing on comfort as a streamer instead of growth and challenging yourself, that's cashing in a lot of ways. But like that's like a real blanket way to put it. But like it's you shouldn't necessarily always be doing the thing that is the easiest and most comfortable thing to do as a streamer. Sometimes you need to treat it like a job, and you need to do things you don't necessarily want to do, but are the right thing to do. And that's a real dicey conversation, because we all know that you can't fake it. So it can't look like you're doing a job. It can't feel like you're doing a job. You have to somehow simultaneously do it like it's a job while projecting that it's just streaming. While projecting that it's just fun shenanigans. Ooh, I'm back for another episode of Pokemon. But in all reality, just like everybody else, you laid in bed for 15 minutes not wanting to get out, and you said, okay, today I don't feel like gaming, but it's my job, so I need to. Like, so yeah, it's weird. It's a thing, man. It's like you have to somehow simultaneously pretend that everything you do is the best, most exciting thing, even though you have to force yourself not to do the most exciting stuff all the time. You know, like I had this streamer that I used to watch, and thank you, by the way, for the first time sub. It's nice. Thank you, Gardettos. Thank you, man. Thank you so much for the support. You know, like I'll wrap it up on a story here. Because this story is like mini and interesting. Yo, we'll see you later, Pessimisaurus. I met this streamer, and they were like trying to do it full time, and they were busy. And I don't know their full story, but they were doing it full time, and they had to start pulling back from full time, I think. So this streamer was like finding success playing a certain game, but would almost stubbornly switch and play other games as if they were too good to play the game that was finding them success. And there's a couple reasons why they might have been doing this, right? One is because they could have been passionless about it, and they could have been like falling out of love with the game. So like they couldn't fake the funk. They had to pivot. That's really unfortunate, right? That's really unfortunate, because if you have a game that's working for you and you don't want to play it, that sucks. Like that happened to me with Palia, for example, a game that would be great for my channel. I just don't like the game. Tamagotchi Life. The game would have been great for my channel. I didn't like the game. So you see, sometimes there is an unfortunate, this does not work. But I watched a person, they're growing and they're growing and they're growing and they're growing and they're doing better than their channel's ever done. And then one day I show up and they're playing like Fortnite, and they have like 20 people versus like 150. And I couldn't help but ask myself, why? Like, why? Like in this, I'm not talking like just one stream. I'm talking like they just abandoned, I think it was like a Pokemon game. They abandoned the game. They were like done. They were like, they finished the playthrough and they were like, okay, I'm done with this. And they just started playing like Fortnite, like whatever they wanted. And I couldn't help but be like that's so tough. Like, why would you not keep riding out Pokemon? Why would you not keep doing the thing that is finding you success? Why would you not focus on being creative and trying to squeeze as much out of this game as you could, and to really become the creator that you're trying to be, like, and find your success and put the work in and treat it like a job? Instead, in their mind, they were like, well, I don't want to force it, so like I'm just gonna go and do something else. And it blew me away. You know, they talked about it on stream once. They like, somebody in the chat asked, and they were like, well, you know, I just don't want to play that anymore. I'm done. Yet in the same breath, they were trying to stream full time. They ended up stopping. They haven't streamed in over a year. They ended up like announcing that they had to quit, and they just never came back. They just like were gone. And it was just like so weird to me. It's like I think sometimes there is like a weird misconnection with the idea that like streaming isn't just fun, and like you have to try to take it serious sometimes, and like really navigate the space and do the things that like make sense for your growth. And like, I don't know, I just found that really interesting. I had to be, I don't remember the story too well, so I didn't tell that story that well. I don't remember the circumstance that well. But the point I was trying to make was, here this person was handed an opportunity to get a partnership and grow and potentially make a living off of what they were doing. And they passed up on that for comfort because like they were bored of the game. They were like, oh, I'm bored of that. I don't want to play that. And I was just, what? Like, nah, man, I think you make that work. I think you stick with it and you make it work, you know? Yo, have a good day, Remix. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Anyways, on that note, dude, we're going to wrap it here. A little bit of yapping for 7 hours. I just felt like yapping today, as you all can tell. And a little bit of Pokopia designing, but we're going to get out of here. And yeah, Strawberry, please reach out to me, Strawberry, about I don't know if it got sent back. Did I wait too long? Did I wait too long to pick it up, dude? I'll send you a message, man, but there was nothing at the PO box besides for my copy of Japanese Animal Crossing. I even had them look in the back and they asked if I had a tracking number. So I'll talk to you off stream, Strawberry Grass, and we'll figure out what's going on. It could still be in transit. It could have got sent back. And if it did get sent back, I will pay for the shipping on the way back because that's my bad. I waited too long in that case. So yeah, if you want to look into it, Strawberry, maybe see if there's a tracking number. I just wanted to give you a heads up. It could be lost in the mail somewhere. Yeah. Just let me know what's going on and we'll handle it. But if it got sent back to you because I waited too long, I don't think that's the case. I even asked the guy, how often does that happen? He said, rarely do they send packages back. So yeah, just look into it and we'll figure it out, Strawberry. Thank you so much for hanging out today. Yeah, and thanks for chatting with me, everyone. I know I literally just went into full yap mode about anything and everything. I was just really in the mood to just sit here and just yap about stuff and hang out with y'all. So instead of, game out in the background, you know the deal. Hope y'all have a great weekend. If you're not going to make it, I know some of y'all only tune in for the weekdays. And if that's you, have a great rest of your weekend. The plan is to maybe come back in a little bit and play some Lego Star Wars. So you might see me in a few. That was my plan going into the day here, but I'm feeling relatively exhausted here. And I'm gonna go on a walk and get some food because I think that's the problem. So I'm pretty sure I'll see y'all in a couple hours, and it's not scheduled. So if I don't show up, don't be disappointed. I'll see you tomorrow regardless. Thank you everyone for coming out. This is Highly in Descent signing off on another wonderful Pyro Gaming Group production. If I don't see y'all here later, I'll for sure see you tomorrow for whatever we feel like doing on the Saturday show. Yeah, what are we gonna do for the Saturday show? Anyways, I'll see y'all when I see y'all, fam. Don't forget to game on. And of course, as always, peace. Wrap it up and on to the next episode. Peace. All right. We are out of here. I'm gonna wrap it up and we're gonna call the show there. I will be back tomorrow and I'll see if I can muster up the energy tonight. I don't know why I'm all of a sudden feeling super taxed. My energy fell off a cliff. So I'm gonna go eat and see what I can do about eating some food and going on a walk, and maybe when I come back, I'll feel up to sitting in this computer chair again. That's really what it comes down to. Do I feel like sitting in the computer chair? All right, y'all. Love y'all and appreciate y'all. Honored to be a part of your daily routines. And I'm certainly honored to have you as a part of mine. But until next time, this is Highly in Descent signing off. Peace out, y'all. And hit them cat jams. Peace, peace.